Hello, Legionnaires, and welcome to some Rando RPG livestream. Tonight, our panel of Dungeon Masters, Game Masters, referees, storytellers, and players will share their diverse tabletop role-playing game experiences to provide ideas, suggestions, and possibly even some advice for your tabletop RPG sessions. Let's get started. All right, hello. Welcome, everybody, to the last ever Some Rando RPG live stream. That's right, because next week is the members only live stream, and the week after that, we will have our new name, our new format, and our new way of doing business, which will be, I think you guys have seen it, but it'll be called Game Master Insight, and we're going to, focus on games and gaming. So there you go. So the plan for today is very similar to last week, but last week y'all got to yell at me, and very few people did. A little sad. But y'all got to yell at me. Today, wow. Today I get to go through puberty and
Max becomes a man.
Finally dropped.
Well,
one time.
Fuck him.
Today you get to pop on in, do a little chit chat with us. I'm not going to give you a lot of time. Think of it as like the radio call in. You make a comment, we'll follow up. You make another comment, kick you out, and we'll do our final comment to you. Something similar to that. But long time listener, first time caller, we'll give you a little bit of time to come on in, just talk to us for a moment about whatever is on your mind. Keep it positive for today. You had your chance last week to be negative, and yeah, what's that?
Ha sucker, you missed it.
Right. And yeah, we'll just kind of go on from there. Other than that, we're just going to kind of hang out. We're going to be us. We'll talk about some gaming stuff, other nerd stuff, et cetera, and yeah, move forward. It's going to be a pretty simple night. We're leading into Christmas. By the time we talk again next week for the members only, Christmas will have been passed. You've opened your gifts, and for me, the stocking full of coal. But it's okay. It'll keep me warm.
I was worried the postal strike wouldn't get it to you in time, but you got it.
It's funny. That mail strike or whatever you got going up there is somehow
like that female strike you guys are having down in the States.
Oh. Wait, really? I didn't notice.
Nobody even noticed that that's going on.
Oh, exactly.
We're nerds. We don't have females.
Oh, ouch. I paid a lot. I mean, with us tonight, well, Malachi is back again.
Yep.
You were here last week, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah. I don't know why I don't remember. All right. So Malachi was here.
He doesn't remember.
Yeah. Bear was here. Well, Bear popped in last week. Yeah. He was in towards the end last week. And we have
caller.
And he was the first caller trying to set the tone.
Mm-hmm. Tried, didn't succeed.
And well, you got a couple of follows. The Crafting Gamer came in, and Mr. Max Poivon, it did his whole thing. I'm supposed to be a professional journalist nonsense, and then, but and then we have Sean Mage's Musings. So welcome, guys. Hope we have a fun night here.
I'm just here to have everybody talk good stuff about me for a change.
Oh, that's why you did this. I mean, he was really adamant. Like, let me in.
You got the envelope of money, right?
No, I got the envelope of white powder.
Ah, crap! I got my addresses mixed up. Sorry.
Glad I went through the mail strike.
Yeah,
wait, did Bear get the money then?
Dang it!
I'll never tell.
All right, let me.
1 million pennies.
1 million pennies.
Oh, Jesus Christ, my back.
Well, wait a second. No, you melt that down, turn it in. The copper's worth more than the penny.
Our pennies weren't using copper for quite a long time.
Oh yeah,
I know.
That's right.
The zinc.
Yeah.
All right, let me put in a chat here. How do I want to say this for today? I don't want to just say join us because somebody will probably take this. Like, I get to be there forever. No. Call in. There you go. And chat for a moment. That's good enough.
You know what? If you got 1 million pennies, I'll take them. That's $10K, man.
Yeah,
they're all taped to the base of my Order of the Stick minis that I use in my games.
Oh, Jesus.
I still put them in my circuit breaker or fuse box.
That was a quarter.
We did pennies. All right. So, anyways, we're not having dead air here. Hey, Shadow and Sun, good to see you.
Hey, Shadow, it's been a while.
Call in Shadow. You can do it.
Yeah. Call in Shadow.
You know you want to.
I think Brian should call in.
Think Brian should call in?
Yeah.
Do you think he'll have anything positive to say?
Maybe.
Now, is Brian known for his positivity?
Yeah. Is that expression mezzo? There you go. Mezzo.
Mondo Hand for 1999. Look at that. Thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate that. Happy Friday. Merry Christmas. Save the neck for me, Clark. Wait, what?
That's from Christmas Vacation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Christmas Vacation, exactly. Yeah. What?
I saw Christmas Vacation one time. I saw the original Vacation a whole ton of times. I haven't watched it in a long time, though.
I actually prefer Christmas Vacation. That one, it's got some bits in it that just like
They're hilarious.
rap my ass off.
But thanks, Mondo Hand, for the 1999. Really do appreciate that. I hope you have a Merry Christmas as well. Well, actually, I do have a little bit of gaming that I can talk about. I haven't been writing in my game at all, but that's fine. I got this idea. The folks in the after show actually kind of know a little bit what my idea is. But I kind of had this idea that I thought would fit perfectly for Earth Dawn drink. And I've been slowly writing on that, just writing notes on like how I want it to go, how long I think the campaign could be, based on more modern play styles where apparently you can't play every week for 8 hours. It's stupid, but whatever. And it's just how I want to run it. And I'm getting it slowly together. It's going to take me a bit more time because I'm really world building this whole thing since I'm not using the Earth Dawn setting directly.
Save.
Yeah. I'm reading the first edition book again, and I know this might sound weird with this often as I talk about it, but I forgot how much I really love that game. Like I'm reading through it again, and I'm like, love it. And I am picking some things from the other editions as well, some things I think that make first edition flow better. Putting a bunch of fourth edition concepts in there, but I absolutely love the game, and I'm looking forward to actually hopefully finding a group out here to run it. If Luther Pendragon ever watches again, he never sent me the email that I was hoping to get because there's a game group around here, and I'd like to check it out and see if I can poach. I mean, see if I can introduce a game to them. Last time he played was in 1992. I don't think Earth Dawn was out in 92. I thought it came out in 93. I know the pamphlets were 92, 93-ish core rulebook, but unless you meant as a whole. I got into an argument with somebody who thought that Earth Dawn came out before Shadowrun.
Well, Shadowrun's 89, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 89 or 90, yeah.
Yeah, and Earth Dawn's like 91?
93 from what I remember. I have the book. I can just grab the damn thing.
I thought I could have swore I can remember the apartment I lived in when I bought that would have been 90, 91. Or am I just confusing it with Shadow World?
There is the copyright in here.
Oh, Bane is saying any game.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, 93.
Huh, interesting.
Oh, there you go.
No, the reason why I basically know it's 93 because that's when I got to, well, really got there in 92, but when I got to Kirtland Air Force Base, and that's where I picked it up.
Yeah, my games are all on hiatus. I'm taking a little break while I catch up on my videos. So they're in progress, but
I just worked out the schedule for my game starting back in January. It's quite nice. I'm gonna do a video about it where I'm gonna do like a Marvel phase, one of those phase timelines, So that means I have to go make a little logo for each game. That'll be fun.
Yeah, Mel, and it's like I said, I think most people who followed games back then know that, but this person's like, no, it's Earth Dawn and then Shadowrun. I'm like, yeah, that's the history of it. No, it's Earth Dawn. I was like, dude, just go look it up. You can find it out there. But yeah, but anyway, I'm looking forward to that. Like I'm actually really, really excited. Like I'm more excited about that than anything that I've been excited about for a long time. Like I said, I'm tweaking the rules a little bit, combining some things I think were either done better or more efficiently or whatever in the other editions, or just clarified better in the other editions. But it's mostly a first edition game that I'm going to be running with some tweaks. So very, very, very much looking forward to that.
You streaming it, or is this just what?
No. I like I was telling, I think it was the Crafting Gamer last week. I absolutely despise even playing online. I can tolerate that. I can't tolerate running online. It's how I run. It's like, to be fair, if say Luther, whomever, I do get to hang out with them, and it's like a really tight area and I can't move, I'll feel constrained. Like I walk around a lot as a game master.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and it's just,
I like the stand and gesture.
Yeah, same here. I go between standing and sitting and so forth. I mean, I'm not like 8 hours of like acting in character or something like that, but I like, I like to, if it's your turn to roll, I like to creep up. I mean, I'll walk next to you and be like, all right, see what you got here. Go ahead and roll those dice, something like that. Keep the players a little energized in there. But no, I mean, I might do after action reports. What I'd love to, my house isn't big enough. I mean, it's basically a 3-bedroom apartment in the guise of a house. But what I'd love to do someday is actually have a couple of cameras set up toward a table and kind of do it that way, in my own environment, but have cameras that way. I would not be opposed to that at all. I can't do that here. But so that's kind of me in gaming right now, and I've been dealing a lot with AI art over the last couple of weeks, and working on some thumbnails. I'm having too much fun doing that. What's that?
I did a video on that subject today.
Did you? Oh, okay.
I saw the video. I didn't click it yet, but
I'm no longer using the term AI to describe this stuff because it's not AI.
No, it's large language models.
Smart tools. The best term I've heard for it. Smart tools.
Well, according to the programmers I worked with, the official term is machine learning.
Yeah, it's machine learning, but I'm telling you, like, just call them smart tools. So that way you get rid of all that fucking doomer bullshit about, AI, it's going to be Terminator. Fucking children.
Yeah, well, I the only reason, now, to be fair,
people were whining that fucking Y2K was going to kill us all,
It didn't. I use the term AI because everybody out there uses it. It's like saying Kleenex or, call it. I'm the type of person, if I'm talking about role-playing games, I just call everything Dungeons and Dragons until I know that the person I'm talking to knows about, tabletop RPGs. I don't like the term AI either, but it's just what everybody knows.
Dane said buttering jihad.
What?
You meant to say, I'm sure you meant to say butlerian. Yeah, butlerian jihad. But you got buttering jihad. I'm like, that sounds like a hell of a tasty jihad if I've ever heard one. Like, we will butter everything. This is the command. I want to go on the buttering jihad now. That's all there is to it.
All right. Well,
it's all in the churn. If you do not churn right, we execute you.
What's going on, Timothy Fairley? Are you today?
Yeah, fantastic. How are you guys?
Good.
Tired, but I'm here.
I want to say, Max, thanks. With you and Heathen Dog becoming the Palladium channel that you are, and
Stop it.
Everybody's motivation to help me start Characters and Dice, because here at Characters and Dice, I make characters, so you don't have to. But I do need to pull my head out my rear end and get back onto that horse and keep it going. So, above all, yours guys' inspiration and motivation. And I wanted to tell Heathen Dog that the Veterans game was just an absolute blast. I actually loved it.
Every single person I asked about the game enjoyed it. I reached out to Sean afterward as well and said, hey, how'd the game go? Because I still haven't watched it. I still haven't clipped it out of that live stream yet, and I need to do that. I keep telling myself that. But yeah, everybody seems to have loved it. So for all the haters out there, like, I'd never beat a Heathen Dog game. But he was in it, loved it. So
yeah, he gave me a character that was just prime for my personality. It was just, and I went with it and I ran with it hard to the paint. It was beautiful. So, and also help me find more players. You guys have helped me. The community has helped me find more players, more great quality players.
It really? That's one of the biggest complaints we get is that the people come over here looking for players and nobody even looks at their, Let's Play. Where's that group sign up on their Discord here? I don't even know where it is now.
Well, that's because you got people like Malachi. I mean, nobody wants Malachi.
Wow.
This is the positive stream.
Yeah,
Come on.
You could have complained all last week and chose not to.
Yep.
Strike that from the record.
Oh, well. So, but yeah, and also thanks for having me on and for having my retarded ass perspectives with my many ass technical issues. You're a scholar and a gentleman, no matter what Bear says, and I appreciate it.
Well, Bear said I was Lord and Master, so I mean, I'm just a scholar and gentleman now.
You're a useful idiot. Don't get
No,
it.
no, useful tool. Or is it? Well, no, yeah, I think no, it's useful tool that person said.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Not even a smart.
Not even a smart tool. Oh. Well, first of all, no, thank you, and that's what this is about. This is about thanking all the folks watching and the people who've supported us for whether it's just been for a couple months or it's been for a few years or whatever, through going back Legionofmyth Weekly live stream or when we started ranting for a couple of years to what we've turned this all into now. No, it's about thanking you guys. So I appreciate you being on. You know, whether you're hanging out in chat or you're actually joining us on the panel, so that's good stuff. You know, I've had a couple of people ask me if I would put together like just a quick video on, you know, what it means to be a YouTuber, and I've kind of like no. And my main reason why, I mean, I'm glad you appreciate some of the things that I've talked about, but why would you listen to somebody who has 6,000 subscribers when there are people out there who have 60,000 and 600,000? You know, I don't
have zero.
That's fair, but I've been around for so long. If I was doing something right, I would have plenty more. I mean, let's look at the channels that are right now are either catching up to me or blowing by me. I mean, we have Diversity and Dragons. He's blown by me. We've got, the Basic Experts catching up to me. I think when I looked at Bloodworth the other day, his subscribers were, the first time I was able to watch him in a while, his subscriber count, it seems to me that he's improving faster than I am. So I don't know if I'm really in a position to give good advice unless it's advice of don't do what I do what I say kind of thing. But no, I'm glad we are at least some sort of inspiration. Go ahead, Malachi.
If you want to grow, there's two easy ways: cover D&D related stuff, or cause some drama,
or get a lady host with big casabas to talk to you. That
always works
through the roof.
But also, the other thing, Max, you know, what's the difference between NFL player and, you know, somebody playing football during the weekends? That's what you're comparing yourself to. Yeah.
So if you wanted to play well, would you listen to the person who plays flag football once a week on Saturdays, or would you listen to the NFL player?
When I get to a point whether I can make that decision, then I'll look at that. But right now, I'm just a weekend warrior part-timer, so I'm just sticking with what I got.
I got you. And you know, it's just, I think that there's a lot of good content out there. What I was more apt to do is to find the content that I actually believe works, you know, based on my experiences of things that have actually worked for me, and then say, hey, this will work. I've just ignored it. Stuff like that. But here's what I would actually tell anybody. And I am not, I mean, I do subscribe to them, but I am not sponsored by them. They don't know me at all. They don't care about me or anything like that. But I switched over from TubeBuddy. I had TubeBuddy for like 5 years. I switched over to vidIQ. vidIQ does everything right. I wish I would have switched to vidIQ years ago. It's got some really good AI behind the scenes, you know, for depending on, I don't need a lot of that. But one of the things it does is actually walks you through. It's got this little process that I keep forgetting about. I should do it where I go and find those six minute little things of like, all right, let's get you to the next level. Let's get you to the next level. Let's get you to the next level. And I like everything that it said so far is stuff that I'm like, yep. And it just makes me laugh. Because I do research this stuff, not every day, but every few months I go back, and especially when my channel is kind of floundering, like, okay, what's going on? And people keep acting like they know how the YouTube algorithm works. And I still hear stuff that people are saying like 7 years ago. And it's like, no, that's not true. Yes, it is. I know. Okay.
You know, the advice YouTube gives you on how to promote on their own platform is bullshit.
Right. Well, the biggest thing that I would say that people need to do is stop chasing the algorithm, because the algorithm isn't what does it for you. The number one thing that does it for you is make stuff that people want to watch and then click on the next thing that you've done. Nothing beats that. Nothing beats watch time, and nothing beats watch time trending into, oh, the person clicked on another video of yours. You know, everything else is secondary to that. My wife doesn't even sub to my channel. Mine does, thank God. But I made her. But no, I appreciate that. And, I'm glad that we are some sort of inspiration. I hope it's honestly. I hope you grow. And if you pass us and start making big bucks, and like, just look back, remember the little guy. Remember.
I'm already subscribed. I mean, that's all I can do.
What's that?
I'm already subscribed. My little budget can only handle that much.
Well, hey,
Not even
again,
a like.
What's that?
Not even a like. Just a
Not even a
subscribe.
Just, yeah, not even.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right. Well, hey, thanks again, Timothy. And just one last thing about the shows that you're on. And I'm going to give these guys, if anybody else wants to comment for you, jump out as well, because I don't have anybody waiting at the moment. I'll put the link out there for folks. No, you being on the show has actually been good, with the caveat of the one show I thought you were going to be the best on. That Palladium one. And Malachi.
Yeah, I was waiting for that.
I'm like, these are Palladium fans. Oh, this is going to be great. I'm going to have to shut them up because they're not going to stop talking, and this is going to. But that's fine. I'm ready for the enthusiasm. Crickets. What's happening here?
I will endeavor to do better.
Well, I mean, you've been on multiple times and they've been good, so I appreciate that. But thank you very much, Bear, Sean. You guys want to chime in? You don't have to. I'm just.
Hi, Timothy.
Hi,
Bear.
Timothy. This is the first time I've met or heard of you, so I have nothing to say. But welcome.
Hi,
to
Sean.
It's just when it's time for him to go, I just didn't want to be like, well, we had questions. That's all.
What are you doing?
All right,
Well,
Timothy. You
welcome
have a
to the
great night.
circus.
Thanks for popping on in. Later. All right, he removed himself. Grizzly Beardo over on Rumble for a $20 Rumble rant. Thank you very much. The fuck, I miss a couple of streams. When I come back, Max is going to run a game. Nature really is healing. I wish I could put that up on the screen. Thank you for the $20. Be careful with the definitive there of going to. I'm preparing something. Whether I end up running it or not, I have to fit it in my schedule. That's right now. That's still a thing that does not work out. So, but it's giving me time to put it together, and whether I run it now or 20 years from now when I can barely talk anymore. So let me put the link out there again for Yield folks. Remember, this is a thank you to every one of you out there. So if you want to pop on in, say hello, questions, comments, I'll take a couple of concerns. Just don't be a dick about it. And unless you want to yell at, I don't know, Bear. It's always fun when people yell at Bear for some reason.
Oh, everyone just wants to throw me under the goddamn bus tonight. Okay, motherfuckers.
I got a
See,
couple
that's why it's fun to yell at Bear right there. I mean, he just made my point.
Bring it on.
Hey, Seraphis.
Saro.
Nice.
Oh, sorry, not your echo. I'm doing a thing for the new year where any of the live streams that I do, the chill streams, not like the regular recorded stuff like a meeting or an interview or something, but the stuff that's like just like turn on my camera and fuck around. It's like a concert. You had to be there. And then after it's done, moving forward in the new year, I'm going to make them members only. So only the members can go look at them afterwards. But I just went through my entire list and deleted 300 videos from my entire channel. It was all
Deleted or privatized?
Deleted.
Oh, wow.
Gone.
I don't know if I've ever deleted a video. I think I've deleted a couple of little ones, but I don't know if I've deleted any long ones. Like we have stuff going all the way back. I can't say I never deleted anything. I know I have at some point, but I just don't know if. Yeah, pretty much it'd all just be members only at this point. And it's funny because a couple of people are like, "Oh, Max is hiding his stuff." Anybody who listens to me on podcast, all that is still out there. Spotify still has all their stuff. Sorry, it's audio only, but Spotify still has everything. SoundCloud still has everything. If you really want to find the incriminating stuff, it's out there. Probably come a bit later. No, we'll be doing this for a while. Who's typing? Is it you, Bear?
Hey, hi, Victor.
Oh, now you're muted. Or you're
What'd you say? All I heard was
Yeah.
really?
He's
Yeah.
in the water.
If you well, my internet looks like it's decent quality. No, I was asking if you were typing because you look like the only one that was.
I'm always typing, sir. So I don't know what to tell you other than I'm always typing. So I'll just mute myself.
Shadow says he's only deleted that one video. For those who
That
don't
one
know.
video.
Oh,
I don't know. I don't know what video that is.
Deleted
I
or downloaded for posterity? You know?
There is one Twitch live stream that my wife made me delete a few years ago. I got a little too drunk. Said some things I probably shouldn't have. And not in the same vein as the rants. Oh. What else is going on? I'm really tired. I don't want to be tired.
Well, it's that time of year where everything catches up and you're run down. You get a couple of weeks or a couple of days reprieve, especially if there's Victor. Hey, Victor.
Definitely
There he
a
is.
long-time listener, first-time caller we got here.
Yeah, first time. Yes. Hi everyone. Hello everyone. I am Dutch.
Hello, everyone. Hey, Dr. Nick.
What's going on,
guys.
Victor? How you doing?
You said jump in if you wanted to say thank you or whatever. Thank you, Max, for your awesome stream, for letting me on here whenever I want. Mostly whenever I want. For promoting my books. Thank you everyone else for just being cool dudes. And yeah.
Oh, that reminds me, and this has nothing to do with Victor, so he'll hang up for a moment. But was it Akaris? That dude got me a copyright claim.
Did he?
Yes, his trailer for his for the Kickstarter for his Mecha versus whatever Godzilla game.
Kaiju.
Yeah, Kaiju. Yeah, apparently that's it's owned by somebody else. I'm like, dude, your trailer wasn't made for you.
No, he made it. He custom made that trailer.
Yeah, but the music I think is copyrighted.
No, he paid for that music, I believe. He paid the
but
license for that music.
He paid for the license. Max didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah,
YouTube is stupid.
stupid Max.
Yeah, Max.
I mean, we
I'll
love
take
Max.
all my
Max is
thanks
great.
back. You suck.
This is probably true. Well, I'm glad you came on here and unthanked me.
Yeah.
No, so how things been, man?
Okay. I can't complain too much, too loudly, but just hanging in there, trying to get my stuff done.
What are you working on now?
I was working on my Weird West, Old West supplement for modern necessities just now. So, but
Well,
it's
hey,
not
no,
going as quickly as I want. But
I appreciate you popping in. It's always fun when you're here. That's for sure.
yeah, no worries. I mean, you said 10 minutes max, but so I don't know how long I have still. But
Oh no, I'm only saying that so people don't come on and think that they're like joining the
Yeah.
show for the rest of the show. That's the only
Yeah,
reason I do that. We can have a good back and forth, but no. I actually wish that you were able to be on more shows. I like the perspectives. One of my favorite shows, even though it didn't turn out as well as I'd hoped, conceptually one of my favorite shows was the one that you were on with Sean and what was his name, David Wade?
yeah,
Yeah.
that
Is it
one was
David
good,
Wade?
yeah. I think no, Jeremy Wade is the River Monsters guy.
Well, this was.
Yeah,
oh my god! Now I can't even remember the name of his game, and I'm going to be getting it soon.
Yeah, I can't remember either, to be honest.
Oh, I
The
feel
Australian
horrible.
guy.
Yeah, the Australia. Yeah. I can't. Anyway, I thought that was great because you guys, the perspectives that you guys had were of a unique place. Then I tried to do the show again, and apparently everybody got angry with me. I didn't let them on the first show.
Yeah,
Screw you! You're not going to let me on the first one, then I'm not going to be on any of them.
yeah. You mentioned that people were like, "Oh, well, let me on the second one then," and then nobody showed up. So
But no, I'm appreciative of you guys over there. Also, hey, by the way, if you know anybody over in TB's Gilded that wants to be on an episode about troop style play, because Mage's Musing's the only one that signed up for that one on troop style gaming, and I'm sure some of the one-time people are. It's not limited to BroSR, but the people who play in more of that format, I'm sure they've got some experiences with that. Would love to have, I don't know, 2 of them join the show.
I'll let people know.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I usually just don't really have anything to add to your topics. Like, I don't know. So,
But do you have perspectives, like, as in if you've even done it before, and this is what the result was. So the show is changing a little bit, not too much. And yes, I know there's somebody waiting right now, but Victor gets his time first, and then we'll swap out. I forgot. Oh, so I'm looking at how the questions are being framed. I'm still working on some of them. They're really long questions now. They're like 9-part questions now, and I'm like, I don't know if I like that. So, but it's to facilitate a little bit better discussion and let people. So if you come in, let's say, I don't know what one of the shows it was on, but let's say you love specialty dice and Mages Musings hate specialty dice. I don't want to force him to ask or answer a question anymore that talks about what's a good part about specialty dice. When he's like, there's nothing. I hate them, And you talk about what do you hate about specialty dice? No, they're the best thing ever, stuff like that. So, but that's kind of turned the questions into like sometimes these multi-part. I got to cover all the bases, so I'm working a little bit on that. But the idea is it's going to be one question and a bit more back and forth. And if people don't have a back and forth, I'm going to nudge them with follow-ups.
I think that's a good change.
Yeah,
more organic.
We'll see how it works out because I still want people to come in with their quote-unquote lecture answer to give them time for that. So what I'd really hate, it would be, let's say, you answer the question like, oh, I love specialty dice. Well, Victor, I don't like specialty dice because no, this wasn't your time to give your spiel again. You're supposed to be questioning Victor or asking him questions. Well, don't you think that specialty dice, when you're looking at them and you're rolling, you have to compare them to a chart, and then all this other stuff kind of ruins, more of that back and forth like that for you to answer questions. So
yeah, makes sense.
But anyway, that's next year. But no, I appreciate every time you're on, man, and I absolutely like hanging out with you guys. We need to get TBE on here more. I know he's putting his kid to sleep, but you know what? Throw him out to the wolves. Have the wolves raise him. They'll be fine.
Yeah, you turned out okay. I mean,
well,
sorta.
I was raised by coyotes, not wolves. It's a little different.
Possums.
TB can throw her to the ducks.
Flip the kids a sedative, and
Yeah, right. Little Brandy never hurt anybody, right?
exactly.
All right. Anything else you got, Victor? You guys got anything for Victor?
No.
Where are my stretch goals?
They're being worked on.
Wow.
Yeah.
He's like, I have to turn off the camera for that.
Looking forward to books and glad to know you.
Yeah. Yeah, same Bear. I'm looking forward to your books too. So there we go. Yes, tell me about it.
Everybody's got books.
My problem isn't getting the work done. My problem is, we've run out of money. How do we move?
I have both problems. So
good. Okay, good.
So hey,
so, high five.
Yeah.
Exactly.
that way. Yeah.
Like nothing could have hit harder than two giant things that hit me. One, inflation, which was garbage because it raised costs on everything, and two, losing my art team or my artist who was doing it for a flat rate, to now having to pay artists, and everybody wants to be paid in American dollars. Yeah. Well, what's the exchange rate between Canada and America right now?
40% or something insane.
Yeah, I'm adding 40%, 40 cents to every dollar I have to pay out. Let me tell you, that made the pool go real fast.
Yeah. Now, in my case, I'm not going to get too much into it, but I had some family get into financial trouble, so I'm like helping them out. So it's kind of my money is kind of tied up in that right now. So,
well, I hope with that though, things smooth out. Have a good Christmas.
Yeah.
Next year's a new year, right? As we all like to say, it's not just a different day; it's a whole new year. It's gonna be a great year. It's gonna be a beautiful year, the best year. I'm looking forward to good stuff next year, and I hope season's greetings and blessings to you, sir. But,
same to you guys.
I'm going to bounce you out now because somebody is waiting. But no, Victor, thank you for spending time with us. And you're always welcome to the after show.
I'll keep a close eye on your topics, and I'll try to pick one soon that I can actually talk about. And for next year, and I'll join in.
I'm going to have the March and April topics actually done very soon.
Okay.
And Victor, stick around because somewhere about the halfway point when this is not going to work out, just like the hate didn't work out. He's going to be looking for more blood to come in and spice up the show. So
let me know if I need to jump back in. I'll be around.
Talk to you later.
Laters.
All right, and then we have Brian.
There he is.
I thought you were wearing a MAGA hat for a second. What is all that?
No, I'm wearing the Rocket City Trash Pandas. Anyways, hey everybody.
How are you?
Hello, Brian.
Look, I just wanted to come in and because literally it's a panel where I can say thank you to everybody here, not just Max.
No. You go to their shows for that.
I don't have a show.
Well,
Well,
as
who
you
you're
know-
SOL.
that charisma boy?
This show is Malachi's show.
Oh,
Oh,
Not
Oh.
his specifically, but
wow.
where you can find him on stream. But no, seriously, like this past year with everyone here, whether it was the Four Color Cafe or the Rando stream or just Malachi being nice to me, in the comment section, or whatever it is, like
Role playing
literally,
on Tuesdays with Sean.
or gaming on Tuesdays with Sean. Watching Sean's show or Sean coming into my chat, whatever it is. Again, I have a whole bunch of people here that I like, and so it's just thanks for doing what you do.
Have you been into the rum and eggnog?
Yes, all of it. No, just my monster.
Why weren't you sharing?
Are you being a bad Mormon?
No, I mean I am a bad Mormon, but I'm not. I haven't crossed that line yet.
Given
Anyway.
a Mormon friend of mine invited me out for coffee in the new year, you're a good Mormon. Because he's literally arguing me over which coffee shop to go to based on how good their coffee is.
I like to
Coffee
make
is
people
gross.
I like
No,
to make
it's
people
not.
angry at work when they do the whole coffee connoisseur thing and they press it and they grind their own. I'm like, dude, I have instant coffee. It's caffeine in a cup. That's all it is. So no, you don't drink. You don't drink instant coffee. Yeah, no, I actually just drink scoop, drink. So simple.
Anyways, so that's all I wanted to come in for. So
Well, no, and as everybody is just going to happen for everybody that pops on in here is no, thank you. I mean, honestly, you guys, whether you letting me on your stream, to talk to Brent Evans and Blaine Pardo, or being on the Four Color Cafe, also talking with is it Larry Elmore, and there was one other one that I was on, and I can't remember which one.
Maybe?
Was it
What's that?
Cass?
Or no. You with
Like
Zeb or
Zeb
you Tim Cask?
No, I wasn't on with either of them. Maybe it was just a Larry Elmore one.
Okay.
I felt like there was a second one I was on, but
Well, you were on one when I took a vacation.
oh yeah.
And Brian brought you in. And I'm like, well, fuck that. I'm not letting that go on. Nope. Because I didn't know you from Moses and I just had your channel to go by. And I'm like, this is going to get my show fucking demonetized.
and that's when I ruined everything. No, just kidding.
Well, no, but it's good. I mean, we got this community of folks. Some do live streams, some do Substack, some make games, some just to hang out in chat and so forth. Some lurk. Baldahar, where are you? But no, I appreciate everybody, and it's thank you to you guys, for making this fun. I mean, let's be honest, my audience, not completely, but I'd say has had a good 50% turnover since diving, since ranting to what we do now. There's about a 6 month to a year consternation in there where people are yelling at me about everything, but I think we're at a good place now. Now it's time to grow, but I think we're at a good place now. I think most of the people who were going to leave over that have left, and those who have found us since then have found us and enjoy it, and that's thanks to meeting folks like you guys from the Four Color Cafe side. And it's like you guys spreading the word also. I mean, look, I know I rubbed off you a little bit because you stole my show. Looking at you, Seraphis.
Can you blame me?
Well, I can.
Yeah.
Does it matter?
fair.
Does it matter if I
Yes.
do?
Clearly be blamed.
every
I thought-
day.
I thought it was a good idea. I mean, I actually think that more people should do it because we can only. Thank you, Brian Wade Dyer. Yes, I just got the chat now.
Yeah.
No, I think it's good to have more people cover more games. Now, how you do it, you guys are doing a strict read through. Some people like that. Some people find that boring as hell. I get it. It's not for everyone on that, but I think more people should do that to give people exposure to a game and what's really in it, especially if you guys are talking about it, not just reading it and saying, well, those are the words, folks. Let's go into the next paragraph, but say, okay, what does this paragraph mean? What does this section mean? How do you utilize it in the game? I think that's a good thing.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I mean, it is one of those things where it definitely it as a creator, it is hard because it's like, okay, we've got 3 people in chat. Why aren't we getting 5 people? Where are the 10 people that we had the last time? But it is one of those things where a lot of this does deserve some of its some attention that it's not getting. You know, all of it.
You'll work on your own like format. This is the first game you've done.
Right.
You'll end up working on your own format, what you find works for you, what doesn't work for you. So 2 things I look at, and this is for me, I'm not saying it's going to work for you. Yes, I am a little concerned when I see like 15 people watching when I'm used to having, say, 40 people watching. It's like, ooh, like I know with Absolute Power, people were just they're like, nope, 0 cares whatsoever, which, you know, sucks because we like Mark McKinnon, and you know it sucks that his game just doesn't get traction on our channel. With that said, I'm still getting views on it, so there are people who will come back and will find something. So as long as there's good information in there, what I've found is like if we just read and don't do anything, those videos don't get much, and you can tell because that means we're really not interested in the game anyway. We're just going through the motions to get through it. But if we read it and really discuss it, then the views keep popping. They're not like, you know, oh, skyrocketing, but, you know, we'll still keep consistent views over time. And that's actually the intent. And then if people want something shorter format or, guys, we don't care about you droning on reading the entire book all the time. Well, that's why we also have the overviews, you know.
Right. So anyways, all right. I'm being quote unquote yelled at. She's not actually yelling, but, you know, she was a little grumpy when I said I wanted to jump in.
Tell her to yell. To make it real, because we want the excitement.
They want to hear you yelling at me.
No, bang the pots and pans.
All right, or banging some pots and pans.
Get off the computer and date with me, you loser!
Whoa!
Clipping that. That's getting clipped. Oh, thank you, Brian. Have a great date night. Bye, Kim.
Real quick,
I just like the use of date as an adjective. You know, date with me.
No.
Yeah.
That's a specific reference. I'll explain it later. But anyways, everybody, thanks, and we'll talk to you next time.
Have a good night, man. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
You know, I've been doing a bad job of reading the chat here. That's one of the weirdest things for me, and I don't know if you've gotten this, Bear. I'm sure you have, because even though your channel's smaller, you have a significant number of viewers that we share an audience with. But I've had a bunch of people say that we've somehow inspired them to like do their own channel. Maybe it's because you know what they're telling me? They're telling me I suck and they can do it better. Never mind, screw all those people. No, but
welcome to the after show where Max has an emotional or existential crisis, and we coach him through it for 3 hours until it's the wee hours of the morning, and he just.
So you guys chose to have an intervention with me. I didn't choose that.
Yeah, whatever. The best was Malachi. I don't want to be intervened tonight. That was the
best. Was I saying? Oh, but just the fact. I mean, hey, if somehow, even if that is the reason, well, you suck and I can do it better. And to be fair, I talked to Brian about this beforehand. He liked the idea. Like, yeah, do it. Like, first of all, I can't stop you even if I wanted to. Secondly, like if it's something you want to do and you think it'll be fun, and I think that him and Seraphis going through. I mean, I can't stand Eberron, so it's really difficult for me to sit there and listen to it. But you know, they talk about it, they go through it, they don't just read it. I think they can get a little better at that, but they don't just read it. They talk about what it means for the context of the game. So if you want to deeper dive into something, right now, just Eberron, go check them out. And Timothy, I'm doing something you guys won't do. I think we've made characters before, but maybe the way you're going about it is different. But we don't focus on it. I have some character creation videos for various games. I think, though, that you making, like, let's make a glitter boy, let's make a headhunter, let's make a different type of headhunter, let's make a ley line walker, let's make a whole other type of ley line, you know, something like that can absolutely be beneficial for people because they can see, you really got to get into the why. In a game like Palladium that has a lot of choices, for character creation videos, you got to tell them why. Why did you pick that skill versus something else? Yeah. Why did you pick that equipment versus something else? You know,
I like turtles.
What's that?
I like turtles.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
He's referring to the candy, I think. So
Turtles,
rah, rah,
yeah,
rah.
I think that's again only in Canada though. I don't think they have them in the States. Do they?
Maybe. And even that
Is it banned?
jingle is 30 years old now. I don't
Yes,
think they use it
but
anymore.
I'm 54, so
Yeah, I've been.
I get to watch videos where they go in the late 80s, early 90s, and I'm like, yesterday, yes, continue
Yeah.
talking.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No, that's how you know that you're either old or getting old is when you're like, dude, that just happened. Dude, that was 1994. What did
Yeah.
just
Oh my God.
happen?
Dude, I just saw a picture of an actress from the 90s, and I was like, oh my God, she's old. And I looked at her age. I'm like, oh my God, she's the same age as me. Oh my God, the 90s was 30 years ago. What the hell? Like, Jesus.
Well, Nerdy Ogre, we're going to disappoint you next year. Because the first two games are covering. We start with Rules Cyclopedia and then AD&D Second Edition.
Oh wow. Are you? Is that your digest? Where the
Yeah. RPG Digest, yeah. We're going kind of old school next year. So every game is either a game. I don't want to say it's meant to be out of print, but it's either out of print or it's an earlier edition. So we're doing. I don't know if we're gonna have time for it because I went through mine. And I'm taking like 9 months out of the year. We're probably gonna have to cut a game out based on depending on video length and how I do this. But we're covering Rules Cyclopedia, AD&D Second Edition, Alternity, Earth Dawn, Shadowrun, and if there's time, Star Wars D6.
I can't wait for the Alternity one. That's one game I would have loved to have gotten to play back in the day.
Yeah, same here. That is I think somebody asked this on one of the live streams in the last couple of weeks. Was like, is there one game that you wish you could have played that you hadn't or something like that? And yeah, Alternity is always it. I only have one complaint now. This is to be fair. I haven't played it, but I only have one complaint about Alternity. I don't like its skill system. No. I like its skill system. I don't like its skill list.
Okay.
I would personally, I would reconfigure the skill list, but everything else about it in my like little personal play testing and so forth, I really like it. It blows my mind in a good way when someone will comment on a video from 2 or more years ago. Yeah, I know. I like it when they comment on it and don't timestamp it. They'll be like, oh, you know what? No, that's such a dumb way to do this. And you're like, what are you talking about? The video is I don't even remember the video I did last week, let alone 2 years ago.
I'd be the same way.
Actually, most of our old content, strangely, Heathen Dog is starting to get a bunch of hits on his old Hero Kids video. That's one of our oldest videos. Like he covered that one like 7-8 years ago. And she's got another comment on that recently. I think it's our number one most watched video.
Well, the fact that the company has it on their blog.
Yeah, it's pretty deep down there though, isn't it?
Yeah.
I know at one point it was at the top, but
yeah, but if they're looking for a video on a game they're interested for their kids, it's a good way to get hits.
Yeah, and he did those his what do you call it, TTRPG fundamentals or whatever he called it at that point. He did it very similar to how he's doing the overviews right now. So it's that same kind of format. Hey, if we need to do more kids RPGs, well, hey, look at that. 2026. Yeah, I'm already starting to figure out what I want to do for 2026. I haven't got through 2025 yet. Not even into 2025, and I'm like, I gotta get those Kevin Crawford games, man. By then, there's gonna be a fourth one. Stars Without Number, Cities Without Number, Worlds Without Number, and Ashes Without Number.
That's kind of
Numbers Without Number. That's the one I'm waiting for.
Numbers Without Number.
I mean, I like what he does with the system and everything. I'm a really big fan of his work, but just the number series, it's just like they're so big. The books are so expensive. It's just hard.
Well, I think he suffers from the same thing that many, many, many game designers suffer from. And I say suffer like it's a horrible thing. I think it's just the way the modern books are written. I personally don't like this, but it's just the way books are written now. And that means it includes the player section, the game master section, and the monster section all into one book. And that's something I don't like. I don't like a book where I get it and the players are, I want the players to have their own books, but now they have access to all the monsters as well. Not that they couldn't buy the other books, but you get what I'm saying. Like, I like the old school player's handbook, game master guide, and monster manuals, or put the monsters in with the game master stuff. Even kind of like Earth Dawn 4th Edition did. Put the monsters in with the game master stuff because that is game master information.
OSE did a neat thing where they printed up the player's tome with just the player facing stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you can have the full tome with everything, and then the player's tome you can just pass around to the table.
Yeah, and then the box sets are really nice.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, Cody, I picked up Alternity, right as things were happening to us in the Air Force. We thought it was going to be using the D&D rules because none of us had been fully exposed to GURPS. Gamma World had been exposed to Gamma World. So we thought that it was going to be Dungeons and Dragons. And when it wasn't Dungeons and Dragons, we all kind of just locked up. We had like this ice cream brain freeze where you just, and we ended up not playing it. And it wasn't until sometime later that I looked back and I said, that was a mistake. We should have played it. The old Beckme rule companion. You mean rule cyclopedia?
No, that's probably what Raiden means.
Yeah.
The cyclopedia was meant to be an all-in-one compilation of course, the Beckme rules, but the box sets individually had the distinction of the separation player's book had DM's book, right?
Except one. Expert
was all in one.
And let's be honest, the rules compendium is not a Beckme
product.
It's a Bessem product because the eye
they left out the eye.
Yeah, they left out the eye because they were working on Wrath of the Immortals, and that changed everything.
Which I heard is stupid. I've never read it, but I heard it's stupid.
I hear it's better than the original box set for Immortals.
The PDF somewhere, but I never read it.
Yeah, me neither.
I got it. The PDF was free, which was nice.
Yeah, that's why I grabbed it. Figure I'd have it if I wanted to get around to it, but I mean, playing Immortals, if you're going to play it naturally and properly and organically as opposed to just starting there, I mean, what campaign is actually going to get to that point, because you start with a level 1 character, you got to get a level 36, then you got to go through one of the paths to immortality.
Yeah.
And one of them, I think one of the path, the fighter path, involves you getting the level 36, then going back to level 1 and doing it all over again.
Oh.
What kind of experience points were people handing out back then?
Yeah, exactly. It's like, does anybody know anyone who actually went through that process properly without fudging? I doubt it.
We just started with immortal characters.
Yeah, most people would, but I could be hysterical. I mean, how long would it take you to get from 1 to 36 even? I mean, that's a multi-year process, even if you're playing like weekly.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I had the Beckme stuff, and before Lulu shit-canned me, I have all the players in one book and all the dungeon masters in one other book. So I have 2 tomes, but it has all the books just in order.
Right. That's
I merged them together that way. But then I got Rule Cyclopedia. It's like, well, that kind of defeated that purpose. I gotta be honest. I'm reading through Rule Cyclopedia a little bit right now just to prepare for next year, and I just have to say this: for being basic D&D, I think it's more complicated than second edition.
There's a lot cooking. Rule Cyclopedia, like Beckme Basic D&D, once you add it all up, once you put it all together, it becomes pretty comprehensive.
When you have just B and X, it's a really easy, smooth system, easy to house rule, easy to make stuff for. But you add companion master, that adds some layers like weapon mastery.
Yeah, I don't like weapon mastery. If I'm going to use weapon mastery, I'm just going to play second edition, have weapon proficiencies and specialization.
No, they're better in basic. Like the
basically what they did in basic is they gave you weapon proficiencies. That's all it is.
Yeah, that's reading it. That's what I've come across. I'm like, then what's the point? Like,
it is different, though. It's very different from second ed and advanced.
Yeah.
It's ironic. The AD&D weapon mastery system is less involved, less advanced than the Beckme weapon mastery.
Mm-hmm.
I did a whole video on it earlier this year.
Okay. Oh, that's cool. I might have to actually watch that before we get to that part. Not that I was confused by it, but just to make sure that I didn't miss anything. Because because I knew that elves and dwarves also leveled a bit differently, but I didn't really pay attention to like what really happens, because the complaint is like, oh great, I can get to 8th level. Oh, look at that, 8th level, I'm done. Everybody else is going to 36. Like, no, you're still leveling up.
They're still getting, they just don't call it leveling. Yeah,
I really wish that the book would just let you level like a normal character. But that's the funny thing, because if you look at their saving throws, it'll be like, at level 1 through 5, 19 levels, 6 through 10. So what did I say? 19, 16 at levels 11 and above 4. Like, that's a pretty big jump that you all of a sudden had there just by moving up. But yeah, it just really seemed that it is actually more convoluted for being a basic game. It's way more convoluted than second edition. But
yeah, because you would get the letters for your combat options, but you wouldn't get anything else, like no hit points.
Well, you'd get because your saves would already be down there. You wouldn't. You're right. You wouldn't get hit points, but you'd get the combat. Basically, you'd be combat viable, but ultimately, a human is going to be a better way to go.
Yeah. Now, if you look into Mystara, I have the Elves of Alpine.
Oh no, never mind. I'm thinking Hollow World. Never mind. Sorry.
Yeah, Hollow World is in Mystara.
Yeah, Hollow World sucks.
Yeah, but elves can go up to 36, and there's a dwarf cleric class in the Dwarves of Rockholm that I think can go to 36. So they were exploring other options in Mystara.
I like the Gazetteers.
Accept that you're taking a demi-human, you get your superpowers, but the cost is the long-term limitation. That's it.
Yeah.
Stop whining that you can only go so far in a game where you're not likely to get to the end anyway.
Yeah.
Well, 100% agree with that. Also,
we're losing Bear.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was falling asleep.
Well, good. Then let's talk to Mondo Hand instead.
Mondo Hand!
What's up?
Hello, what's going on? Thanks for popping in.
I had to come on here live because I've only been here like a number of months, listening to listen to your streams, and
appreciate that.
They're great. I love all these panels you guys have, like the old school GMs, because I'm 53, and so we got some older
somebody's
guys.
older than me. Yes,
I feel young. One of us.
Yeah, I'm older.
Yeah. So it's always great to hear your panels that you have, all their perspective, and because I'm like one of those forever GMs and get to rarely play, and I'm fine with that, but I love it, like I hear Beer say all the time, it's a great outlet from the world and all the crap that's going on and your lives and stuff, and man, I always make sure I listen to all of them, even if I'm having to listen to it later, because it's a lot of great input, and you're doing a great job, and you always have great panels. Like, all these guys are great.
Well, I appreciate that. I also appreciate the fact that that you and Bane and recently Kevin Sullivan have been commenting on like every video, so I like that as well. So even if it's just to like, hey, watch this one, that was awesome. I absolutely appreciate that. Well, I'm glad you like them. I mean, I know that we have some duds out there. I'm not gonna lie. I'll go in the after show sometimes and be like, that just sucked. And it's usually when I have these three guys. No, I mean, but no, I absolutely appreciate that that we're providing something that you like out there. And thank you to you guys for watching and for, I think you said that you're driving, and is that you that said that you drove? Or is that somebody else? Uh-oh.
No, I've listened to you like while grocery shopping and
okay.
Doing all kinds of other things.
Walk through the mall. He's got on speakerphone. We're cursing. This stupid mother.
I'll be like at the store, and like, you guys crack me up. Like, there's always the funny parts, and I always have like my phone like tucked away and people think I'm insane because I'm sitting here laughing in a line at the grocery store, and there's like I'm talking to nobody. So it's and then Bear is so comical. Like, he cracks me up all the time. Like, his comments and his sense of humor.
He's so silly.
It's so it's great. It has everything, and I think, and I hope it keeps growing and growing and growing, and because I know it's a lot of work. Like, I don't know how all you guys do it. It's a lot of work. So I try to support like definitely all your guys' channels, but appreciate what you do, Max, and hopefully 2025 will, get better and better.
I hope so, but no, seriously, I thank you guys. I mean, this is why I'm doing the show today. It's because whether you've been watching for a couple months or for a few years, I mean, all you guys, I love the fact that you watch. I'm at a loss for words when it comes to this part of it because I don't want to sound redundant to the same thing to everybody that pops in, but that's what it is. It's appreciation and it's thank you to all of you for your time because obviously you're spending a lot of time listening, so that's good, especially if you're doing it in the store. You're trying to look insane for us, which I really appreciate. But thank you for hanging out with us.
Well, and it's actually perfect timing too because it was just a couple days ago that your T-shirt showed up in the mail.
Oh, which one? Which one did you get?
It was like the one that you wear all the time, the black one with just the logo on the front, like the one you wear.
The G.I. Joe looking one.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then Bear's T-shirt showed up too, like the next
nice.
day.
What shirt did you buy from me?
The heroic one with the comic. With the
three characters. Yeah.
I love that. I love those shirts, man. Like there's the artwork's awesome and
AI.
It's just
smart
Not
tools.
AI. Yes.
So it's I think people who don't really dive into this don't realize how much effort and work you guys do between streaming and working on games and GMing games. I mean, it's like it really is like a load to do. So.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know how Bear does it because he's got his book and he's like going hardcore into his book and he's running the multiple games, even if it is like for us, was it once a month? But he's got you got 2 that are once every 2 weeks or something.
You know what? I can tell you if you give me quickly a moment to look it up.
Got that, and
I've got. Okay, hang on, real fast because it's just Google. It's got to load the page. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 bi-weekly games, 1 monthly game, and 1 weekly game.
And live streams. And
yeah, but I'm gonna be doing a lot less of that in the new year.
Oh, okay.
I got shit to work on. I got to make money, man.
No, I hear you, and this right here is if you do it the way I do it, is a lot more work than a lot of people are willing to put into it. I'm not saying that about Bear. I'm just talking in general.
I'm not willing to put in the work.
And when people find out how much I put in the background, like all you do is sit there and just talk. Like I wish that's all I did. I make my sit here and talk and then have nothing else to do until the next week I talk. That'd be great. I wish it was that easy, but it's not. So I'm glad. I'm happy you recognize that stuff. But the reason I put in that effort is one, I'm a creature of habit, but more importantly is because people like you watch and enjoy it, and I want to provide the best thing that I can within my skill set.
Yeah, you're doing a good job. I always like the streams too when you guys are talking about all the different games and like how we all like kind of start off when you're like, I guess there's people who start off like different ages, but I always like, I never like really write anything, but like when Bear would talk about D&D, like I would like always like agree with a lot of things he says about like D&D, but it's where I started from D&D, first edition, because it was like I was just a little kid and everyone thought me and my friends were like devil worshippers because we played D&D like first edition. It was, and we didn't know what they were talking about, but yeah, I mean, I'm a total Palladium fantasy, fanboy, but just like, I totally agree. Like play what you like to play. If it does it for you, then go for it. But I always like everyone's perspective, the people that run games, because it's just cool. Like everyone has their different opinions.
Yeah, contrary to popular belief out there, and I don't mean, again, people on the panel, I'm just talking in general, it's like people think that I'm a one-trick pony in terms of like, oh, it has to be my way or no way. I mean, honestly, yeah, I'm pretty stubborn when it comes to stuff like that, but I actually do appreciate that Malachi plays differently, that Sean plays different, and Sean's going to be on the third. If we get a panel built, he's going to be on the third. We're going to talk about a style of play that I absolutely can't stand, but I think it's interesting, and I think it's good to put out there and find the strength. So maybe he'll convince me. Maybe I'll be like, that is convert me, convert me to it. But it's important to still put it out there for people to know that just because it's not for me doesn't mean it's not for you.
Right. Yeah. It was funny because me and my friends have always been like the fantasy. It's always been like our genre. But my one buddy that's in my tabletop group for Palladium Fantasy, these guys have been my friends I've been GMing these guys for like 30 years.
Oh wow!
And we're all around the same age. But my one friend, every time we're in between like campaigns or whatever, he'll GM Cyberpunk. And I know when Bear was like always talking about Cyberpunk, man, I actually like love that game. Like that is.
Thank you, but we're here to talk about how awesome Max is tonight. Because
no. We can talk about how awesome the entire panel is.
How awesome I am. Okay? When you're awesome, it radiates.
I think Max, like you should, if you haven't played Cyberpunk, you should give it a try.
I have not recently, but I have back in the 90s. I played a bit of Cyberpunk 2020. Yes, it's how I come to the conclusion that I think netrunners in Cyberpunk are much are handled by the rules much better than deckers in Shadowrun. Cyberpunk, I think, actually put some thought into how netrunners should be run, and I liked its system for that. I also like its location hits. I can't talk. Damage location. I like that better as well. That's just a personal preference, but I like damage locations. So I'm a fan of Cyberpunk. It's just I don't know. There's something about Shadowrun and magic, man. I like having the magic in the game as well.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I was like, hey, I'm not sure if I would like Cyberpunk, and then he started running it, and I was. But yeah, I mean, I think if you dive into it a bit, you'll enjoy it.
It's one of the games on the list for the future, but that's like far future that I want to go through. It's just unfortunately it didn't make the cut for this year. But all right, I'm going to let you go. Any final words anybody wants to say to Mondo Hand, or anything that you've got on the table there, Mondo Hand, you want to get off your chest?
Yeah, I have to go to a company Christmas party, so it's great to see all you guys.
You as well, and thank you very much for popping in. Thanks for listening to our nonsense that we do, and I hope you have a very Merry Christmas.
Hey,
Mondo,
you too.
Don't forget, a Christmas party for work still work.
Right, that's true. Yeah.
The amount of people over the years I've seen fuck themselves up by thinking it's a regular party, it's work.
And one thing I noticed about Christmas parties is when you think, because I don't hang out with really people I work with, but you think you know them, and then all of a sudden they get liquored up.
Well, they still allow liquor. They don't allow liquor at any of the Christmas parties that we have anymore.
And then I was like, wow, I really didn't know these people.
All right, Mondo, again, thank you very much. I really do appreciate you. I'm glad you took the time to talk to us. I'm going to read a super chat here, and then I've got somebody else to pop in after you, but thanks again.
All right, guys. We'll see you next time.
Mondo. Have a good time at your party.
All right. Thanks a lot.
All right, let me read this super chat here, and then, wow, that just jumped. Doc Flamingo, there we go, I can read. For $5 says, it's well known that only second edition players are unholy devil worshippers. No, sir, we can't be. There are no devils or demons in second edition. Take that.
Ooh, yeah.
We're Tanari and Baatsu worshippers. All right, but thank you for the $5. I appreciate that. And we'll bring in Jim Bloodworth. How you doing, sir?
Hey, guys. So I actually had to dig it out of the drawer. So I'm going to say thank you for. I think Legion of Myth. Max had invited me on his channel probably about like 3 years ago, and it was the first. It was the first live stream that I had gone in on someone else's channel. So I
apologize for anything I said that day.
For that, and it was the longest stream of my lifetime. We literally went. It was like 2:30 in the morning. By the time
I thought you were on an RPG Digest one. I thought your first one was when you came and talked about Beck Me.
Yeah, it probably was, and that lasted like 7 hours.
No. That RPG Digest never went that long. That was the chill streams that went that long.
It was one of those.
Okay.
But anyway, it was certainly way back when. I actually would have to check my archive to see, or your archive to see how far back it was. But that was one of the first, or your channel was one of the first channels that that I had come on. After I had started my own channel, and it really did. You
were supposed to come on and talk to us when we had that group panel with me, Grim, so on and so forth, but you couldn't make it, and that's when you substituted an OGGM.
Right.
Yeah, no, actually, you were on one of my favorite shows that we had, at least as far as making a segment from, is that's the one where it's like, it's okay to be wrong. And I actually send that video on occasion to people when they get really, really, really potentially, you got to stop doing this. It's like, dude, it's all contextual, man. If I'm giving you the history of BattleTech and I get it wrong, correct me. If I'm just saying, there's war in 3030 and this is what happened. No, it's actually 3028. Shut up. Nobody cares.
Close enough for government work.
Right. It's close enough for the context of what we're talking about. And Bloodworth was on that one, yeah.
Yeah, I remember one he was on. I think you were talking about the Dragonlance for 5e stuff, and Heathen Dog walked out.
I know we talked about that. I remember Heathen Dog walking out. Was Bloodworth on that one?
I think so.
I was probably, maybe I was on like 3.
Yeah, I know I've been on a few, yeah.
At least 3. Was that the one when I think you're right, Malachi. I think you're right. Like he, not because he was angry at either of us. I think.
No, he was mad at WotC.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, well, yeah. That's when they. That's when they were first having That's when they were in the lawsuit with Tracy Hickman and Margaret Weiss. So that was after the first. That's when the novel issue came up.
Yeah, the novel issue.
They had already written the first 2, and then they tried to get them to change the third, and they wouldn't, and whatnot. And ultimately, Hickman and Weiss won that. Suit.
Did they ever finish those novels?
The new ones, yeah.
Did they? That's funny.
They released at least the first one and probably 2, right? I don't know if they've released the third or not.
None of my Dragonlance fans, and I have a lot of friends back home because we kind of grew up with the whole Dragonlance thing, are huge Dragonlance fans. Literally none of them, because I've always said, and I'm saying today, I will read the book if my friends tell me that they're good. But I'm scared that it's just gonna be WotC nonsense, so I'm not interested in reading them. Nobody's told me anything about the books. I kind of thought maybe they weren't put out or anything.
The first one I got it on audio, and because that's my primary source now, because especially back then, because I was still driving 3 hours a day, so audiobooks is the way to go. And the main character is just like an unlikable character. I mean, just so far off from what Tracy Hickman and Margaret Weiss used to write, to the point that I was like, you know what? I guess they have changed over 30, 40 years as well, and their either writing style or characterization or whatnot. It's hard to catch lightning in the bottle twice,
Yeah,
So
I would love to have an off the record with somebody like Weiss and Hickman to ask them things, again, where they can come in with sensors in my room, make sure I'm not bugging them or whatever, just to really get their opinion. Because something tells me, if you look at a lot of their tweets, and I'm not on Twitter, but I get, wind of them, and you look at some of the things that they've written, sure, if they've backtracked on some of them, apologized for some of them, whatever, because the world cancel culture is kind of making them do that at one point, but I'm wondering if they really are in support of that stuff. Like,
I don't know if they like to the full extent. I know that like Tracy Hickman more recently, he was the one that put out that dual image,
the tradition,
characters, tradition versus modernity, and. So he's probably a little bit more based than Margaret Weiss is, just based on the few tweets that I've seen him do. But for the most part, I think that they just they try to stay out of the fray, which is perfectly fine too. But that I was not blown away, and I'm a huge Dragonlance fan. And I was not blown away by that first novel.
Well, then still, what? The fact that I haven't read it and I have no plans to read it right now doesn't hurt me. So
it's just the main character was unlikable. I was like, you know what? If she died, I wouldn't care. It's like, but there was no real backup characters for me that you could grasp onto either. It was you can't catch lightning in the bottle twice.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I didn't like Mina from the War of the Souls either when they did that, but I understood why that book was done. That book or that series was done to transition from TSR D&D to WotC D&D, so they had to kind of make it conform to that stuff. I get it, but yeah. But it's supposed to be a positive show. So to talk positively, no, I've actually appreciated when you're on the show. Sorry, you and I haven't talked in like a year or so until I jumped into your stream because I saw it on. I was like, crap, I haven't seen Bloodworth in like a year. So I'm normally busy.
It's been just, bouncing back and forth and seeing so many things. And Friday night is usually my gaming night,
right?
So Friday nights I'm like, you know what? I'm looking back to,
Oh, you're cutting out.
Doing kind of thing. It's I still watch her stuff. I still was following along with the Palladium stuff. Waiting for my Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles physical copies to come in. What is that, in March now? I think it is.
Yeah, well, so they had a lot of people that jumped in, wanted to provide art for it. They're kind of people you can't say no to.
Yeah.
Right.
So they had that. Sean was doing another pass over the book itself to make sure it's what he wants it to be. It's a very fine line. I don't know how much I'm allowed to say, but it's a very fine line between modernizing versus no, keeping it the same, mostly in the form of layout and so forth. So he's just trying to make sure that that's being done well. Is it going to look and sound and read exactly like the original? No. Is it going to be 98% there? Yeah.
Yeah.
So
So I'm just really, really anxious to get that because that's something I actually want to run. Because it is so nostalgic for me too. Because we played that back in the day, and it was like, it was just like it was our replacement for Toon, which we loved playing Toon.
Really, I could never Okay, I suck as a game master. Somebody clip that. I could never run Toon, but then again, I could never play Toon either. I love it. I have the books. Wherever they are back there.
Yeah.
I love it conceptually, but my brain is too serious for it.
Just you're supposed and the way we ran it was that we would run it for like a half an hour, and that's it. It was just like
a Saturday morning cartoon.
Yeah, just like a cartoon. If you try to do more with it than that, then you're the mechanics just don't support. It's not like you're going to run a campaign. It's like or even a series of adventures. It is very, very episodic, and the more ridiculous you get with it, the better. So you have to come into it with a totally different mindset. That no, I'm going to play something just to be freaking goofy for a half an hour, and then you go back to your your seriousness of second edition Call of Cthulhu or second edition Villains and Vigilantes if you want to go with supers and your AD&D first edition at the time. Go ahead, Bear. I'm sorry.
I said if you want to do Villains and Vigilantes, if you like superheroes and doing math, V&V 2E. Play that.
I love the math in Villains and Vigilantes. Absolutely love the crunchiness of it.
Not for me.
There's only one crunchy game that I can think of off the top of my head that I enjoy, and everybody here has probably heard me say it a million times, but that's Battlelords of the 23rd Century. No, Earthdawn isn't crunchy. At least I don't think it's crunchy, but no, Battlelords of the 23rd Century is my guilty pleasure game. I generally don't like a lot. So here's my issue with math in most games. Not that there's math. I think that a game is a game and there's a game aspect to the game. And I'm going to keep saying the word game to remind people that it's a game. But people turn that into just pure min-maxing and literally telling other people you're playing wrong because you didn't do the perfect build and so forth. One of the things that irks me about games like Champion and so forth, I like the system. I have no issues with the system. But, man, if you don't make your character perfect, somebody at the table will be like, I can't believe you did that when you could have used a multi-power and had a quarter less points. Like, oh, my God, I made something fun and it works,
Yeah.
But
I'm having fun. That's what matters.
Well, how can you have fun if your character's wrong? You could have had more fun if you would have made it better. But so when it comes to
the next one's going to be even worse,
right?
Yep.
It's like, I like making thematic characters. Characters have themes. I don't care if it's perfect. No, if you would have taken this other power, it synergizes with this perfectly. Yeah, but I made my character just nice and simpler, based all in fire, and that's water, or that's vacuum, or that's rocks or whatever. It's like, no, I wanted my character to be all fire. Yeah, but look at what you get if you do that, and they combine it. It's still like magma. That's still kind of fire, right? It's like, no, I wanted my character to be like. Some people are just like, no, you have to do what the best numbers are, and that's the only thing about math and games I generally don't like.
Yeah.
Meow. But no, Bloodworth, seriously, thank you for all the times you've been on. I've actually thought about it over the last few months that it's like I hadn't talked to you in so long. But I did know that you had your game and you were doing stuff over in your channel, and I was busy as hell over here, and I'm hopefully making things a bit more efficient. But I've always enjoyed the times that you've been on. Hopefully you can do it some more. I'll happily go over and visit you on your channel if I've got time to do so. I think it's fun.
You're always welcome, and anybody here, you guys are always welcome to jump on my my live streams. I don't do that many live streams. I try to, I time them up. For usually like a Thursday night is like one of my times that I try to do them, and now I've been trying to squeeze them in on like Sundays or whatever. The only other time I'm doing live streams is when I'm interviewing somebody, so those I do as live streams. And I know you want to keep this positive, but I did a pretty negative live stream last night, the one you popped in on, because I was pissed. I was pissed off about
was that the one I hung out, or the one I did the drive-by?
The one you did a drive-by.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I couldn't hang out, unfortunately.
Last night?
Yeah, I think it was yesterday, day before, yeah.
Last night, yeah. Last night it was impromptu, 5 o'clock, actually. It was 5 o'clock p.m.
You weren't mad at that guy that you had on, were you? Because he seemed like...
No. It wasn't with him. It was with it was with a political T-shirt, like, hey, this is what I'm thinking of wearing at the next convention I go to. And I was like, I got really pissed off because I was like, why would you go into a convention space looking to piss other people off? It's like, it's totally what a convention is not meant to be. You know what I'm saying? You're inserting politics into, and I don't care what your politics are, you're not inserting politics into a gaming space where people are oftentimes spending hundreds of dollars to be there. And the last thing they want is some douchebag walking around wearing a T-shirt that's saying whatever political nonsense. It's not even positive political nonsense. It's, I don't mind if you're going and you're wearing a Joe Biden T-shirt or, that's not, what I'm talking about. It's like if you're going in there and saying, if you voted this way, you're an asshole kind of, T-shirt. It's like, all right, that's the kind of thing. I don't
know. I look at going to a convention, like a gaming convention. If you're wearing a MAGA hat or a Biden Harris hat, that's like the people who, we were talking about this the other day. That's like the people who open carry. It's legal, but like I have a firearm on me at almost all moments of my life, but I don't open carry it because you're just asking for trouble. You're daring people, and you're like, look at me, look at how cool I am. Look, my drop holster, I've got a nice quick like a draw from that thing because it's in a perfect spot, but I'm not going to wear it out in public because that's just like, it's like those douche nozzles who walk around Walmart with their AR-15s. Look, I can do it. It's my Second Amendment right. Yes, I agree, but you're doing this just for the attention, right? Stop it.
Especially strapped across their back in a way that there's no way that they can reach that without actually using it. It's like, that's a dumbest way.
I feel the same thing about wearing, say, like a MAGA hat at a convention or a Biden Harris hat. It's like, really,
asking for, actually, that was one of the most recent 12-hour bans I got on Twitter was for pointing out that the way the woman was carrying the shotgun strapped over her back, not only was it impossible for her to actually put it to use, but it was the perfect way to grab her from behind, swing her down to the floor, and pin her using her own shotgun, across the back of her neck. And
how did you get banned for that?
Because it was promoting violence.
Yeah.
Oh,
I got a 12-hour ban for saying I wanted to slap that smug look off of somebody's face.
Yeah, but I wasn't even saying it as a, this is what should be done to her. I was like, this is the position that she put herself into. She put herself into such a vulnerable position. I said, and I tried to argue. I was like, I was just trying to be instructive as like, this is how not to carry.
Well, that's your mistake. You were mansplaining to a woman how to carry a firearm.
Yeah, it was like, oh, okay, whatever. At least it was only a 12-hour ban and not a permanent ban like I got when I got suckered into answering the question, did they go far enough? Never answer that question when you say it, because if you say your honest answer, you'll get a permanent ban. I got a permanent ban for that. I was like, no, he survived. Boom, gone. So that was my first Twitter account that got permanently banned, was just because I said, no, he survived. So, but that was old Twitter.
Yeah, I had a permanent ban on old Twitter. Musk, not right away, but Musk did make my account. I had to actually reappeal, but when I reappealed, I got my account back.
Oh, really? I never even bothered.
I reappealed, and the thing was, I could prove that the guy sent me DMs threatening me.
Oh, okay.
So I was like, why did I get banned? But he's allowed to openly threaten me. Privately. When I'm saying a generalization, like die in a fire, when I used to say stuff like that all the time, people who do this need to die in a fire, whatever. He literally sent me a threat. And I'm like, okay. I say, now I don't take, maybe I should, but I don't really take that stuff seriously. But I was angry that I got banned, but he sent me a threat. Dorsey Twitter didn't care. Musk Twitter looked at that and said, oh, crap, we will take action on his account. I'm like, thank you.
Yeah.
So, but no, cool. Well, I'm going to let you go here in a second, Bloodroot, but seriously, thank you for the years of fun, coming on the show and hanging out and chat.
Thank you for everything that you're covering and everything, because, like I said, I know someone earlier said it was like your channel is the go-to channel for Palladium, because you really don't see Palladium anywhere else, you know, and Earth Dawn as well, and other stuff is, you have to drink. You're not drinking anymore when someone says Earth Dawn. So I'll raise one to you as well.
I need to get more alcohol.
Yeah. So, but anyway, everyone, enjoy your holidays, coming on up. And as always, I look forward to, I'll catch you next stream, which I'm assuming will be after the initial holiday, right? So you'll probably be on next Friday.
It's members only next week, and then the 3rd, if I can get the panel together. Right now, Mage's Musings. Do you do troop style play?
I do, yeah.
Me? No.
Okay, so it's the 3rd of January is going to be about troop style play, and multiple characters and campaigns. I don't know if they do rotating DMs he's gonna let us know. But so I'm looking for 2 more people for that one, because right now it's just me and Sean. But that's awesome. Thanks again. I hope you have a Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, Happy New Year. Do you guys have anything you want to talk to Bloodworth about, or am I kicking him out?
Nope.
Everyone, you have a great one, and I'll see you.
You'll see us in Robot Land. He just went all robotic on us.
My robot.
Cyborg.
I need to head over to.
You're frozen.
Okay. Figure out how to sign out.
Yeah, no, I'll push you up, but we can hear you now. You actually froze up there.
Okay. Everyone, have a great holiday, and I'll see you in about a week or so.
Sounds good, man.
All right,
Later.
take it easy.
All right. Yeah, I actually did. I really enjoyed having him on the shows when when he was on, and like I said, he's on one of my favorite shows that I did, which is It's Okay to Be Wrong, because we had a couple people that would just absolutely spurg out on us because, he'd say something like, oh, you climb a hill and, you get your +2 modifier, so you get your bonus. It's actually a +3. How can you talk about a game when you don't even know what the hell you're talking about? I was like, because the modifier was just to keep the story going. Yeah, right. And it's just funny how pedantic some of these folks get. And yeah, I know people, you do too, but I do couch it. If I'm watching Bear, do a stream and he says something wrong about BattleTech, I'm like, it was really this, unless he is specifically trying to get like the history of BattleTech right or whatever. But
actually, I would never talk about BattleTech on my streams because it is for losers.
Well, actually, we have somebody else to talk to.
Oh, what's up, Doc?
Hey, Doc, how you doing?
Hey, Doc.
Wow.
First time caller, long time listener.
This is supposed to be a positive show. I do not avow anything that they said about you being a loser, sir, until you say what you're going to.
I heard.
I appreciate that, and you, Max, are my favorite dirty, treacherous Capellan scum.
I saw that coming. She sing meow. Did you ever hear the story about why I became a Capellan?
I assume just because you're a horrible person. So
well, see, that would make sense, and I get that. The quick version of it is we were doing a play-by-mail game. I think it came out of Battle Technology. We were basically doing a play-by-mail game, and somebody had already taken one guy who was all into anime and so forth. He always had to play House Kurita all the time, so he played House Kurita. And the other guy picked House Davian, and to be fair, at that time, House Davian was the house I liked. I mean, it was the Western society. I didn't really know much about him. To be fair, I wasn't into the lore at that point. We were just putting little miniatures or tic-tacs or whatever on a map field and playing. But in order to do this play-by-mail thing, I had to learn a little bit about what the house was. So somebody ended up stealing Steiner from me because I was like, well, I'm German. Let's do Steiner. Like, damn it. So my choice was between American and Liao. And I was like, who's the little green guy? Oh, you don't want to be them. Why not? Well, they lose all the time. I'm like, okay, it sounds like fun, like cool. And then the guy started telling me about him. Well, they're like Russian, Soviet. Well, I was a junior in high school when we were doing this thing, so I was like, вы говорите по-русски, я говорю по-русски. I'm like, yes, this is awesome. In Russian class, I can do this. The Maskarovka. I was like, and I just kind of wanted to dive into it more. And then I started kicking their asses. I started winning. That game ended up no longer being played anymore because when we were playing, I wasn't trying to do this maliciously, but Kirk, the guy who was playing Davian, was really wanting to go after Krita. I said, great, you go after Krita. We'll have a shared border. I'll go after Merrick. Not a problem. I want to annex the Capellan Marsh. And he said, what does that mean? I said, well, I'll put troops there and I'll effectively own it, but, you do your thing. And he's like, okay. And the guy who was running Comstraight said, nope. No, because he didn't understand the word annex basically meant you just ceded it to me. And so, I'm like, I said that my troops would be in there and that I'd effectively own it. Well, I thought you were just going to manage the resources. Like, yeah, I'm going to manage the resources my way. What the fuck are you talking about?
The resources, the people, everything.
Right? Yeah. And he got really upset at me. Like, you used words I didn't know. Like, I didn't mean to. I thought whatever. So yeah, that game ended because of that. That game ended, but it kind of stuck with me because there's that background. I'd been to Russia. I spoke a smattering of Russian. And so I just kind of stuck with it. And then anytime I went online back in the BBS days, Hans Davian was taken or Davian was taken. You know what was never taken? Max Liao. So it just kind of stuck with me forever. So I just kept going with it.
That works.
Yeah.
It's not like there's any really nice people in the BattleTech universe.
Fair, yeah. Especially, it's all you have to do is move the timeline forward or back one generation, right? So, but no, it's good to see. I don't know if you've ever actually. I know you've been in chat before, but I don't know if you've ever actually been on the show before.
No, I don't think I've ever been here before.
I know you've talked with Bear a few times.
Yeah, he's kind of like a barnacle on my channel now.
And DM James. Yeah. Wow, barnacle.
Listen, I can't stand all this love and happy hippie bullshit you're doing tonight. No, we're gonna keep it real. That's the love, is keeping it real.
That's how it's Gen X roll.
Can't hear you, thankfully. I mean, unfortunately.
Although
Wow.
if you're doing
Andy froze.
if you're doing a thing on True Play, I am a huge proponent of True Play, and I know
Are you?
are.
Well,
And
seriously,
anti-True
would you
Play
like
guy.
to be here on the 3rd?
Oh yeah, I would love to. I would love to.
I've seen you. Okay, if you don't mind, it just makes my life a lot easier if you can do this. If you can sign up for the GMI Discord. Do you? Okay.
Let me see if I'm even on it already. GMI.
It used to be the Some Rando RPG live stream. I've renamed it, for the stuff going to next year. I can send you the link. No issues for that.
Oh yeah, that'll be easier because I'm pretty Discord illiterate.
No problem. It's where I post the schedule and everything. That's awesome because I'm looking for people. Obviously, this is going to be one that's more promoting Troop Play, so I don't know if I really want somebody on there who hates Troop Play. But that back and forth could be fun. But that's great. Yeah.
Well, that would just boil down to
what's the easiest way for me to send you the link?
Let me see. I guess hit me on my Discord.
Okay, then.
Or is there a private chat?
This is why you can't have Doc Flamingo on.
Oh, is that going to be a common thing?
It's fine if he changes his name to Dog Flamingo. That's all.
No, because I do because
people run into the room and attack him.
That does happen. That does happen.
If that happens once or twice, that's not a big deal. But dog barking throughout the entire show would be a problem.
Yeah, I'll make sure at least one of them has been sacrificed.
Don't have to go that far. I'm actually an animal lover. I just can't have them bleeding through.
Oh no, we're heading there already anyway.
Where's the Discord that we share?
Let's see. I guess we're probably both on Bears, right?
Okay, perfect.
Oh,
I'll send you the link there.
I just sent Doc an invite.
Oh, to the GMI.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Oh, cool. Excellent.
Cool. And then it just makes my life easier because I can at you on there, and then I tend to send the questions out. Well, I try to do it by the Wednesday before the live stream, but I've been getting better about doing a week prior.
Excellent.
So I'm right now just kind of going through the final hem and ha of those questions just to make sure that they're good. So perfect. I will add you to that one. That's again, make my life a lot easier. I'm doing it right now for folks that are like, why is he looking like he's distracted? Because I'm trying to add him right now, except for I can't copy paste for some reason. 2025 schedule, January 2025.
In fact, I'm just getting ready to start up a campaign that's going to be very heavily based on True Play.
Excellent. That's good. And if you do look at the schedule, you can right now, even before the questions, you'll see kind of what the 4 topics that we'll be talking about are.
Oh, cool.
And so was it, what is Troop Play, running a troop style campaign, managing storyline? I'll probably change that word at some point, but that gets people butthurt when I use that word. It's funny.
What?
Like storyline can mean so many things. I don't run a story game. Yeah, but storyline, a campaign, adventures that concurrently work together is a storyline, folks.
Well, a lot of people like have a hair up their ass or just about like certain terms. Mm-hmm. It's like very bizarre.
What's weird though is they've kind of caused me to do a little bit of the same because sometimes some of those terms I didn't really care about at all. But now even I'm like, oh God, don't say that. Don't say that. It's like, all right, cool. I got you added in there. I appreciate that. I really do. Thank you.
Oh, excellent.
Now, if you know one more person, we'll have a full panel.
Hair up your asses. That's an expression I've never understood. A hair up your ass.
Well, when you're Richard Gere and you take the bunny and you jam it up in there.
I've always been curious about that myself. I need to find it written somewhere.
Yeah, HARE, not HAIR.
Yeah, exactly. I would have been on your Troop Play, but I've got a game that night.
Whose cat is dying? Or am I singing and I just don't know it?
Not here.
Oh no, it's Malachi's this time. Yay!
Yeah,
they heard the dog. Now they're panicking.
Let's appreciate Max by triggering all of his fucking shit in one show.
Get all the audio issues out right now so we don't have them on meaningful shows.
Quick, somebody start chewing food.
Okay, that triggers something wholly different.
Pow, pow, pow.
Yeah. Cool. Well, anyway, so let's get back a little bit on topic. And for the folks who are saying put the link in the chat, I can do it. Should be in the description of the video already, but I If you guys want to, the GMI Discord is specific, and Thraxis, I think, or Thraxis, you're already there because you put that really long post in there. I read it. Like, subscribe, share. Yeah, it still says SRS Discord on this one. Not everything's been changed over yet. But, there. If you guys want to join the Discord, it's really, that Discord is only for the panel signups, and if you're interested in joining a panel, you're welcome to. I'm not going to tell anybody no, but that's what it's for. If you want to really talk with Legion of Myth, you want to use the Legion of Myth Discord. That's where we talk stuff. All right. Anyway, Doc Flamingo, you popped on in here. This is a thank you thing. So, while I'm talking and blabbing right now, let me say thank you to you. I know you've been in my chat for a long time, so I do appreciate you hanging out with us. I'm glad I actually get a chance to talk to you here. I've seen you on DM James. I've seen you talk with Bear. I just don't have a lot of time to hang out. I've been working on a whole ton of stuff, so I'm happy that you're in here. And thank you for the support that you've given Legion Myth. Really do appreciate that.
Always. You guys keep it up. Great show. Always catch it.
Well, I know we don't always agree too, and I actually think that's fun. Like, when people don't agree. No, Max. Well, but that's what helps keep. Yeah, I know I'm obstinate. I don't know what this deal is, and maybe you guys can explain it to me. But somebody else is even saying that you got to be a little more careful with your opinions and not state them as fact. There's subjective reality and objective reality. Like I can say something that's subjective as fact, and everybody should still know it's. I don't know how everybody else was raised. Maybe it's a Canadian thing because it almost always comes from Canadians. But you can state something that's subjective reality as fact and still know its opinion because it's not necessarily going to be true for every person. I don't.
Mean, that should be considered a given in any polite conversation. I think it's just a situation that we've gotten into with the internet, where it's just this 24-hour road rage thing going on, and everybody's just looking. Yeah,
true.
Basically.
But I think it's the same thing. And these guys are giving me shit about it. It was last week, the week before. But one of the things I've really caught myself doing, I'm doing it at work. I'm doing it at home. I'm doing it when I talk to people. So growing up, it'd be like, you shouldn't go outside in the snow. And I go outside in the snow. You're talking about me? Okay, generally speaking, people should not go outside. But we all knew back then that maybe it doesn't apply to you. My mom used to say, if you think it applies to you, if you have a guilty conscience, maybe you're guilty of something. It didn't have to actually say.
What we used to say where I grew up was literally, we would say, rat smells its own hole first. Like, that's what we would say to people when they would do that. It would just, would you mean me? Well, rat smells its own hole first,
Yeah. It's maddening the way people got to couch everything now.
Right.
Yeah, all it does is constantly derail conversations and it makes people, I think, a higher tension they're expecting.
Well, oh God, I'm going to get political. I don't mean it this way, but this is kind of where it comes from. It is a communist tactic where it's like, if you control the discussion or you control the language, you control the discussion. Yeah. Well, then it's easier for you to frame your argument because you've redefined words, you've been aggrieved by something that there's no reason to be aggrieved by, yada, yada, yada. So I think a lot of that, like the politics has seeped into a lot of stuff as well.
That's deliberate. I mean, if you read your Antonio Gramsci, that's the first thing he says, make everything about politics so nobody can get away from it.
Yeah.
And that's because, people who aren't miserable don't overthrow their societies.
Yeah, that's true. Real quickly, going to read a super chat, Lord Mattias. Thank you, Lord Mattias, for the $5. Rawr, I'm angry. I'm on the internet. Hello, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you as well, sir.
Growth.
But so if you don't mind me asking, nope, I can't ask that. That was last week. I want to ask if there's anything that you're like, you just I want to complain about. I can't do that. Nope. I said that people get kicked off if they did that. So what do you like about what we do? Or why do you waste your time hanging out with us? There we go. That's how it worded.
Well, I have no social life of any sort. But the closest thing I come to it is the occasional assaults from the other room and going to talk to them, trying to calm down the dogs. But also, no, I love the conversations. I love that everything's very structured. I love the guys cover a lot of ground. It's always interesting topics, always great people on the panel. It's a fun show to watch. If you follow the hobby at all, it's a great place to keep up with what's going on and what people are thinking.
I sincerely thank you for that, and the reason I say that, thank you stream anyway, is because one of the pushbacks I've been getting a little bit is like, dude, your show is way too structured now. And I'm like, that's kind of how I want it. Now, I think I overstructured it in recent months, trying to feel out how I want it, this whole back and forth thing to go. But I actually want it to be a little more structured. I think the chill stream, while it was good for its time, isn't what I want to do anymore. So I thank you for saying that, so other people out there can hear that. You know what? Some people actually enjoy the new, more structured format of this, so that people can say something and get a word in edgewise.
Yeah, I mean, if you're trying to deal seriously with topics, it's a good thing to do, especially people in this community, because shit goes off in crazy directions at the drop of a hat. So I mean, got to bring the Iron Hill of Liao down every now and then.
Well, I get the whole dirty Capellan thing from so many people. I've actually moved. See, during the Romano years, I moved to the Magistry of Canopus. like I'm hanging down there. I'm gambling. I'm getting the horse. I'm doing all that stuff. I just decided, live life now. That's the way I'm gonna. That's why. Who put Taurian Concordat in there? You monster. Was that you?
No, but hail, brother. The mighty Taurian Concordat.
Yeah, just keep being a thorn on the side to the Davians. It's all good. But yeah, I think it's all in good fun. I think, like even when Bear and I spar, and we'll hear about it. Usually I hear about it more than him, but we'll hear about it like as in, was it Bear? Bear's tool, or no? He makes me. What was he? He makes me looks like a tool, or
yeah. But hang on, you have to keep in mind the people that are coming to you about this shit are mostly the people who don't like me. Okay.
Yeah,
they're not going to come talk to me about it, because they haven't got the fucking balls to talk to someone directly like that. They don't have that skill set. So they'd rather be little bitches and try and cause drama behind the scenes, like they did with me and Mr. Max and all that kind of stuff. You know what? They're as useful as the farts that come out of their bodies. Not. And we can just leave it at that. So fuck them. If they don't understand that you and I are friends, and as friends, we can't spar sometimes over shit, and they just want to create internet drama over it, that's their fucking problem.
And isn't it funny how two friends can actually have difference of opinions on things?
What?
No.
Like, believe me, in my life, literally none of my friends are not Minnesota Vikings fans. It's just not impossible. If you like any other team other than Minnesota, especially the Chicago Bears, we cannot be friends. It is just humanly not possible.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a sad sign of the times, too. We've gotten into this place where you have to agree or you're out of the tribe, kind of thing, and that crap has to stop. That stuff absolutely has to stop. There's nothing more fun than a good spirited debate.
Man, I miss the old style edition wars, where you playing baby D&D over there? Would you do basic D&D? Oh, boo-hoo, with your little elves, go play with your elves. Oh, hey, there's the table over there, man. Do you need us to grab some chairs for you? you know what I'm saying? like, come on, join our table where the men play. We're advanced. It was just stuff like that. I miss that kind of stuff. Yeah, it was a little bit of addition work. Well, no, I like basic better because advanced you got to do THACO and math. But you guys got that weird crap over there where it's like an elf can only be an elf. Like, what does that mean? Were you Keebler? What's going on here? But it was just.
Yeah, I mean, I remember like my group played Advanced, and we had a bunch of friends that we didn't play. We once in a while crossed over, but they were big into like the Mulvey, and we constantly busted each other's chops over it. Nobody got pissy about it. Nobody got offended. It was just this thing we did. We made fun of each other's game.
Yes. It
was just this silly little thing we did. But today, I was I think it's just a byproduct of the internet. It's an unnatural way to communicate. It's like, and people assume the worst, and it's just kind of sad.
Yeah, I used to try to that's not the right term. That's the term I used to use then until I learned what it really meant. But I used to try to be this kind of Puritan, so to speak, on the internet. I'll use full words. I still have a lot of this in me now, but use full words. I didn't use hacker speak. I didn't type you. I actually had a little cut and paste thing. If you type UR for your, I would send ancient Mesopotamian city, blah blah blah. A little link to that. Like, you can use your words. THX doesn't mean thank you. It means you're too lazy to actually say thank you. Stuff like that. And then people would argue back and forth. Like, no, we've got to have positive discourse. I tried that stuff for years. And the best line that came out of that, and I know this is very popular, it's meme, yada, yada, but the internet's for porn. It's for porn and it's for trolling. If you're using it for anything else... Yeah, if you're using it for anything else, you're probably not using it the way it's intended. And I'm not saying that that's right. I'm just saying that's just kind of how it is. It's for trolling and porn. If you want to have a meaningful discussion, talk to your friends. Write a blog. I don't know. But it's just... And it took me a while. It took me until probably the early 2010s for me to really go, you know what? Yeah, okay, I get it. Because I'm telling you, I tried. Like, I wouldn't let people join Legion of Myth that acted like that. I wouldn't let... we'd correct people all the time. Like, no, that's not appropriate behavior. Just whatever. It just isn't the way the internet works, man. And it sucks, but...
Even trolling has taken an ugly turn. I remember, like in the early days of the internet, I wound up on some archaeology site, and there was this guy winding these people up. I was like, every time they dig up a site, they should bury 2 more undiscovered sites for future archaeologists. And these people were like freaking out on this guy. He's like, I'm laughing my ass off. Like, you don't get that he's winding you up, do you? And it was fun. It was silly, but then things had to take a dark turn.
I mean, I think there's a place for that. I wouldn't want to do that on an actual, scientific forum or whatever. But, so 20 years ago, I probably would have got angry. Now I'd just roll my eyes, ignore the person, and move on. It's a weird thing. And I know there's some folks out there who still think, no, the internet is a positive place. Then you haven't been here.
Yeah.
And yeah, I know at one point I was much more negative, but than I am now. And as I tell everybody constantly, doesn't mean I will never hit that negative place again. If it has to be done, it has to be done. But I think we've got a good balance here. I think we have a good balance of different types of personalities, different types of players, different types of people that have. I love the fact. Honestly, I love the fact that Bear openly says I'm a dirty story gamer on here, because I know that there's some people in the background who are like, I like Bear, but I hate story gamers. I like Bear, but I hate story gamers. And like tilt.
It says now.
I can't. No, it's too so. I'm Kitty R's bitch.
Yep.
Well, I love the Dragonlance references. So, sorry. Once again, somebody had to. Well, actually, for 5. Thank you. Hold on. I'm gonna say his name right. Gunther. I can do it. I have to think about it, but I can do it. You're not Gunther. That's so much easier for me to say, though. Gunther the Matt, thank you for the $5. Max, you're incorrect, as always. The internet is for porn, trolling, and cat videos. Get it straight. Sir, you are correct. I completely... Oh, and cash dam... crash... Oh, my God. Dash cam crash videos. There we go. Those 2.
Oh, also very important. Huge fan of those. Especially the Russian ones.
Dude, those Russian ones, when they come out with guns afterward and so forth, and knives and shit, you're like, what the hell? Yeah. Thank you again, Gunther, for the $5. So,
those people.
Listen, Bear reference Prime Directive RPG is the cool dude in my book. That missed the cut because thanks to Bear, I actually own a bunch of Prime Directive. That missed the cut for next year by that much, and it really came down to I didn't have enough weeks in the year, and Star Wars D6 was much easier for me to fit in, and that might not even make it. So that's another one that's on the list. Anyway, Doc Flamingo, I'll let you hang out if you got anything else you want to talk about, because I don't have anybody traipsing in behind you here, but I think I said at the beginning, but in case I didn't, seriously, thank you. I appreciate, all the subscribers, all the supporters. I hope you have a very Merry Christmas. I all the best to you in 2025. And yeah, I try to find something new to say for each person, but I suck at that. So I'm being sincere to everybody. It's just gonna be the same sincere words. So there you go. You guys have anything for Doc? Okay.
What? No snarky comment, Bear?
I was going to say something nice, fuck stick.
Well, that would have totally thrown me off.
Since you did that,
you get a lump of coal.
Back at you, big guy.
all the bags of dicks, every single one of them.
But loving,
except for the ones that are reserved for Malachi, because.
Wow.
You can order them in bulk on Amazon. Split them between them.
It's a fair point. They're both.
Yeah, but he'll have to pay that Canadian shipping.
Wait. I can order that on Amazon? Hold on.
Yeah, you're not getting no Canadian bags of dicks. What are you talking about? Those are
No, they're too good for you.
Yeah, it's like
Wow.
maple syrup.
I figured they'd be like frozen popsicles.
And asbestos.
That's the Minnesota bag of dicks.
Also, what is Minnesota? South Canada. Come on.
Keep saying that. Doesn't make you Canadian, but that's okay.
So I live in Alabama, so I don't want anything to do with Minnesota anymore.
That actually probably makes you more Canadian.
More Irish down here. So, all right, Doc, I'm going to let you go. Thanks again, and all the best to you. And I look forward to talking to you on the 3rd. You should get the questions sometime next weekend-ish, so you can.
You guys, keep
Later.
up. See you
Joe,
all
I
later.
saw it. It was awful. Sorry, go ahead.
Who's saying what? Okay.
Oh, Engine Joe's asking if we saw the Queen's Cradle short for the secret level on Prime. It's a D&D 15-minute.
Yeah. He mentioned that before. I didn't mean to ignore him, but I didn't see it. No.
It was like everything I hate about modern D&D. Like, oh, we're looking at a bunch of level 15 5th edition characters in this scene. They all have superpowers and then fuck off.
They're all cool, and it's the power fantasy. And...
Yeah.
I didn't mind most of it except for the party.
You didn't mind most of it except for the characters that were doing it.
Yeah. I thought it was a typical 5th edition party.
You're freezing up there, Malachi.
Yeah.
No, but that's okay. I still have nothing to say.
Yeah, same here. Like, I got nothing. Oh, my God. I got to go. Hey, take care, Great Gamer. Thanks for stopping by. By the way, if I missed any of your chats, guys, I am not reading it as well as I normally do. It's kind of intentional. It helped the conversation.
It's a casual stream.
It's a casual stream.
Yeah.
You can repost it. Just don't spam as in post it every 3 seconds. But if it's really that important, or super chat it. There's always that. Oh, no. Oh, did I put the Discord link out there? I don't know if I did or not. There's the Discord link, but that's to the GMI Discord, not the Legion Myth Discord. You can find all the stuff in the description, by the way, folks. So if you're interested in a panel discussion, I do have rules for the panel, though. Bear wasn't lying when he was saying there could be a problem with audio issues. I'm very focused on the audio issues. A lot of it is because a lot of shows I used to watch, whether they're long form streams or content or other content creators, I've stopped watching because they've decided that it's okay to start eating on their streams, or it's okay, whatever. I'm just going to lean back and sound like I'm talking through a tunnel or some crap. It's like it makes it disconcerting, harder to listen to. And as all analytics show, audio issues will cause you less viewers than video issues.
It was at that time that Max Liao realized he was an obsessive compulsive ass.
No.
But we all liked him, despite his pedantry, his opinionation, and his obsessive compulsive assery.
See? Positive.
And with great audio.
Until your comment after there, when you took your microphone away, I couldn't hear a word you said.
Oh, well, sorry. Eat my dick.
Watsy doesn't know what halflings look. Wait, I saw something about. But even Margaret Weiss said it looks like a Kender.
Because they can't make them look like hobbits on screen because they'd get sued by the Tolkien estate.
I thought once they stopped calling them hobbits and started calling them halflings, that they could do pretty much what they wanted. Because I know the depictions of them in the past were.
There's a visual representation, and when you go to screen from book, you enter in a whole new world of law.
I think Max has known that for a long. What did I know for a long time? Or are you talking about Bear's comment? Maybe he's talking about Bear's comment.
Which one? Who? What now?
I don't know. Nerdy Ogre.
What do you say?
All right, Chill Gamer, have a good night. He says, no, I think Max has known that for a long time. The only thing I can think that he was talking about was your comment. So.
Yeah, no, you've known yourself for a while now, clearly.
Yeah, but I don't think trying to be professional makes somebody obsessive compulsive.
It's just, no. It's just you are a great guy who's doing a great job, and I have nothing negative to say.
What?
Yeah, that was last week.
That didn't sound sarcastic at all.
No, it's me biting my tongue.
Hey, Bear, do you have any pictures from Claricon?
No, I didn't take any pictures.
You didn't take any? Okay, I was wondering.
Yeah, I'm not a picture-taking guy.
Yeah. I got some from Dungeon Minister, but I figure if there were extras, because I'm doing my Claricon videos, so I want to.
Leave me out of them, please.
I don't think I have any of you, so.
Beautiful, thank you. I avoided getting pictures. There's only one picture I think taken. I ate the whole con.
That's why I married a Japanese wife. She takes enough pictures. No, it's 100% true.
Wow. So I'm debating whether I should do a Star Trek fan fiction narrative, fake script, or audio drama.
What's the difference between the first two?
Do all three.
No, I'm not made of fucking time, Sean. Oh, I love it. Now the negative opinions have finally started to show up on my video about smart tools. It's really fun. And it's the nonsense shit. It's the shit that it's like, these are your arguments? These are your arguments against using these tools? The current one being, what about the documented theft of art to build pictures by AI? Yeah, Google searches. Wow. That's such theft that someone Googled something. Oh, the computer Googled it instead. It's on Google. So one of their houses kicked in the door, stole the art off the wall or off their tablet. Like, it's just so nonsense.
Just in the YouTube sphere, do you know how many people would just go to Google to grab an image for a thumbnail?
Yep. And it says, I see too many over relying on these will in fact make them weaker. What?
That's literally the opposite is true.
What are you talking about? That makes no sense as a statement. It's like, it'll make us weaker? Really? Are we going into the pits to fight? Is that what we're doing? Or we must be strong with not having art because we can't draw.
Oh, I took that as maybe I misunderstood it. I took that as it'll make the AI or whatever we're calling it weaker. No,
because I see too many over relying on these will in fact make them weaker.
Yeah. So okay, how about this, asshole? Not to bear to that person. And then we got somebody waiting here. I was a graphic artist. I can do all the stuff I need to do for my thumbnails and for art and so forth, but I can't draw a stick figure to save my life. I can't paint. It will look like mud if I try. I am not an artist by any stretch of the imagination other than I'm good at layout and design. What am I supposed to do? We'll pay somebody. I'm not paying somebody for my thumbnails. Sorry.
So I make the point in the video about how unreliable artists are and how much money you can throw into that hole and still not get the results you wanted, delayed product that just never manifests, a product that's incorrect because they rushed it at the last second because they just left it to the last minute, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I still got someone arguing, yeah, but every production thing has that problem. Beautiful. We're not talking about every production system. We're talking specifically about writing and art. So, maybe this is why.
And you know what?
$50 for a picture that may or may not be what they want.
How many of those
the automobile pushed away the horse and buggy. Okay, I mean so it's just the sign of the time. Sorry, Sean. Go ahead.
I was just about to say, how many of those people bitching about you using AI art use, say, Grammarly to correct their writing, right? Or chat
instead of an editor, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. All right, let's bring. Go ahead and finish, Bear.
I was just saying, as I said in the video, there's the unevolved artists who are fighting against it because they think it's going to destroy them, where the smart ones are figuring out how to use the tool to their advantage to be more productive and make more stuff. And then there's what I've termed now art simps, people who for some reason kiss the ass of artists and then have joined the bandwagon of AI art bad when they have no skin in the game. You know what I mean? So it's just virtue signaling at this point in time. So,
All right, let's welcome Lord Mattius.
Hey, Lord Mattius.
Well, I came on because I want to say Bear said nothing wrong on the AI art issue, but I also wanted to say Merry Christmas to you, Max, and everyone here, and everyone who's been
Thank you. Merry Christmas to you as well.
A fan of the show. I love your show. You're doing great things. I hope you keep doing what you're doing. I love the format. People may complain, but I think it's awesome. So, but to talk about AI, I have a few things to say about it. Bear, you had a great video, dude. You channeled some stuff I was thinking about, and I just wanted to say, look, technology changes things.
Mm-hmm.
That's just a given, and I think artists need to recognize that you're going to have to adapt, and specifically focusing on the tabletop RPG space. If you want to make money, you're going to have to figure out how to use it, and I think you can use it, and it'll hopefully transfer into a cost savings for the consumer, and just actually help grow the hobby. Not for nothing though. Oh, I think we just lost
Malachi vanish.
Not for nothing. There's been a couple high-profile Kickstarters that have done remarkably well because of the popularity of the author, their YouTube channel or whatever. But their books are like $80 a pop. I didn't back that because number one, I looked at the system and I'm like, well, this doesn't interest me.
You talking like the Brandon Sanderson stuff?
I don't want to name names because I don't want to cause controversy or piss anybody off. But
I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, but I'm like, this is not for me. I'll just leave it at that. But you have someone who does AI will translate to some kind of cost savings for the consumer, because at the end of the day, we just want to play a good game, and the art is there to draw us in. And I wanted to add to your argument about smart tools. It's not just that they're smart tools. It's we need to have an honest conversation with the artists in this community who creators do rely on. I don't want to,
No.
What they're doing is not high art. It's consumer art. It is something that titillates the senses to get people to look at the book and buy it. And that's it. They're not doing a Sistine Chapel. They're not carving the statue of David. They're not doing anything beatific, right? That's reaching us to the heavens, right? No, it's something. It's a large-breasted, red-haired woman in chainmail bikini with a laser gun fighting a tentacle creature on the moon. They're not.
Keep going. I'm listening.
Yeah. Oh, that does sound kind of.
It's Red Sonja for the modern era. We got it.
Yeah. So I do think a lot of the arguments against AI are time sensitive, because I remember when AI art first came out, I was like, yeah, this kind of sucks, but it's gotten a lot better within 2 years, right? 3 years. When it first came out,
look what you're doing now with the animating still images.
I did a whole trailer for a campaign on my channel for a heroic game.
Yeah, it was really good, by the way.
Yeah, thank you. And all the art was generated by AI, and the animation was generated by AI. The only thing that was not was the music. I got that off of Pixabay, which was open source or whatever. So, but yeah, and I think it's actually a net positive, because it democratizes the creative process and our entertainment. But we have to understand what our entertainment is. And it's just a momentary frivolity, if I can quote Gary Gygax. If you want to do the Sistine Chapel as an artist, right? If you want to carve the statue of David, I think it would behoove you to figure out how to use AI to maximize your profit on the consumer stuff, so you have more time to do the beatific stuff. But anyway, I just came on to say hi and say thank you, Max, for everything that you do. But the AI art issue has been something, as a solo creator, as someone who's got $0 budget, and who's also a fan of the Red Room, and they're in a similar position, but for other reasons. I'm a defender of those who use AI, and I think there is the anti-AI art bros are less reasonable this is going to get me in trouble. They're less reasonable than the pro AI art bros. Like, I don't think the pro AI art bros are artists. I don't. I think you're just really good at writing prompts, right?
Mhm.
But the anti-AI art bros are basically asking us to say that if you're an author of games, a game designer, you're not allowed to make money.
Yeah, no, it's exactly what it is. It's
Unless-
basically being held hostage by a special interest group in your creativity. It's basically being told, here's a bunch of tools that you allow you to create and produce product that will make the product a market that people can then enjoy. But you're not allowed to use them because we're going to boycott your product because you use those tools. So now go pay thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars for art and have to charge $80 for your book because otherwise you won't make any money back.
Bear, I'm
It's
with you.
ridiculous. It's absolute nonsense at this point in time.
I agree. Yes.
Anyway, what are you gonna do?
So I'm with you. I'm sorry you're getting a little bit of hate, but I'm with you 100%. Like, I've actually started like trying to do some, because I know a couple guys in the tech industry, and I've asked them like, hey, point me in the direction of some like intellectual articles for me to read, because I want to address some of the more deep technological issues, and so I'm starting to read. I'm not quite proficient, so I'm not going to talk about it, but I think there is a profound misunderstanding what AI art is, and you started getting at that at your video, and I am so happy that you actually broached the subject. It is a smart tool. It's not like a brain doing all this creative thinking. No, it's still highly dependent upon the human user. And I don't think people realize that. I think
Well,
they
I
honestly
can
think
tell you
just
that I
press
still
the button.
can't make good prompts yet. Not, at least not that I'm trying for the things that I'm trying to make. And I've been working on this for quite a bit.
You want the secret?
Hmm.
Get ChatGPT to write your prompt for you.
I've tried that as well. I'm still not getting the things I want.
Okay, but what are you using for your image generation? Midjourney?
No, I hate Midjourney. Not that it doesn't make good art, but I don't like its prompt style. I like to use a natural language prompt
So
style.
what are you using?
Mostly Dolly.
Yeah, so Dolly's always going to have a cartoony look or a computer look to it. Always, 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 always. So I use Dolly through Copilot and ChatGPT for anything comic book related I'm doing. Anything fantasy relating I'm doing, I use Midjourney because Midjourney allows me to do like more artistic-y, more painty style stuff. But he's joking. Don't take it seriously.
No, I know.
But if I need to do something that has, I don't know, a chainmail bikini, I have to go use Chrome AI because ChatGPT and Midjourney are so fucking puritanical, PG-rated bullshit.
Dolly gave me actual naked tits yesterday.
Oh yeah, no, I've gotten tits all the time.
Accidentally, I wasn't looking for it, but I was like, oh
Exactly.
shit.
But I've literally gone to like thing and said, she wears a sleek, revealing costume. Oh, bro, I get the broken dog.
Yeah, communities.
You can't
Yeah.
have that. Like what are you talking about? Fuck. So it's a real mess.
Well, we can talk later. I'll show you something at some point exactly what it is I'm trying to create on my own, and I know it isn't naked girls, although that is helpful.
No, but naked images I've collected over the fucking year I've been using it. But
Grizzly Bearder wants to know what prompt you use for the tits. He's asking for a friend.
I can actually show you the prompt that I use because I have the version that doesn't have the tits, but it's basically
man standing in front of store. What the fuck's with the tits?
No. I said a cyberpunk. It was a cyberpunk scene that I had of somebody. I can send the prompt to you that I use because Dolly saves it. But anyway, Lord Mattias, thank you for being on the show. Thank you for being a supporter for as long as you have, just hanging out with us and talking and so forth. I love the insight that you bring when you pop on in here. Hopefully you sign up for some of the panels that are coming up in 2025.
I'm looking at them. Yeah.
I've got the next batch, the next 2 months kind of solidified. What I'm scared of is putting them out too early and then going, oh man, I want to cover this other topic and find out I can't do it until like fucking July or something, So I'm being a little careful on that, but what you guys are going to find out is you're going to find out that the topics are going to become a little more abstract, a little more weird as we go forward. And that's intentional. And I have a funny feeling we get some people, that's just a dumb topic. I don't want to talk about that. Okay, well then don't. But you know what? It's what people want to see on the internet. And if it's going to get us views and it's something we are smart enough to talk about, why the hell wouldn't we? Just because,
If I may real quick, Lord Matthias, I just want to say thank you for the comparison series you're doing for Marvel superheroes and heroic. Really, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Well,
hey, I haven't gotten notification of that.
The first episode's up.
Yeah. So my creative partner Gary is running a heroic game, and it's actually quite an ambitious project. So we're starting a pre-Golden Age era street level pulp game where our superheroes are going to become like the legendary heroes that influence later heroes in future games.
Nice.
And so we're creating our own universe. All due respect, I know you have your universe.
No. I actually made a decision today with the core rules. I'm plucking out the chapter Welcome to the Zenith Universe and making it a supplement as opposed to, so the core rules is just going to bless you.
What are your thoughts on that, Bear? Because I've been told, like as I was writing mine and doing research on it, that people want a setting embedded in the game.
Except in superhero games. I think they want them in sci-fi games. I think they want them in fantasy games. But when it comes to superhero games, most people who are into superhero games have their own home universes.
Yeah, I think a lot of people want to have that origin story. I think at the end of the day, and I think one of the drawbacks from the Marvel TSR game back in the day when we were playing it was, Wolverine already existed, the X-Men already existed, so it was kind of like weird and like we didn't feel like, whereas what I love about and I'm going to actually talk about it in my video tomorrow that I'm going to be recording, is you take the powers and put it in the back of the book and say, what do you want to do as a superhero? And I think that's brilliant, and I think it's wonderful, and I think that allows a player to feel special, where I never felt special when I was playing Marvel TSR. Okay. So, and then again, going with my buddy Gary, like we're creating our own superhero universe. Like Dr. Alchemy, my character, is going to be very influential into the history of the entire fucking game and the universe. And it's awesome. And I can't wait to see what happens. So I appreciate that you appreciate my deep dive in our game, but I appreciate you for writing it. So,
and we appreciate you for appreciating. Okay, I'm lost.
I heard you like appreciation, so I had an appreciation for your appreciation. And okay,
Bitches love appreciation.
Feeling underappreciated here.
So for $2, I'm going with Mercurius. Sorry. My ear trumpet has been struck by lightning. I don't know what that means. I'm sure that's a euphemism for something weird in Australia. Keep at it. Do your thing. But he says, Merry Christmas, everyone. Well, Merry Christmas to you as well. Thank you very much for the $2 and for the Christmas cheer.
Ho, ho, ho.
Hey. That's not nice.
Are we just doing H words that are short?
Mine is at least seasonal. The rest of you
Yours is seasonal? Well, if I say shalom, so's mine.
Well, there you go.
You guys got anything else for Lord Mattias? Malachi has just been a bundle of words on the show today.
I know he just refused.
I think he's
to
in
let
character.
Anybody getting a word in edgewise.
Malachi's in character. So, Sir Gerhard, you got anything for Lord Mattias? All right. Well, thanks for popping in, Lord Mattias. I appreciate you. Like I said, hopefully you can pop on. Again, if it's a panel that interests you, I mean, I'd love to see you on again, and look forward to talking to you next time.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
2 weeks.
You as well, sir.
Cheers.
All right. Boom. That was great stuff there. So let me read off some of the topics. These are, by the way, these are just kind of tentative titles. They're not even like, just kind of give me an idea of what things are about, but I am building questions for them. We've got hidden RPG costs, and it talks about time, money, effort. So it's not just, and friendships. Part of it goes into friendships.
Printer toner.
What's that?
Printer toner.
Well, that'd be under the money side probably, yeah. So enhancing RPG sessions. By the way, those hate watchers who are watching that want to make their own videos on this stuff, I'm giving you your topics right now so you can beat me to this because I'll be doing these in January, February, March, and April. See, new player tips, although that one kind of conflicts with one that I already have as new players, so that probably won't happen. New GM tips, RPG myths. We're going to debunk. We're going to be mythbusters for RPG myths. I'm having a hard time wording that one because I want to have it in a 4-segment format where it's like, okay, first about, let's say, character creation, whatever. But I don't want it to define the myths. I want you to come in with a myth that you think that you hear that needs to be debunked, like character creation is hard, or I said it earlier. Oh, math-based games lead towards min-max, or just whatever happens to be. The problem is as I come up with the questions, I do run this stuff through ChatGPT to help me out. It's coming out. What do you think about character creation in this game? It's like, no. I want the person to be able to come in and ask the question. So then it turns to, what do you think about character creation? No, it's about missing, so I'm struggling with it, getting the types of questions that I actually wanted to ask, but I think that'll be a fun one. Like I said, these are going to be kind of weird. Players bonding through play. This one was actually suggested to me by vidIQ. So apparently it thinks that people out there want to see videos like that. I have to read it because it's a super chat, but you're opening up a damn can of worms again, right? Did you guys see what happened?
No, because I don't go to his channel.
Oh, no, one of his people came here. Go look at the comment section from the last video. So when is Condor coming on the show, Max? Whenever he signs up for a panel. There you go. By the way, I want to be very clear. Condor, I was not expecting you to come on the show today. I'm just saying, I'm not expecting you to come on the show in the future. There's no expectation of you coming on the show. But if you want to, you can.
Just join the Discord.
Well, yeah, there's only one person who I'm not going to make join the Discord. I think you can figure out who that is.
Has he been on?
Technically, 2 people. They've both been on, yes.
Okay, I know exactly who they are.
Yeah.
Understandable. Wonders if Garibay has ever been on your show.
Yeah, he was on the first ever the first ever chill stream when it was back in the old Friday Night Chill stream.
Yep. I did not watch that.
That was before my time.
That was back. All I did was I just wanted to see if a Friday show would work, and I was talking with Joe from Biggest Geekus and a couple other people. Then this guy was yelling in chat, saying, "Come on in, look, whatever." And then they ganged up on him hard. So even I was like, there are a few more things I wanted to say, but I was like, you know what? I'm going to pretend to be a host, even though I had no intent. Like I had no idea where the show was going or anything like that. But I kind of softened my tone a little bit because I thought he was getting this. Poof, poof, poof. I mean, he did say some really stupid things, though. Like there should be a statue to Gary Gygax that's bigger than the Statue of Liberty.
No.
Just to back up the conversation for 2 seconds, because I heard you while I was making coffee. No, you don't expect Condor to come on and join the thing and all that, absolutely. But you do expect him to make a video about you mentioning him tonight in response to saying that thing. So that's, that works out.
No, you just ruined it. Now he's not going to because you said that just to prove you wrong.
No. I'm working back rooms.
Reverse psychology. I get it.
Yeah.
All right.
Reverse psychology.
So now everybody's coming up. So how about Garibay? Has Garibay ever been on LOM? Yes, he has. It's a members only video now though, because almost all the old Friday Chill streams are members only now. How about Soyclops? Is he invited? Everybody who can. How do I say this? If you come on and you respect the show, yes, that's it. If you come on and you if you come on here just to light me up, no, that's not what the show's about anymore, and I'll just bounce you.
Well, I gotta go then.
But what do you guys call him? What do you call him on? Yeah, I call him Simpclops, but you call him something else on the Basic Experts Gilded.
Oh. I'm trying to remember what it's Crafty that calls him it, and I cannot remember.
Yeah, I can't remember either. But yeah, it's indestructible. He's
Kablooey the pirate.
Kablooey the pirate. That's right. He's the guy that went watch a channel, disappear, and yet I'm still here. So yeah. No, to be fair, I actually considered reaching out to KedHub because, again, he had some issues with apparently what the community did after the fact and so forth, and he didn't like the way I ranted, raved, and so forth. But we don't do that with the show anymore, so I thought about reaching out to him. But, yeah. What? Action is a...
What's that?
Is somebody drunk?
Anyway. This guy showed up on my stuff before. He's weird.
Okay. I mean, he is Starman.
On Twitch?
Yeah. I only use Twitch for the purposes of cutting this stuff into videos, or I wouldn't use Twitch at all. It's the Twitch highlighter beats everything else out there, even the YouTube editor. So, but still don't know squat. I've been playing RPGs for 30 years and still don't know squat. Hey, you know what? I think that's kind of everybody. We pretend to know stuff.
Yep, we know what we know, but we're still finding stuff out. We're still learning. You'll never be a complete. If you do, you'll die. That's the rules of the universe.
But that's also what's awesome about that keeps every session and every campaign interesting. Yeah. But where am I here? So it's players bonding through play, legendary creatures and RPGs, and I haven't decided if I'm going to focus that on legendary as like it's in true mythology, like using like a Cerberus or something like that, or if I want to do it like creatures of fame, like I don't want to use mimics, I hate mimics, but something that's really common in like a setting. Yeah. I haven't decided how I want to go with that.
Mind flayers.
Yeah, Mind Flayer. That's a good example for D&D. Yep. One shot for.
I didn't correct the pronunciation of Caribus.
Huh?
I said I like you so much I didn't correct your pronunciation of Caribus.
No, it's always been pronounced Cerberus for us. Like even when I was taking mythology in high school, it was Cerberus.
Yeah, I know, but the Greek pronunciation I learned from Greek says Caribus.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it's like Julius Caesar. It's actually Kaiser, but still, we say Caesar.
I know. But, it's just fun to be pedantic with you sometimes.
But it's not pedantic because that's not English. That's Greek. I'm not speaking Greek. That's like, I love this one. This one might piss some people off. When I go to like a restaurant or whatever, I say jalapeno and not jalapeno, and they'll get mad at me. They'll be like, it's jalapeno. No, it's jalapeno. It's a J. Well, it's a Spanish word, right? But I'm speaking English. They'll actually go like, that's racist. No, it's not. I pronounce my J's. My name's John, not Han. Like,
Jan.
And if you spell your name Jesus, I'm not calling you Jorge. It's Jesus. Get over.
You're one.
Yeah. But all right. Hold on. I just want to go through the last like 4 that I've got as ideas. One shot for busy GMs. I don't know when that one's going to come up because I haven't decided how I want to work that one. Unique RPG settings. And I'm debating whether I want to do something that's just really weird that's out there, like Cinnabar. That one keeps coming up, so we're gonna keep bringing that up. Or if it's like let people come in and talk about their own personal unique settings and how they created them, and so forth. Choosing the right game system, that's one I've been throwing back and forth for about a year now. I don't know. Like that just doesn't get people interested. The panelists don't like it. And innovative magic items. That's one that I thought could be fun. This one particularly says D&D, but I want to open up to anything. Like how can you use magic items in interesting ways? And I forget what the 4 points I made. And then the last one, the grind in RPGs. Playing RPGs like it's World of Warcraft. Oh, I got to go do my dailies. I got to do my weeklies. I've got to do. Obviously,
that one's easy. If you're at that point, you need to walk away from the table.
Right. So that's the list. I've got some others that I'm working on, but that's the list so far for things that, like I said, they're a little bit different type of topics compared to what I was doing before, but hopefully those are interesting for folks. So in Russian, my name translates to Ivan. Okay. Это хорошо, мой друг. So, Черт. Он голубой. So, anywho,
gentlemen, we'll have no fighting in any language.
Guess I better sign up for that. Which one? Grinding is part of the process. Oh wow! Well, that one is not on the calendar yet, but if that's something you're interested in, I can make sure it gets moved up. I haven't decided exactly how I want to do it here. What are my thought processes right now? I'm looking at scroll. Oh God, I've actually worked this one back and forth. Okay, first of all, what is it? Why is it bad? And okay, yeah, I got to combine that anyway. Okay, why is it either really bad or why is it perceived as bad? That's I was like, because I've been trying to ask the questions where it's like, if you like it, it doesn't force you to go to the other side. How is it misunderstood or beneficial? And then finally, how do you use it effectively in your game? So that might be a good one for you, Lord Mattias. I got to work on how I'm putting this together, but if those 4 segments sound good, probably 3 of the 4 will stay the same. I might update one of them, but there you go. But yeah, that's what I'm kind of working on. I hope those topics I'm kind of shifting gears a little bit with the topics, kind of doing some weird stuff. Hopefully people enjoy that when it comes to March and April. Let me put the link to Mr. Max Bivon. How long have you been sitting down there?
Oh, like 30 seconds, not even.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. So we got another person who's after you just popped in as well, but you get to go first. So first of all, Merry Christmas. Good to see you here.
Merry Christmas to you all. Thank you. I don't want to be long either. I just wanted to say you thank you for your show, and you gave me a platform and stuff like that. You incited me to start my own channel.
Even when they went after me for you being on the show.
that's the real thing I wanted to say, right? Like I wanted the real thank you wanted to say, right? The praise I wanted to give you is that for all your flaws, which are many, you are all loyal. And this is like so rare nowadays. Like somebody that's loyal, that's not gonna throw somebody under the bus because it's convenient for them, right? Me or the panelists that somebody some criticize and stuff like that, right? You say, you know what, man, he's one of my buddy. I like having it on. Like he's welcome. I want to talk to him. Like that's rare nowadays. Like people are always looking for like number one, like me, myself, and I, right? And you're better than most on that point.
I appreciate that. I don't necessarily try to be better. It's not something I think about. Like, I got to do this.
Principle, right?
Yeah. Well, I'd like to think it's the way my mom and grandparents raised me when it came to that. One of my friends taught me as a kid, because I asked him one time when I was in high school. I was like, "How is it that you and I are friends?" Because this is around this is 10th grade specifically. Now that I remember, because by 10th grade, things had settled down, but junior high, 7th, 8th, and 9th grade were the worst time of my life, right? And he and I went to the same church, but I was like through all the nonsense of church, through the people that I hang out with here, through all the stuff that you see happening to me, put in a porta potty and had it pushed over, put up on a flagpole and had my belt loop break. How is it that you and I are friends? He's like, I don't let other people dictate who I talk to. And that's just for a 10th grader, a 15-year-old, that's just unheard of, right? And that's just something that kind of stuck with me. If you piss me off, I'm going to tell you pissed me off, and that could cause whatever. But I'm not going to let somebody, Sean from Mage's Music or Sean Mage's Music over here is going to be like, hey, you know what? If you hang out with Mr. Max Bivon, I'm not going to talk to you again. Okay, well, then I guess you're not going to talk to me again because he hasn't done anything to me, or he hasn't done anything so egregious that he can't apologize for or whatever. It's just no, I don't do that.
I would never ostracize you for anything other than shitting on troop play.
There you go. But like, for example, RPG is dumb. I know that situation got blown out of hand. I know what happened, with Crafty and so forth. And yeah, there are a couple people that are mad at me that even talked to RPG is dumb after that. Thing is I did talk to him and I found out that it got out of his hand as well. Like what happened there was like, whoa, this blew up in a way that he wasn't expecting. Things were happening around him. Even the person that was around him, who was really the instigator of everything, admitted it. So I was like, why am I going to throw him under the bus? Yeah, he apologized to me. Yes, I told him, dude, you fuck up like this again, I can't hang out with you, but I'm going to take you at your word, yada, yada. So, when people mess up, they mess up and they need to be told that. You last week told me where I mess up, at least in one area. But I'm not going to throw somebody just because you have thoughts that I completely disagree with, doesn't mean that I'm going to be like, well, first of all, I have to have a disclaimer to everybody out there. Bear, did you know that Mr. Max wants to eat retarded babies or something?
Yeah, babies.
Don't do that.
Well, it's a good source of protein. I mean, come
Specifically
on.
said he wanted to eat retarded orphan babies.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Oh yeah, you get the orphan part in
Okay,
there.
sorry, I forgot that. My bad for misrepresenting it. But no, and that isn't what it was about, obviously. But you get the idea. Like I don't have to do that. We're talking about games now. If something you say is going to be highly controversial and offensive to people that I know about a game, I might say something like, "Hey, this guy comes here and says that he defecates on Earth Done books on camera, and there's his videos out there where I've literally seen him squatting over and dropping a deuce on an Earth Done book." I'll probably mention that. Because that's related to gaming and the topic that day. But your other beliefs, whether you're religious, not religious, whether you voted for this person or that person, whether you believe in aspects of history or have skepticism of it, whatever fucking happens to me has nothing to do with gaming, and I'm not going to ostracize you for that. That's just retarded.
Yeah, I don't come here. I don't bring that shit in your show either. I don't think so.
Yeah.
You drink a little bit, and sometimes it gets weird, but
yeah,
that's fine.
I've been 1 week sober now, so.
Wow.
I'm gonna go get my chip.
You're gonna go get your AA class. So again, I actually have a couple people after you now, but I want you to have some moment to say something here. But I do want to thank you. Like, you've been fun to have on the streams, even where we disagree, or sometimes especially where we disagree. It's been really fun to have you on the streams. I love the perspective that you bring to the things that you're passionate about, and I hope we get to keep doing this.
Yeah, because what I want to say about being loyal and stuff like that, not throwing people on, because that's also part of cancel culture, right? That's also somebody say, "Oh, you shouldn't talk to this guy; it's bad for you." Say, and being able to say "fuck you," I'm gonna talk to who I want.
Yep,
that's how we should behave, right? That's well, you don't like it when I talk to this guy, then don't listen, then, right? Just that's.
Yeah, exactly. If there's somebody who doesn't like you, now, first of all, I don't stay on top of this stuff. I may have a little bit better a couple years ago, but if I know that let me phrase it. Yeah, if I know you don't like Malachi, I'm going to try not to have you and Malachi on the same show. But if I don't know, I'm not going to go, "Do you get along with Mage's Musings and Malachi? Are you going to be okay for the show?" I'm not going to do that. It's like, I mean, let's be honest, don't mention the name, but there's a show that you've already mentioned coming up where there's going to be somebody on where there could be some potential. You warned me about it, but I'm not going to sit here and be like, send you a message. You can be okay with this guy, and go send him a message. "Hey, you okay if he's on?" You guys have to be adults. I know you can do it. Him, we'll find out. But this is why I say, oh God, I'm mentioning him again. When people say things like, can Condor be on the show? Can J. Scott Garibay be on the show? And can Indestructible be on the show? As long as they respect the show, yes.
Yeah. It's about being adult, right? It's about and also something like if I got a beef with somebody for some reason, right, and it doesn't concern you, don't get involved with it. I don't need you to defend me. I'm a grown man, right? Just if somebody doesn't like me suddenly, you don't have to hate the guy, right? If I start disliking somebody, which there's very few people I hate, but if I were to hate somebody publicly, right, doesn't mean you have to hate him, right? We don't have to share all the same like and dislike for everybody. Make your own fucking choice. Make your own fucking call, right? And just I'm not asking anybody to ever "Oh, stop listening to this guy. He talk behind my back." I'm not in fucking kindergarten or elementary school, right? Just grow up. But you don't do that, and I appreciate it, and I want to tell you that that's something that some people could look up to you. No, I'm not thinking of anybody now.
People haven't told them about all the crap that I've said behind the scenes about him. Thank God.
It's okay. You're allowed to talk behind my back, right?
And you shared his nude pics, which was really embarrassing.
I send them to all of you guys, so there's no,
Wait. I wasn't special in this one.
From you. No, ever since I got that PDF of the recipe for how to cook the retarded orphan children, I was like, no.
Mr. Max 2025 calendar.
Just a Christmas hat. That's it, nothing else.
Every month a different picture.
Social reconstruction, libertarian wisdom.
I'm doing this thing. I'm going a 1 page per week, so you can have 52 pictures instead of 12.
Ooh, look at that, going above and beyond. I like it. All right, Mr. Max, anything else? Or do you guys have anything else for Mr. Max before we get the next person in here? But I do appreciate you, Mr. Max, and thanks for popping in, and really thanks for hanging out with panels and so forth, making them good.
Yeah, that's good. Have a good night. Merry Christmas to all again, and people in chat and stuff like that. I'll let you talk to the other folks.
All right.
Have fun. Bye.
Later.
Merry Christmas, Max.
All right, well, let's follow up Mr. Max with Grizzly Beardo. It's good to see you. How you doing, Grizzly Beardo?
Pretty good. How are you doing?
Did you get into a fight, or were you outside shoveling snow or something?
Shoveling snow, yeah.
Okay.
I worked all day, so we just got our first snowstorm up here.
Oh, that's fair. You look like me when my stepdad would be like, "Hey, we're gonna get a blizzard tonight. Start shoveling now and go out an hour later. Shovel again. Go out an hour later. Shovel again."
It wasn't that bad. It wasn't like a real blizzard. It was just early Minnesota blizzard, not like.
Oh, that's right. I forgot you are Minnesota. Well, so hey there, do we get to talk like this now? So, getting back to the roots out there. I've been watching a lot of Code Blue Cam and those people from Wisconsin. Yeah, it's fun listening to lacrosse. I can barely do it anymore. Anyway, what you got?
I just want to say thank you to all you, to you especially, Max. With the crazy work schedule that I have and trying to write my own game, I don't catch many streams anymore. But the membership, being able to go and watch everything, whatever, on demand is kind of like my go-to when it's time for me to just put headphones on and concentrate on something.
Did you guys hear that? Did you hear the Minnesota right there? He didn't say phones. He said phones.
Oh, yeah.
I do. That's one of the few things. Like I say boat, and I don't know why instead of boat. Yeah.
Headphones. Yeah.
You gotta I get to do this because we're both native Minnesotans, so I get to do this. It's not insulting. We're just having fun.
Yep. But yeah, it's been since I've started watching Legion of Myth, my hair started to grow back. I find money in the parking lot. All sorts of good things have been happening.
Well, that's because you're part. He said watching. You're part.
Okay. I was like this. Well, when I was watching before, it became part.
You got too close to the sun, sir. He didn't. He's got the balance. No, I appreciate that, and I'm glad. This isn't. I want to be clear to folks out there. I actually love the fact you guys are coming in. I appreciate the thanks. This is more about us thanking you. I appreciate you guys hanging out, watching us. Like you said, after the fact, I know you've been one of those that's been making comments on the side. I don't always respond to them anymore because of time, but I do appreciate even when it's just like a hey. I absolutely love seeing that. It helps me know that people are at least there, and so I love it, and I'm thankful to you guys for whether you're a member, subscriber, lurker, whatever. In your case, a member. Absolutely, I appreciate that. So that's why we try to give back with the giveaways and so forth. Is it's to show what little appreciation we can being on this platform. So thank you.
No, it's all been a joy, and thanks to you also for introducing Sean and Bear to me. I don't think I would have found you guys. I mean, I eventually would have found you, the way things work, but it was just being able to find other content creators out there who are writing games or running games in ways that I still give a damn about, as opposed to like, this is the deluge of crap that's out there now.
This is how you build your character to beat the DM.
Exactly.
5 terrible traits of players. 10 ways to be a great GM.
Yeah, and I used to think I was just sick of gaming because it seemed like that's all there was, and I was only playing online games, and then started playing in-person games, started running in-person games again, and started kind of around the same time finding kind of this group here of misanthropes, and it actually got me interested enough again into gaming to pick up the pen and paper and start working on my own game again.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. And Malachi, my fellow Savage Rifts fan, long-suffering Savage Rifts fans. Everybody hates us, but it's good to know I'm not alone. I'm not the only one.
I am ready to get the new book. I am so ready.
Yeah, me too.
I would have backed Europa, but I don't have the funds for something to put back on my shelf that, I just got rid of a whole bunch of things that I'm like not going to really pay attention to. I was like, yeah, I wanted to do it. I was like, no, I just didn't.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, that's going to be a nice set.
Yeah, I like the last one too. I'm looking at it right now. The Terror on the Plains. Oh yeah. That gave me. I mean, I'm not running it, but it gave me stuff to bring into my game.
Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff in it.
Yeah, I mean, like I forgot about the Worm Who Walks and all that stuff from what was the first Palladium Rifts game where that DB showed up in?
Oh,
the one made out of worms, and then
Yeah.
see it like, oh, now it's a gunslinger. All right,
Yeah.
this is making Max really angry, because not only am I talking about Rifts, it's Savage Worlds Rifts, and it's also Wild West Savage Worlds Rifts.
Oh my God! Now, okay, you know what? Up until then, we were no. I you know what? I like when people talk about games that I might not have as much of an interest in. To be fair, talking with Kevin has actually made me a bit more interested in Rifts. Rifts, the only issue, and I think I've been clear about this to everybody out there, I don't hate Rifts. It's just, it's too much for me. Bear, what's the word? It's clown
shoes.
I didn't realize.
And I know a lot of people. There have been people in the past who have taken me saying that word like I said, "Oh, you hate it. Oh, so everything's just clown shoes and horrible to you." Clown shoes to me doesn't mean horrible. It's like saying gonzo to some people. Gonzo and clown shoes just kind of fits it. It's too much. It's too shiny, too big, too ridiculous. I just don't generally like that. But I think Rifts is put together very well for supporting that. Better than any other system or game I've ever seen. So I'm kind of sold on it, even if I'm just like, it's still too much.
Yeah, of all the kitchen sink games out there, I think it is the one that absolutely has had the most thought put into it, and has, and listening to Kevin talk to you, which is the other thing. I mean, getting Kevin on your stream, I think, I don't know if he's told you this behind the scenes, but yes, he's been doing other podcasts as well.
Yeah.
And now they have that. They've got their channel actually producing content now, which is great. It seems like it's like you gave him a little bit of a kick in the ass to get some of that.
I think that was more Sean than me. I mean, I'd love to take credit for it, but I think that's more Sean than me. I think they started seeing the usefulness of it, probably because of starting here. But I'm in no way, shape, or form going to take credit for them doing that, simply because I don't know the dynamic with them. But I've talked with Sean quite a bit, and I think he's the one, whether it's directly to Kevin or if it's just like maybe they both kind of decided together, but they really want to make this effort. One of the things that they've basically promised, that's a bad word to say, that they've we'll just say stated or emphasized to me, is that they're not going to stop going to Glitter Boys, and they're not going to stop coming on Legion of Myth just because they have their own. And I think there's a great dynamic here. We talk more about gaming and books. Glitter Boys talks more about the history, and that's because his channel is about history, but they get a little bit more personable with it, with like the history side of it, where the Palladium is basically just a straight, let's deep dive and become encyclopedic about the history. And I think that's a great
encyclopedic. Yeah. It's much more of this is like Kevin doing his videos on the Palladium Books channel. I forget who the interviewer is, but he kind of steps aside and he lets Kevin tell his whole. I mean, it's his autobiography in video format. Whereas it's much more interactive with the Glitter Boys, and with you, it's a lot more. It's even more interactive, and you get him to go to places that the Glitter Boys don't get him to go to. You get him to comment on topics that I haven't seen him talk about, things like that anywhere else. A lot more gaming advice and thoughts on gaming. And
so that's actually, I got to be honest, that was more their idea.
Really?
Because I'm struggling here, and I do have to unfortunately let you go. We do have somebody who's been waiting for quite a bit. Not yet though. We can do a little back and forth here. I don't, and Bear's heard me talk about this, maybe Sean, and I know Malachi has as well. I don't really want to do interviews. In fact, I get emails quite like, hey, I'd love to join your show. We can have an interview about me or my game or whatever. And I don't enjoy them. Yes, I apparently did a really good job with Alexander McCrease. He was great to talk to. What's his, oh my God, I already mentioned him today. Mark McKinnon was fun to talk to. We've had Grimm on. We've had the Red Room guys. Like I look, talking with those people, making new friends is great, but I don't enjoy that interview. I just don't. You know what I do like to talk about? I like to talk about games and gaming. And Kevin and Sean like to talk about games and gaming. Sure, we're promoting their product because we were talking about their product at that time, and I feel kind of a responsibility. If I'm going to have you on, why would I not have Kevin on to talk about his product, let him shill his stuff, and so forth. But it was them that they're like, after when we talked about Techno Wizards, one of the streams a few streams ago, that got everybody's brain juices flowing. And Kevin is like, I want to come on and do more of this. I'm like, Kevin, I want you to come on and do more of this, please. And that's why we're trying to do the gamer talk stuff. And they're really excited about that. And that doesn't mean we won't ever promote again. It's just that was almost more of their idea, because I'm just thinking in my brain that, well, we've got the people on who make games. They have all this work that they're putting in it, time that they're putting into it. They don't want to waste their time. They're going to want to show their products to get it out there more to some degree. I'm being a little, facetious when I say it that way, but you get the idea. No, they want to talk the gaming stuff. I'm like, thank God. Yes, let's do this. And then our Discord basically clammed up on topics. Or it got so particular. If I'm in a 3rd round of a 4-round fight and this guy's on action number 6, like, guys, no, we're going to talk about themes. Like the next one that we want to do is about damage and healing, because that came up, and recovery, because that kind of came up in the last one. We wanted to have more thematic stuff, and then maybe dive into the more pedantic stuff later. But it's not about how do you handle if somebody's got 4 attacks per round and they're racing each other, who gets to the end first or whatever. That's like a 10-second conversation where he gives an answer and we're done. We need something that covers 2 hours.
Sure.
So
I think this is just my gut saying, you know what? I think that Legion of Myth being a place where Kevin can do that prompted him to make that offer, him and Sean, to make that. Sure. And so, I mean,
they can come here and be themselves. And I'm not saying they can't do that anywhere else. They've never, ever, ever complained about anybody else. So nobody take this like as in how they can only do this here. But the fact that they can come here and just sit. How many times have you seen Kevin say something like, and what the fuck was I thinking? Whatever.
Never thought I'd hear Kevin Sambidia say motherfucker.
Right. So
not on my 2024 bingo card, man.
So I love that. Starman, that's been asked a lot of times. It's not going to happen, at least anytime soon. But that is a very common theme, by the way. By the way, for folks out there who can't say it, he said, I want a Megaverse Atlas. Can you make it happen with your poll? I have no poll. Sean has told me to fuck off a couple of times.
So go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say, but the best right now you got are the Rifts maps from
Savage. Yeah.
Yep, and I've been for my campaign, because I one thing I do not like the Tomorrow Legion time frame. So I started with like editing out the Legion of Tomorrow landmarks from that map, and now it's like, oh, I can add other things and then make my own setting. For sure, but adding my own locations. But then it turned into this. Well, now I want to add everything to it. So.
And what's awesome is both Kevin and Sean are huge supporters of that stuff. Make it your own. Absolutely.
Sure.
Cool. Yeah. Well, like I said, I got somebody else waiting. Thank you very much for popping in. I'm glad you did. I again, as a member, as a subscriber, as just hanging out with us, I really do appreciate that. I hope you have a very Merry Christmas, sir. Happy holidays, Happy New Year, and look forward to 2025.
You too. Merry Christmas to all of you.
Merry Christmas. Good to meet you. And I think the Macris interview was so good because you wanted to talk about games and gaming.
Oh, fair. Oh, let me do this. Boop there, and we'll get you in just 1 second, Raphael. But no, I saw the stuff that he did on other channels, and I don't want to say I was thinking I got to do something different. I don't care about the personalities that much. Like, people are like, oh my God, you got Kevin on. Like, hey, that's awesome. It's a game I played for a long time. Sure. Yeah. But I love Kevin's awesome. Yeah. I consider Kevin and Sean friends. We're not close friends, but I consider them friends. In the same way I consider Bear and you. Sean isn't here as much. I don't know. Sean, like the people, especially the regulars here that talk in the after show, I consider friends. Thank you. And they act like friends, and that's what's awesome. But I don't care about. Again, I'm talking historically speaking, not as people. I don't care about Tim Kask. I don't care about Ed Greenwood. I don't care about Gary Gygax. I don't care. Like some people drool over. Oh my God, you got to get this person. I'm like, why? I don't like. There's nothing I want to talk to that person about. I don't think he's a bad person. What was it, Bear? You had him on. Did Planescape AD&D 2nd Edition? You had him on.
Cook.
Zeb Cook. Right. Look, I'm an AD&D 2nd Edition guy, but what would I talk to him about? Because it sounds like a lot of the stuff that he's proud of doing is stuff that I'd be like, yeah, I hated that. So like, look, keep making your stuff, Mr. Zeb Cook, do your thing, but I'm just not interested in his history. I'm just not, and so it makes it really difficult for me to do those kind of conversations and interviews because that's what people want, and that's, to be fair, that's kind of what I mean. Bring him on and and just not talk about anything of his past. That just wouldn't make sense, right? So, all right, let's. He's been waiting for quite a while here. Let's bring Raphael in. Hello, sir.
Hey there, guys. How are you doing?
Looks like I have you loud and clear. It's awesome. Doing well. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm actually, this is the first time I've been on any kind of show like this. So I'm actually kind of testing my setup to see if it works well. And I don't know how my audio is coming off because
sounds great.
I don't hear myself.
Yeah.
So, wow, if it sounds
Especially
good.
for a headset, that sounds great.
Because everything I have is this Logitech headset. So I have nothing else. So I can't really, do anything about it. So if it was awful, I would just give up.
Yeah, I mean, you sound like a gamer. That's for sure. But no, that there's nothing here. When I talk about audio issues, I'm talking about things that turn people off, and you don't sound like you're talking through a tin can a mile away. You don't have people arguing in the background, or you and actually even on the video side of it, you have a very static setting there. So it all. Yeah,
it's the camera is pretty decent, but one thing I was worried about was the fan. If you can see it right there, it's funny for me because I'm watching you guys talking about the first snow and temperatures plunging below 32 and so on, and here it's like super hot.
Well, I'm in Alabama, so I mean, for me, I'm outside, and it was like 80 degrees yesterday. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, that's crazy warm. Where are you, Raphael?
Right now, I'm in Rio. Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Yeah. So
it's summer for you guys.
It's summer. It's funny because exactly at the same time you have the complete polar opposites because of the opposite hemispheres. But
we need to get Raphael and Brian, Gaming with ADHD, on at the same time, and they'll just speak Portuguese, and I'll be sitting here going, I
didn't know he spoke Portuguese. So.
I probably shouldn't divulge his life, but he's open about it. But he did his Mormon mission in Brazil.
Was he on last week?
Yes.
Yeah, he was the only one who got the pronunciation of my name correctly. So I realized, this guy actually made notes of Portuguese.
Yeah, he lived in Brazil. He did his Mormon mission there. So.
I see.
How do we pronounce your name?
Rafael. It's just separated in three.
You just turned an R into an H. What the hell?
Yes, exactly.
That's confusing.
Rafael.
Okay.
It's super easy once you get used to it. I'm actually an ESL teacher, so whenever I'm teaching students, I kind of like divide it up into parts, so it's easier for them to repeat. And once you get used to it, it's okay. But most Americans are used to the what's going on there. No, fortunately, not a half elf. If anything, I'm more dwarf than an elf. But it's for Americans, it's much easier to remember the Spanish pronunciation, and well, it's different, right?
So with this setup, does this mean that you might be interested in joining some of the Friday night panels?
Oh yeah, I've always been interested. I mean, remember, I don't know if you're going to remember this, but it's a long time ago now. But on a Friday night show stream, you guys were talking about alignments, and I'm a very strong defender of alignments. I think alignments are a very important part of D&D, and I think
so
a lot
of
the arguments. Yeah, but I think a lot of the arguments. Yeah, go ahead.
When is this show? I want to know when this alignment one is, because if I'm not running a game, I want on that panel.
It would be nice. It would be fun. But I think a lot of the arguments pro alignment, especially on Twitter, X, or whatever you call it, are usually very bad or at the very least ineffective. They don't change people's minds regarding alignment. People that don't like alignment tend to think that alignment is a straitjacket and it's the only way to operate. And I really think that's the wrong way to look at it. And in that show, years ago now, I was the one that went on the chat going like, I wanted to defend alignment. I wanted to tell them exactly what it is and so on. And there are other things. For example, one of the things that you are not going to like so much is the fact that in fact, when Bear was talking about Zeb Cook, I love Planescape. Planescape is my second favorite D&D setting of all time. So I'm very much a defender of Planescape. And I think the alignment
What is it you like about Planescape?
The thing I like about Planescape is the fact that it combines all of the possibilities of D&D in a single origin point. You can still do everything you want to do with D&D in Planescape, but you don't have the barriers that you have in some of the worlds. So, for example, if you're playing Dark Sun, sorry, you're not going to have a planar adventure. There's not going to be a portal opening up of demons pouring forth because Dark Sun's cut off from the planes. So
I didn't know that. I knew it was cut off from like Spelljammer, the Crystal Spheres. I didn't know it was cut off from the planes also.
It's completely cut off from the planes. So you might have, I don't know, a divine intervention or something, but even that might not work. And so you're already limited by that thing. Planescape opens up everything. And I think the genius of Zeb Cook was taking real world philosophical ideas and pulling them inside of D&D. And he named them factions.
So I have three quick counters for you. I won't dive too deeply into them. First of all, Manual of Planes did all that already and did it in a much smaller package. And I think the Manual of the Planes is one of the best books ever written because it gives you just enough information to use your own imagination to do whatever you want with your setting while still explaining to what each of those is. That's the first one. Second one, Sigil is the dumbest thing ever and should not exist. Sigil is absolutely ridiculous. There's no way they'll go, some floating lady stops the blood war. No, she doesn't. That's absolutely ridiculous. And then the third one is no low-level character should ever be dealing with the Outer Planes. And that's one of the things that it did is it made low-level characters accessible to the Outer Planes. The Outer Planes should be something that's way outside the scope of any low-level character. Otherwise, it makes the planes meaningless.
Not really, because you can still have the limitations. For example, if you want to throw a high-level party coming from, say, Dragonlance or Forgotten Realms or Birthright into the planes, that's fine. That's great. The thing is, I don't think any first or second or third level parties coming from one of these one of the D&D worlds is going to just stumble onto Planescape, stumble onto the planes. That's probably not going to happen.
That's actually how I saw it used, or I saw campaigns start in Sigil with first level characters.
I think that's okay. I think starting a campaign with first level planers, meaning characters that were born on the planes, is fine.
Does that actually make any sense? That just, I'm a first level character. Planes are supposed to be mysterious. They're supposed to be outside.
But they're still mysterious. They're still mysterious. They're still.
If you can start at first level, it's not mysterious.
Just starting from the fact that they are infinite. There is no limit to them. You can have an entire campaign just in the Outlands and never exhaust it because it's an infinite plane. So wherever you go, when you go by the speed of thought, basically you envision the place where you're going to, and the way it opens up for you.
You're running around the stomping grounds of gods, demigods, and super powerful things. First level characters do not belong there.
They're not everywhere. That's why you have realms, right? The powers have realms. They have partial control over the planes. They don't control everything. So, for example, even if you're going to the Abyss, where there is a lord for a layer, even in that layer, there's no total control. The god doesn't control everything. And in the other planes that are shared by multiple powers, well, you can go from one city to another and never cross the realm of a power. A city? No. Yeah, sure. Of course. Do you think there are no cities in Planescape? You think there are no cities in the
things
Outlands?
like Olympus, sure, but
in the Outlands,
generic inhabitants.
Literally, there can be infinite cities in the Outlands.
You have Purs, where dead paladins of like what umpteenth level? I forget what level they are.
Purs are just protecting portals.
Fighting wars out there.
Purs don't fight wars.
It's not just Purs. No, they're actually part of Purs and Asimars were fighting. At least in the second edition Monsters Compendium, if I'm remembering correctly, they were.
As far as I know, Purs are portal protectors, right? They're basically posted around portals, protecting.
That may be their primary job, but they're outer planers paladins. There's just the souls of paladins that are now repalating wherever the hell they go. Even if you look at the demons, like the Slods and the lesser demons and so forth, they're still too powerful for characters like that. And those are running around all over the place.
Yeah, but one of the things that Planescape teaches, even if, let's say you start a campaign with first level characters, planar characters in Sigil, and then you go out into the Outlands, the first thing you're going to teach your players is that not every encounter is a fight, because you just can't win most of them. There's a freaking pit fiend right there. You can't fight him. If you fight him, you're going to die. And if you have, for example, a planar character that is more experienced, accompany the party or give them tips before they depart Sigil, they can tell you, look, if you see a guy that looks more or less like this, don't charge in you're gonna die. You're just gonna be back
what I'm hearing though is I'm
words
hearing
of
you
wisdom
basically
for vanilla D&D.
What?
That's words of wisdom for vanilla D&D. Let alone
Yeah, exactly. And
I agree with that, but that's kind of my point here. Is it sounds like you're turning the planes into just another colorful prime material, and that doesn't make sense to me. We have the prime material already. The prime material is the center point for all of that. The planes themselves should be the realms of gods, goddesses. Inner planes should be of the elementals, of the Zorn, of the salamanders, of the powers that where you I guess I was gonna say elemental magic, but druid magic, whatever. Outer planes should be where worshippers are. Like it should be something fantastic and beyond the normal. I mean, you've got in the astral plane, you've got Githyanki and Githzerai. No normal character can stop them. No normal character can fight them, especially in their own home turf, unless they're of decent level. So just getting to the planes, starting the planes just makes it sound like, oh, we're playing on the prime material, we're just calling it something else, and that's silly to me. We already have the prime material plane.
I mean, you can see the Outland as basically an extended version of the prime material, but it's like it's the job of the DM to give the players kind of like an introduction to each of the planes and give them an idea of what the planes feel like and what they are in terms of interactions. You can start by teaching them the stuff with the spell levels and magic, and the power of a paladin gets diminished when he goes to lower planes and so on.
By the way, I've never seen anybody actually implement that. I do agree, because that's actually part of original D&D as well. Is that's supposed to happen, but I've never seen anybody implement that. That's just too detrimental. I don't enforce that rule.
I remember I started as a Dragonlance DM, and I remember you talking about this, and people don't implement the moons in Dragonlance. And they're one of the most interesting parts of the system, because it's like,
how do you do that?
They're literally gods in the sky granting you magic, and their effect is dependent on how far they are from you. And so it's an important part of the setting. It's an important part of the cosmology of the setting. It's an important part of the feel of the setting, and people don't implement it. But then default's on the DM. Yeah. I mean, if the DM doesn't want to implement those things, then it's his own damn fault.
So for the folks who watch this later, because I know somebody's going to take your side, somebody's going to take my side on this one, I want to be very clear to the folks out there. This is just a difference. So there's nothing wrong with what he's doing. Hopefully he doesn't think there's anything wrong with what I'm doing. I just find the planes need to be much more mystical, much more distant. They're meant to be outer planes for a reason. They're not meant to be the stomping grounds of low-level characters. I don't believe that, I was born on a plane. No, you weren't. You're either born on the prime material plane or you're some sort of spirit, soul, demon, whatever. But that's just a different vision of what they are. And this is where I think the Manual of the Planes, to my point, makes it better. The Manual of Planes allowed all of that. For me to do something in Planescape, I actually have to rewrite the rules and say, no, you can't do this. No, you can't do this. No, you can't do this. Where in the Manual of Planes, it was more of a framework where you could say, I think I'm going to treat it this way, or I'm going to treat it that way.
I understand that point of view, because it kind of touches on a difference between, for example, I would say Greyhawk and Forgotten Realms. And I know this is going to sound like heresy for a lot of people, but I'm more on the side of the Forgotten Realms on this one. I prefer more detail. For example, I don't use modules. I don't use adventure modules. I make all my own adventures, but I want the world to be detailed enough so that I can populate it with my adventures. So, for example, I prefer to have a book that details the world in more clarity and gives me more of a basis, so that then I can make my own adventures into that. I know that there's a big part of the community that goes directly to the opposite side and wants the world to be very thin, basically just, there's a country here and nothing about the country. And so that they can put their own things into the country and create their adventures based on that. But that's why I prefer, I still think the Manual of the Planes is a marvelous book. It's one of my favorite, probably my favorite.
It's my second favorite first edition book. My favorite being Dragonlance Adventures hardcover book. Those two are my two favorite first edition books, and number 3 would be the DMG.
Yeah, but I would also say the Greyhawk Adventures book, which was kind of like,
I don't have that one, unfortunately.
I have it, but in between first and second edition, I think it was released in '88 or '89. It was also really good, but. Yeah, it's kind of a bridge between the two editions. But I understand that a lot of people prefer the thin kind of like presentation, especially of something like Greyhawk, that allows you to fill in your own stuff. And I prefer the other side. I prefer you the world to be a little more fleshed out so that I can put my own adventures in. But I like I said, if I can think back, the only 2 modules that I have run in my life were not D&D. It was Masks of Nyarlathotep for Cthulhu, and oh my god, I want to say it was Bar Save at War for Earth Dawn. By the way,
yes,
huge Earth Dawn fan.
Yes. Well, we're
we
gonna
have
cover that next year.
another point of contact there because
Max is a new best friend.
I never completed Bar Save at War because
there's
that's
one of those shells there is basically all Earth Dawn. There you go.
I even have some 3rd edition books. Yeah.
I think the rest of us should leave and give these men some privacy.
No, I know that this is controversial. People don't like Earth Dawn to be mentioned that much, but
well, you know what? You can have the bad take on Planescape. Now we'll be friends. No, but that's part of the show, and that's one of the things that folks, some folks out there don't quite get. I know these guys here do, is that I say I don't like it. I think you know when I say like, oh, whatever, the sigil's stupid and so on and so forth, it is stupid, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't do it if you like it. It means you're just not going to find it in my game. I should not say for me in there, and it seems like you get that. And the Bar Save at War thing, though, I never got to finish that one. Campaign was kind of running dry at that point, and because Bar Save at War was expecting more and more to come out, then FASA folds. It's like, no. So we never actually finished going through that. I tweaked the crap out of it, though. But yeah, I've actually run every Earth Dawn module. It's like, I think the only game I've ever done that in. I've run every Earth Dawn module because I had a hard time getting to. I don't care if it's Shadowrun. I don't care if it's old FASA Star Trek. FASA worlds to me, Star Trek was a little easier because you had the TV show, but were always hard for me to figure out, how am I supposed to do this? I know it's real easy to say, well, it's your world, you do what you want with it. But no, kind of like you wanting that more detail. I wanted the more detail of like, how is an adventure supposed to look for this setting? And so I loved going through those modules. Blades was my favorite one because I felt that the Blades was like, you do a little thing for Blades, do some side questing, do your sandbox, do what you want, do a little more for Blades, do some side questing, do your sandbox, do what you want, do a little more Blades because it was broken up into those parts like that. I thought that was ended up being my favorite.
Yeah, it's not really a module, it's more like a setting / module. The one thing that I always regret not getting when I had the chance, because I had the thing in my hands and I chose to buy something else, was Skypoint and Vivane, which is a boxed set, which like everyone that read it tells me it's incredibly good. And it's the one thing I never even took a look at because
I don't have the box.
Like I had the box. Go ahead.
Oh, my box has long since been ruined, but I do have the books. I just have to figure out where in that mess those specifically are. I do seem to remember liking that one. The one I did not like, the worst book I feel that was put out for Earth Dawn First Edition, was the Theron Empire book.
It's extremely inconsistent, right?
Well, de-patterning, which ended up coming into 2nd edition, de-patterning. Whoever came up with that idea, I don't even care if it was Lou Prosperi himself, needs to be kneecapped. That was absolutely horrific. Now, luckily, then it was an optional rule. 2nd edition tried to make it a real rule. It's like, I had literally my 2nd edition book, I have that crossed out in marker. Like, nope, that was dumb. And then the other races and so forth, the world was so tied to bar save. Okay, the Jackalmen from Corena, so Egypt for folks out there, the Jackalmen I could get. But these half horror, what are they called? Uruk, whatever the heck they were, from India. What? These shambling tree people? Like, okay, stop. You're getting too weird now.
It's the problem with Earth Dawn is that it was, like you said, it was extremely tied to bar save. And bar save is, well, it's unique. It's very different from anything, from any D&D setting, for example.
Oh, yeah.
And the problem is, I think they were in the process of trying to expand Earth Dawn to something like D&D, so that they would start releasing, box sets for other continents and
well, third edition basically focused most of its time on, China. Which I thought was.
I only have the core books for third edition, so I'm not sure. I haven't read anything else.
It spent most of its time on as far as expanding the universe. That's kind of its claim to fame. Yeah, I mean, all the editions of Earth Dawn have something good to bring. They all have their issues. But I think I posted this on Discord the other day. The thing that I fell in love with most about Earth Dawn wasn't the lore of Barsave. I honestly couldn't care less about Barsave or Thera, the Books of Harrow, and so forth. What I love is how the lore is integrated with the rules, which is integrated with the lore. How the blood magic system works. And no, I'm not doing the second edition nonsense of blood magic and life magic. It's all fucking blood magic. Shut up. Blood magic, the way the disciplines are, the Adept's Way is the absolute best source book ever written for Earth Dawn. I like the Denizens ones as well, but the Adept's Way is just fantastically, just the most amazing book for Earth Dawn outside the core book. The way magic items grow with you. I love the passions. Well, they're gods, right? Kinda, not quite. I love the way the passions work and questers. You don't just, I'm a level 1 cleric. No, you're not. You have to become a quester, and like just the way how they integrated the lore of the game with the lore of with the mechanics of the rules. That is what I loved about it more than anything else. Barsave and the history of I used it, but I didn't care as much about it. I don't care about Travar.
I do like the lore of Barsave a lot, but I think Earth Dawn is a wonderful game that was marred by problems at FASA, and eventually, I think by the mid 90s to the late 90s, people say, "Oh, D&D was falling apart." Every single RPG was falling apart.
Yeah.
Even, for example, I was talking to a guy on Twitter. I don't remember his name, but I was talking to him about Star Wars D6, and he knew a guy that was one of the editors for Star Wars D6, and I told him, I said, that game started and finished strong. They were selling well in the beginning. They were selling well at the end. They did not overproduce. They did not make their books too expensive, but they were screwed by their corporate owners. Can you imagine that? Doing everything right and still getting screwed because your corporate owners decided to make a shitty investment. Sorry about the somewhere else, and lost like millions and millions and millions of dollars, and had to basically dismount the company, just disassemble it into little pieces, and ended and they lost the Star Wars license, which was like the most valuable thing West End Games had, was the Star Wars
West
license.
End Games' influence upon the expanded universe at the time is just
built the expanded universe.
Yes.
When Timothy Zahn was hired by George Lucas to write The Heir to the Empire, he basically boxed up a bunch of West End Games material, sent it to Timothy Zahn with this instruction: this is the world, build upon this.
Yeah.
Those guys were doing incredibly well, and they, the late 90s almost killed RPGs. Almost. They came this close to killing RPGs.
I generally agree with that. I don't have all the stats and figures on that, but I generally agree with that. The two games that I know of that were doing really well at that time were obviously The World of Darkness, which pulled in a whole different crowd than your generic D&D crowd. Of course, the generic D&D crowd went over there because they wanted to fuck the fat chicks that were playing Vampire. And then Call of Cthulhu.
Yeah, I was going to say, here in Brazil, World of Darkness was huge. I didn't like it. It's not my game. I don't like the system. I don't like the world. I don't like anything about it. But it was gigantic. It was in the conventions we had here, and I got to tell you guys, if you don't know this, we had a convention called the International RPG Meeting in São Paulo, and it was from 1993 to 1998. It was larger than Gen Con in terms of people. It was enormous. We had all the main authors coming in year after year to give interviews and workshops and so on, and it was enormous. And World of Darkness, from like 95, 96, it started dominating the thing. Almost like 50%, 60% of the tables were World of Darkness, which for me was horrible because I didn't like it, but people here seem to love it. But almost all other RPGs were in decline at that point.
Yep.
I don't know if it was the strength of because there was the whole fad of the 1980s, but that had already passed. I think it was a general industry-wise decline. And
I kind of felt that the 90s, to some degree, and these guys can tell me their thoughts as well. And there's somebody waiting, by the way, but so we'll make this pretty much the last topic, but we'll finish this up though. Is I felt it was like the golden age, but then that golden age crashed. And part of it, I kind of feel that back then, and I'm seeing this now, but now with self-publishing, it's a little easier, is that so many people came out with their own games in the 90s. It split a lot of people. Again, I remember like the Horn and Torg people, the Traveler groups, we'll call them the War Gamers, but the ones that played a lot of Warhammer and BattleTech. I was on the BattleTech side of that one. But it's like there became more and more splits. When I first started, it was pretty much some of us played TMNT and Robotech. There are obviously the D&Ds, and then every now and again somebody would sneak something in. Maybe somebody talk about like Traveler or whatever. I know there are more games out there than that, but that's just kind of how it was in my circles. But then all of a sudden, like boom. Like try this game. I mean, that's actually Earth Dawn. To be honest with you, Earth Dawn was a try this game kind of thing. I just fell in love with it right away because wow, it really spoke to me and how the mechanics work and so forth. And I'm just wondering if, like, again, this is my opinion. I don't have any facts basis up. This is observation, not even opinion. It just seemed like things got spread so thin, companies weren't making money.
I can say from my own perspective, and again, this is like you said, it's my opinion because I don't have any data. But one of the things that actually affected me was Magic, because I started playing Magic, and oh God, today I can look at it and go like, oh my God, why did I spend like hundreds and maybe thousands of dollars on that freaking game? And the number of RPG products that I let go because I bought, I don't know, 3 booster packs of Magic instead of a boxed set. Today, I think I almost have a heart attack when I think about it because it's awful for me. But Magic was taking over a lot of the market. A lot of the people that played RPGs also became Magic players. And Magic, let's face it, it was expensive. It was really expensive.
MMOs also got popularized at that time as well, with like
a little bit later, right? A little bit later.
Yeah, later nights. But you had the Muds and Mushes. But then you had what Meridian 57. You had the Realm. Those weren't really popular, but people were playing. And then what was oh my God, Garriott. Ultima Online. That one really spurred it, and then EverQuest and blah 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 since then. But even EverQuest was what, 96, 97? That's not too late in the 90s.
EverQuest is 97, I think.
Yeah, something like that.
RuneScape, I think, was 96.
Good, that's another one.
96. Yeah.
God, people still play RuneScape too. So I'm just wondering, if all of that kind of, because I agree with the Magic thing. You've probably heard my Magic story. I won't go into it now because we have somebody waiting about being the only one in the gaming store who said this game's for 12-year-olds. Nobody's going to like it. I was wrong. But I think all of that kind of compounded.
Yeah, it was the scene was developing, and at the same time it was kind of crunching because a lot of people had a lot more options now, and then you have to spend your money. And remember, back then I wasn't a 48-year-old guy; I was a 20-year-old guy, so I had limited amounts of money, so I had to make a choice.
And went to gaming.
It all went to gaming. That's for sure. Yeah. But it was a problem. It became a problem because the market started to crunch a little bit, and then the options were getting more varied, and you had limited money to spend. So
there was 2 things happening that you're leaving out, which is basically at the start of the 90s we were in a global recession. And it was killing everybody, and stores were dying, and everything was dying, and nothing was happening. And then we had a nice resurgence in the mid-90s, and that suddenly exploded the market. And everyone that could publish was publishing something. And then very quickly, the expansion contracted really fucking hard when TSR died, basically. It just, the industry did that, and everything was fucking White Wolf. That's all it was everywhere you went, was White Wolf and Magic the Gathering. That was life. It's not until the 2000s when we see D&D 3rd edition come in, the D20 revolution, that we start to get back to a semblance of a large industry. So I wouldn't say it was a golden age. I would say the golden age was still the 80s, because there was more games being produced in the 80s for sure. And you'd go into your game store every week and there'd be some new thing on the shelf.
That might be my exposure was in the 90s, but that might be true. Yeah,
it was I think the 80s was a bigger golden age. I would say basically the 90s was the interbellum, for lack of a better term, between the golden age of the 80s and the silver age of the 2000s, basically. That's what I'd say.
Yeah, the one thing for me that marks a golden age, in my opinion, is the settings for D&D, because I absolutely the worlds of TSR. It's like everybody says, "Oh, it was a mistake because kill the company. I'm not so sure about that. I've talked to guys like Jeff Grubb and Stan and some other guys and seen them talking about this as well. There were other problems. People, I don't know. There has been a recent surge of trying to kind of like, I'm not going to say whitewash, but close to it. Williams's run at TSR as CEO and trying to make it sound like she wasn't that bad. You talk to the guys who were there. She was really fucking bad.
I've talked to Steve Winter. I've talked to Jeff Grubb. I've talked to Zeb Cook. I've talked to Tim Kask. I've talked to Larry Elmore. They don't agree. They think the hobby fans made a big deal out of it. From what they've said, you can see that they're basically saying this was something that the community blew out of proportion. She made mistakes, but she was not the demon she gets portrayed as by the Gygaxian front. And that's the thing people don't understand, is that there is an absolute, not agenda, but skew or prejudice for the Gygax fans against her. She made bad calls. Absolutely. But she was a businesswoman and she was trying to run a business that had never been run like a business before. And if Zeb Cook didn't talk shit about her, if Tim Kask, this guy does not know how to hold his tongue, and he would not say, he didn't even have bad shit to say about her. We got to step back and say, what is the source we're getting the info from? How good is it? Because remember, Arneson's a piece of shit according to the Gygaxians, and Gygax is a piece of shit according to the Arnesons.
Yeah.
So you're getting into a real religious sort of Protestant Catholic, reformist.
That's why we call them the priors of Gygax.
Yeah,
I think
we have to be careful about judging women none of us knew.
I think there may also be something of a time divide because, for example, Tim Kask was out of TSR by 1982.
You don't think he was talking to everybody in that company all that time?
Yeah, of course he was. Of course he was. And I'm actually an admirer of Tim Kask. I love that there's a 2-hour video by Dorks of Yore, a YouTube channel, with an interview with Tim Kask in one of those Gary Cons, and it's awesome. He talks a lot about the early times of TSR and so on.
Well,
but for example,
you can watch the interview we did with him last year, earlier this year. You can also
I didn't see that one. I'll make sure to take a look at it.
Jeff Grubb, Steve Winters.
Yeah, for example, there's a panel with Jeff Grubb, Stan. I don't know if there were like five or six guys from the period at the end of TSR, from 95 to 99, and what the story they tell there in that panel is like, for example, the Dragon Dice story is probably to me the most
I forgot about that.
Because it was like what they said was they went to Gen Con with the Dragon Dice, which they had just printed, like 10,000 sets, not 10,000 dice, 10,000 sets, and they sold all 10,000 at Gen Con. And they were like, "Oh my God! Wow, there's actual interest here." And then they talked to Williams and said, "Whoa, this is a product we might be able to invest in." And then she ordered 1 million sets. 1
Hey, you know what? I got to lower costs. Got to lower costs for buying in bulk.
But this is the thing. She was a bad business person. Yeah. But the way that the fandom tries to make her out, she was the devil in high heels.
No, that's exaggeration.
It was just there to destroy D&D and make Buck Rogers the greatest thing ever. Not true. Talk to guys like Zeb Cook and that about AD&D second edition, and you'll get a very, very different story than what fandom seems to think second edition was. Everybody in the fandom seems to think second edition was just to get rid of Gary. It wasn't. No. It was a business move to generate cash for a company that needed fucking cash.
Yeah.
You know?
They were strapped even before Gygax left. They were
exactly. Well, because Gygax was horrible at business.
Terrible. He was not a business. I mean, let's make it clear, and Max has already talked about this before. There's a huge divide between a hobby and a business. And at the point of transition between the hobby and the business, you got to have some guys that actually know something about business. Otherwise, you're not going to make it as a business.
Yeah.
So the hobby part suffers when you turn it into a full business.
Mm-hmm.
But it's almost necessary unless you want to remain like, for example, Palladium Games may actually have struck some sort of like balance, maybe unintentionally. Yes. I'm sure Kevin Sambidia would like to sell millions and millions of copies, but I think he struck some kind of balance, maybe by accident, where they didn't grow that much. They didn't become a full business where you have to make shareholders happy and produce quarter after quarter after quarter of growth, which is the disease that has infected, I should say.
Kevin's biggest
Wizards of
problem
the
is that
Coast
he
and so
can't
on.
keep up with his fans, and that's really what it comes down to.
Well, there was
sorry,
also
you
a
can only
scandal where he got
write.
embezzled, right?
What's that?
There was that scandal where he got embezzled too. That must have that put a big hurt in their business.
Yeah, I remember that.
But at the same time, keep in mind something, guys. For those of us who were there in the 80s, how fucking huge was D&D in the 80s?
It was
Jesus
everything.
Christ, the thing was massive.
You couldn't get people to play other games. It was like pulling teeth.
It was
I
insane
couldn't
how
get
big
people to
that
play
was.
D&D.
So to say, Kevin could have done this, Kevin's a great guy. I love Kevin. Had him on the show, talked to him here. Love Kevin. Think he's a great guy. Think Sean's a great guy. But when you talk about Palladium, you're comparing to versus D&D. You're talking Burger King and McDonald's. You know what I'm saying? McDonald's is 10 times the size of Burger King.
Gigantic.
Yeah, gigantic by comparison. I'm sure he'd love to sell those kinds of numbers, but he also is not equipped to sell those kinds of numbers. He's not equipped to produce that level of material, and it would have just been and there's no demand for that level. There's no as much demand as he gets. Pardon me, and he deserves it. It's a drop in the bucket compared to what D&D was getting. You know what I mean?
But that's what I mean.
But that's what allows him to keep it as a hobby, though.
Absolutely.
That's what I was going to say. It's like maybe it was accidental, but he managed to wind up in this position where he's like half hobby, half business, and
which is
it
the same
kind of
thing with
works.
The Troll Lords. The Troll Lords managed to create an absolute community that keeps them in business and allows them to produce their material and live a life as publishers, which is great.
Oh,
but if they go bigger, they run into all those headaches that could destroy everything they've built.
Oh, now wait for this. They just mentioned on their live stream last night, they are looking into increasing their publishing side, being able to publish for people outside of Troll Lord.
I have friends who know them. I should get them a copy of Heroic.
Well, we would. Like I said, there is somebody waiting, so I do need to let you go. I really would like to see you on a panel, and chat's even saying that as well. I'd love to see you on a panel. The link, if you didn't get it already, the link to the GMI, it still says the Rando, whatever, in the description, is in the description of the video. If you can pull it from there, and if there's a topic that you like, sign up for that. I think it would be fun. This is the exact type of back and forth that I want to see on the panel. And this is what the type of back and forth that I think gamers need to find out that we don't always agree on stuff. We have different perspectives, whether it's Gygax and Williams, whether it's Planescape, Manual Planes, whatever, and we can still have fun, be friends, and move on move on. I mean, Bear mentioned earlier about Gygax versus Arneson. I don't know enough about it, and one of the reasons why I don't dive into it and watch all the Secrets of Blackmore and all these different YouTube videos and all this stuff out there is because I feel like the more I would know, because I'm not fully interested in the people, the more that it's just I'm just gonna be like, why does this divide exist, right? Yeah. But from what people have told me, I lean in Arneson's side. I'm not saying that's for sure. I'm just saying from what people have told me based on what Arneson wanted out of a game versus what Gygax said, I'm almost always like, Arneson makes sense. What are you but he couldn't write for crap, and he certainly couldn't meet deadlines and whatever else.
And
so
it's what I was going to say. The hobby would not exist without the contributions of both of these guys.
Yes.
These guys were essential.
Anyway, I'll extend the same olive branch that Max did. If I ever get back to having panel shows again, you're more than welcome to stop by. You can certainly
Thank you very much, sir.
That's something that's very valuable to have in a panel show.
Well, as the last thing, then Merry Christmas to all you guys. Happy New Year. I was actually going to be in the States right now if I hadn't gotten a kidney stone. So I wouldn't have been. No, don't worry about it. It's my 11th. So
been there, done that 3 times. No thanks.
So, kind of a lucky.
You get your 12. Do you get a free cup of coffee?
Unfortunately, no. All I get is another surgery.
Well,
Merry Christmas to you
I
guys
should
and
say
a
happy birthday for some reason, but I meant to say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to you as well. I definitely look forward to talking again. Please sign up. And, anytime that we have something where, we're just kind of chilling out, like in segment 5, you're welcome to pop in and hang out with us.
All right, man. Thanks very much.
Have a great day.
See you guys later.
The paperback books hurt TSR at the end.
Paperback books?
Yeah, on the returns on them that the stores could get their money back.
What paperback books?
The novels.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they could get their money back for unsold novels, and the stores were
tear the cover off them and then send the.
Yeah, no, I remember a whole bunch of the whole cover too, but I didn't really. I thought those novels sold well. Or was it another fact that she bought 1 million of them when she should have bought 100,000?
Yeah, that might have been it.
Okay.
But yeah,
All right,
yeah. Go ahead. Sorry, Max.
Sorry. Hold on. There's a couple comments I wanted to get to, and I forgot. God damn it. So here's one. Yeah, what the hell is Dragonlance box set for the continent of Taladus? Dragon Riders, man.
Dude, the lava in the middle of the continent, the Glass Warriors. Oh, such neat, cool ideas. I really love that box set.
And you know what I love about that box set also? It's not on Ansalon.
No.
Like they didn't ruin what was currently done. They moved it elsewhere.
Yeah. And then weren't there like 3 or 4 other continents on the planet yet?
Dude, it's been so many years since I've looked. I have Taladus. I just haven't looked at it in so long.
I was able to get mine replaced, luckily, at a really good price.
And once again, I don't have the box for it. I only have, the books that came with it. But
the box I got was taped together, and that tape's come apart.
All right, let's bring in Walter. Boom. All right, Walter, thanks for hanging out.
Oh, is Walter waiting?
Look, he was still waiting, and he came here. This is Appreciation Day. We're going to appreciate Walter for being here.
I was going to appreciate you guys for a little bit first.
Yeah, I suppose.
I mean, I've said it on the stream before, but like I got to say, like many years ago, I used to troll YouTube all the time just looking for good Palladium content. I could never find it. I found some from some little bits, mostly like slideshows.
AJ Pickens has got a whole bunch of videos out there that a lot of people watched.
I remember I think seeing a few of Connell's videos, but it comes down to most of them, the production value, the amount of effort put behind the scenes wasn't there, so it never interested me. Then lo and behold, one day I'm searching through and I found Legion of Myth during their year of Palladium, and holy crap, this is awesome. Then after the year of Palladium, when we're doing other things, what kept me around was the rants, because you guys weren't throwing the whole left-wing woke stuff around. And that's what actually drove me from the hobby 15 years ago, because the entire geek community in my city was so into that.
It's funny you say that, because one of the things we talked about years ago is exactly that point. Woke culture is entering, was this 2016 or whatever, whenever we started talking about this, like, woke culture is entering politics and there's all this nonsense. And I'm thinking, gamers have always been kind of woke. And I saw it in the early 2000s, before I knew that term, called it progressivism then. But I saw a whole ton of progressivism entering the gaming hobby in the early 2000s. But I just think it was kind of natural for the type of hobby we're in. When it expanded past that, and then it got amplified in the gaming, wow, that's when it's like, what the hell?
The fandom communities was the canary in the coal mine there. But so that kept me around for a while. Then after the first year of, not fully year of Palladium, I poked my head out on the channel, and you guys are, gracious enough to keep my ugly ass on when I show up, and so that's what I can say. Thank you.
Well, no,
you make me look good.
Well, you make Malachi look handsome.
Wow, this is a positive stream. Thank you.
He makes Malachi look handsome. That's a very positive thing to say.
Yeah.
A backhanded compliment. No, honestly, I appreciate you being there. It's funny to me how us going, crap, I don't know what to do with the show anymore. We're growing, but not growing the way we want to. I'm bored of reading these. Yeah, all this stuff, which kind of turned into your Palladium books. We didn't talk long about it. We talked about it. How we just do, we like Palladium, so we don't have to think about games and whatever else. We like Palladium. Let's just do it. Let's do a Palladium for as long as we can, the entire year. And, I called the year of Palladium books, but I didn't know how long it was going to take us to do it at first and what it's turned into here. I mean, we honestly like Palladium. It's one of our favorite games. Now, to be fair, there are a couple, few other fantasy systems I'd run over Palladium, but that doesn't mean I think Palladium's bad. It's just, there's things I would do before then. But we all have our experiences where they're like, okay, let's do this, and it's turned into this, and it's like, wow. I mean, I'm kind of like, part of me is like, I don't know how much I like it because I feel a bit like we have to cover Palladium now. Believe me, if we don't cover enough of it, people in chat have things to say about it. But it also gives us something to fall back on. You know what? We're not ready for something else. What's the next Palladium book we want to look at so that we can kind of recharge here? So it's kind of worked out both ways for us. So I'm happy that you and apparently many others, Nerdy Ogre and a few others, found those videos great. I kind of look at some of those now like, man, we could have done those better. But that's why we have our overviews. And I just lost all of my YouTube stuff through Chrome. Lovely.
Well, I did. My tab did get crashed while in the middle of the live stream.
Yeah, mine just did there.
So, like, I had to. Anyway, the thing is, the reason why so many people demanded is again because, like I said, I was looking around and couldn't find any decent quality stuff on YouTube for Palladium because most of the vast majority of tabletop players love D&D, and even 20 years ago, I'd always felt I was being treated like the redheaded stepchild of the tabletop or RPG
Palladium
world
had a really bad name for
I
whatever reason.
I love Rifts and the Palladium system. There was a time at a convention where someone's like, "Oh, like you want to play a D&D game with them?" I'm like, "No, I don't like the D20 system. I prefer the Palladium system." And he was literally his words were dripping with condescension. And it's just like, for 20 years, and I just had to stop. I'm like, dude, you're entitled to like what you want. I'm entitled to like what I want. Don't talk that down to me because I like something else.
Yeah, but there was a time frame there. I think it was late 90s because of that embezzlement. I forget when that embezzlement thing happened. I think it was late 90s, early 2000s. But there was a time frame in there that even I kind of thought that Palladium was dead. I knew Rift still existed, but I didn't know if it was just stuff like for back orders and so forth. So there was definitely a time in there where nobody talked about Palladium. Even in my circles, we go back to Palladium. We might joke about TMNT, something like that, or like, oh, Robotech, that's right, we did that too. But that was about it. I don't know what caused the resurgence of Palladium. It was before we covered them. I know that for sure.
What I do know is that your Legion of Myth was the first place on the internet at all where I felt comfortable shouting out saying, "I'm a Palladium fan. Don't tell me otherwise. Don't talk down to me." Because everywhere else, it's just like, oh, Palladium, whatever. So
That's weird. I never had that experience. So I'm sorry you had that experience. Like, I've never seen that.
You've given all us Palladium fans a place where we can rally and say, "Hey, we're Palladium fans. Get used to it."
We're here. No, I'm not gonna say it.
I think I can answer part of that question.
Go ahead.
The resurgence in Palladium. I think part of it is actually Savage Rifts, because there are people that really like Rifts, but they don't like the system. So now they're getting into Palladium this way, and then they're going to buy the actual Palladium books to go with their Savage Rifts books. Because, like what Sean said, like, you get an overview of the setting, you don't get a deep dive into it. They make you buy the Palladium books for the deep dive, and I think that was a smart decision.
I loved the settings, especially Rifts, before I ever got into really understanding and learning and truly appreciating the rules. All I knew is that it was my jam. The simple fact is I love being able to defend against a roll. Like, oh, I'm attacking you. I rolled. Oh, I succeed. It's like, well, no, I get to block that.
You should play Earthbound.
I get to try and parry. I get to try and dodge.
Unlimited.
I'm not going to stand there and let you hit me. What kind of fight do you think this is?
Well, I mean, if you want to get really pedantic about, because it's you, I'm allowed to do this now. Get really pedantic. I mean, that's how the whole point of AC was. That was implied. So when you rolled versus somebody's armor class, whatever, you did try to block. You just failed. It was just all encapsulated in one roll instead of two rolls. Yep. To be fair, I actually prefer the back and forth, but I know some people are like, oh, that gets too many dice rolls. Well, you got to figure out all these things. I don't get that. I like the fact that you get to parry or dodge or whatever, and you have to choose. Do you want to use an action to parry, or do you want this to possibly hit you? So again, Earth Dawn, it does it a little differently. It's got an avoid blow talent. You can also get it as a skill that's possible. So you might not have the ability, but Earth Dawn also does the whole thing. You have your physical defense, basically like armor class, but then your armor actually reduces damage. That's another thing that I like about it. So, where even Palladium, like the armor is either all or nothing until it's gone. So, but yeah. No, first of all, I'm glad that you found a channel that you feel at home in. I'm glad that that it wasn't ever an intent, and we've had to work some things around it. But I'm very happy that we are a Palladium channel of some sorts. I don't like to call us the Palladium channel or even the de facto Palladium channel. It just feels a bit too. I would really hate for Kevin to be like, watch this and never show up, and then we're not the Palladium channel anymore, or something like that. Not that I think he would do that, but we're a Palladium channel. I'm glad that I've heard through the grapevine that because of us, other people have actually found other channels like the Glitter Boys and whatnot, and good on them. Hopefully, they're getting views because of Kevin's interviews with them, or coming from us, or whatever happens to be. I'm happy for all of that. The overall exposure. So that's good.
Here's the thing that makes you stand heads and tails over the condors of the YouTubes is all that effort that you do put behind the scenes. When all someone does is press play, start live stream, and then do random stream of thoughts the entire time. There's no.
I feel attacked.
I'm not talking about you, Bear.
Wow.
Yeah, but you have
Is
people
that you?
on with you, Bear.
That's like my whole modus operandi, man. Come on. Well, someone's getting kicked out of a couple of games, and his name's
Well, at least you put production effort behind your. Presence.
Well, there's also a natural presence as well, though, too.
Keep kissing Max's ass and dismissing me. It's all.
He's got the radio
honestly,
training and the voice.
Right? Yeah. I mean, again, there's a presence.
I didn't learn it though. No, it's true, Max. The amount of work you put in really does carry the show to a much bigger height.
That's why you're slowly building better, because people are recognized in that effort. All that effort shows.
Well, I'm still called lazy because I don't edit my videos and I just cut my live streams into videos. But it's that balance. We were talking about balance for Dungeons and Dragons, right? Yeah. Well, that's my balance. Like, I want to provide the best that I can within the time that I have, within the energy that I have, within the capabilities that I have. And I am. And this is why, Bear was busting my balls earlier about harping on audio. Why do I harp on audio? Well, it's not the only thing I harp on, but why do I harp on it so much? Because I know that's something that I can control, that is within everybody's ability to manage. Editing a video, I would need more time to do that. Can I do it? Yes, I've done it before. I've made shorts, I've made videos. Can I put together a character creation video? Go watch my 10-minute introduction videos or my character creation videos. I can do all of that, but those things take way more time than I really have. That's the problem. So we found this balance. We can do read-throughs, we can do overviews, and we can present it that way, and people just have to understand that they're getting a clip of a live stream. And is it perfect? No. There are definitely people who tell us, dude, you could have said all that in 10 minutes and you didn't have to do it for 30, 35, 50 or whatever. I get it. If that's what you want, then go find the 10-minute channel that does that. I like what we're doing. So GM Cody, yes, I haven't actually posted in a while. I will do that right now. I think that's it right there for people to come and stroke me. Why is this turned into stroking Max's ego thing? Like, that wasn't the intent at all. It was supposed to thank you guys for being members and subscribers and so forth. Don't get me wrong. I want to know what you like about the show and so forth. And also thank these guys who take a lot of their time to join these panels as well. But
and occasionally produce our own content.
And occasionally produce their own content. There you go.
That would require time.
But I do appreciate that, Walter MC. I mean, the fact that people notice that there's time and effort, energy that goes into this. Usually they're people who have tried their own YouTube channels. Another one, I don't get blasted on this so much. Well, not for this type of stuff, but I do for the Fridays. Like, why do I have to be on camera? because this is an entertainment medium. I'm not hosting a 1940s radio serial. People want to see your reactions to stuff. So here's an example. One of the things that they tell us, I work for the government, right? And I work in video conferencing. One of the things like, why can't they do this on a phone call? Because when this general is talking to his colonels or his 1-stars or whatever, he wants to see their reaction. This is what's happening. This is what's up. Oh, Bear, I see you have something to say. What do you have in the scope of this mission? Yeah. Or, whatever. There is still a human reaction to this. That's why it's not about like, well, I just want to put rules on here for people. No, I work in a medium and I see it actually being true. If I say this over the phone, it's going to be taken one way. But if they see my eyes that I'm smiling or that I'm adamant or whatever, they're going to take it like, oh, that's how he's acting on this. That body language. It's important that comes through, especially when we're having a dialogue with 4 people. 3, hopefully I do better, in the next year, 3 people back and forth who may agree or disagree or have little takes that are different. So, but just Walter, just so you know, I've got a couple people that are behind you in this. So I'll give you any final comments, Bear, Malachi, and Sean, if you've got any final comments you have for Walter MC. But of course, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year's. Hopefully 2025 is awesome for you, but go ahead and finish this up here.
I have no more comments. I thought there was the bouquets week from last week's gripes week. So I just wanted to say, hey, thanks for all the effort you put into it.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. You guys got anything for Walter?
No. Merry Christmas.
Hi.
All right.
Don't miss the next Hero Gamer. I'm kicking you out.
Ooh.
Fair enough.
And by the way, join the next Heroics game. He'll kill you and kick you out. Kill your character, not you. All right, I'm going to let you go here. We're going to bring in the next person. Thanks you, Walter, and all the best, man.
Hi, Walter.
Later, Walter.
And following him, we have dun dun dun.
Well,
GM Cody.
There he is.
Hey, Cody.
Yo, what's up? Hopefully I'm coming in okay because I'm on my phone and I have a crappy phone.
You actually are. You're coming in really well.
All right, cool. Well, yeah, I've never tried this on my phone. I don't like fucking phones, dude. So
Cody, just do this at some point, and you'll fill up a whole frame.
Have you tried not fucking your phone?
No, hopefully not. But yeah, so look, I've got some. Because I wasn't here for the negative comments, so I'm going to add some negative comments and some positive comments.
Gotta go. No, go ahead.
No, so when I first was turned on to your show, I didn't really like it that much, to be honest with you. There were things I did like about it, but overall, I didn't really enjoy the ranting and negativity. I don't feel like a negative atmosphere really adds anything to the hobby. Now, I think what you were doing, though, at the time when you first started, it was necessary because we had another negative spear that was more negative and poisonous, and you were kind of fighting back against that. So I appreciate that, but at the same time, I didn't really enjoy any of that. Now, when you switched formats, I really started to enjoy the show, and I really started to enjoy interacting with the show. The one thing that I will say for you, Max, is I really have always appreciated that you have, even though, you tell people, fuck you, walk into traffic, you still are open to everybody coming on the show, everybody expressing their opinions and their views, even if you don't agree with them. I think that's really important to any sort of discourse. So I think that's probably the biggest merit of your show is you don't block anybody from coming in and expressing their opinions for what they have of the hobby, because that's really important to any kind of discourse. And especially in your new format, I think it's been really great. And also I will say, I do really appreciate all the Palladium content because I grew up playing Palladium games when I first got into role-playing games. Mm-hmm. And I just kind of forgot about Palladium until I started watching your show. And you kind of, I agree with what everybody else was saying. You kind of revitalized Palladium, I think, for a lot of people. Now, there were some people that never forgot about it. For me, I kind of forgot about it. I still had the books on the shelf, but I just completely forgot it even was a thing or an option because nobody was talking about it. Nobody was playing it in my area. And then you started talking about it again. I was like, oh, yeah, shit, yeah, Palladium. I remember playing this. I played all these games.
That thing over there.
So, I appreciate that. So I think that's great that you kind of brought some light to Palladium, because Palladium really hasn't ever died. It's always been around, but I think you've kind of revitalized it a little bit and brought it back to the forefront. And it's really cool that you've done that. So I appreciate all those things that I just said. So there you go.
Well, first of all, thank you very, very much. And I can't really argue with anything that you said on there. I'm going to backtrack a little bit. You're 100% right. The reason why those rants came out back then were because I was so freaking frustrated. So I don't like to say I was out of the hobby, because I wasn't actually out of the hobby, but I was distant. I was peripheral to the hobby, because I had to work on some career things and so forth. And then even when I was doing my gaming stuff in Germany, helping Heathen Dog, because I was like the producer behind the scenes of when Heathen Dog and Garthon were doing the show, I was hearing things, but I was actually much more involved with Comicsgate than I was with anything else. I'm like, wow, that's going on in the comic book industry. That's weird. But I got a big jolt when I ran my first campaign in years, when they finally convinced me to run a game in Germany, and I did, and everything had changed. And then there's this different talk, and there's this different, like, what is going on here? Like, I'm not going to dive into it. Everybody knows my stance on this, but the whole they and the singular thing came up because of Earth Dawn. Like, book 1 is one way, book 2 is another way, book 3, wait, what happened here? And why are you changing your writing style? Because as a writer, a technical writer, we were taught, don't do that. These are things you don't do. And I had to research where all this stuff was coming from. And that's when I came across, the woke crowd and these blue-haired weirdos just acting crazy and screaming at the rain and saying that if your orcs are evil, they're racist. I mean, all this weird nonsense. I'm like, where are you coming from with this? What is wrong with you people? Like this, and I had to, and seriously, for lack of a better term, it was pent up. It was pent up, and I had to explode for weeks on that. But now it's out.
Yeah.
It's just like, oh God, no. Like I don't even want to rant anymore. Like I just don't.
Well, like I said, I think it was appropriate for the time. Needed to be done. Some people needed to stand up and say, fuck this. This isn't right. I did it too. I didn't do it on the YouTube sphere at the time, but I was doing it in other places and forums. It pissed me off too. But it's over. It's dying. Yeah, let's move on. Let's talk about what's good about the hobby. Let's talk about all this cool stuff. And I appreciate that you've kind of moved on from that. Like I understand why it was appropriate for the time, and I really appreciate that you've moved on from that. So.
Well, thank you. Honestly, I can't remember where I first was exposed to your video, but I know you as a person, I think it was on the 4-Color Cafe. If I remember correctly, that from that point forward, no, you're actually one of the best, in my opinion, one of the best people that I've come across as far as your content, about us talking with you after show, having you on the show, your character in Bear's game and so forth, like stabbing out your eyeballs is just something I will never forget. I will die remembering that. But even before then, let's be honest. I mean, Thane just kind of took to your character as well, as far so. I mean, honestly, I'm absolutely happy that you appreciate our content. I take that as something that for me is very meaningful, because I respect what you're putting out there as well. So I thank you for what you've done, as far as even these little comments like this, like, hey, reminding me, maybe you don't want to go back to that way. You're right. I don't.
At the end of the day, I think, what I really appreciate about any content creator, especially in this day and age, is authenticity. And you bring that. You are yourself. You don't mince your words. That's what I like about Bear too. That's what I like about Sean. That's what I like about all these guys in our little community here, is we are just being ourselves, and we're expressing our passions, and we don't mince our words. And I think there's something to be said for that, especially in this day and age where everybody is mincing their words. Everybody is trying to play they're trying to sell you something. They're trying to beat the algorithm. They're trying to do all this shit. Now, there's nothing wrong with making money and doing all that. But at the same time, there's something to be said about being authentic, about being true to yourself, about being true to what really drives you and what you're passionate about. So I have always appreciated that about your channel and everybody else here too, in this community. And I'm glad to be a part of it. So, and I'm going to hop off here and I'll join you guys in the after show. And so take care.
Well, thanks again, Cody. You have a great one, sir.
Peace.
There was somebody who was in the queue that was behind. I forget who it was, but there was somebody who was in the queue after Cody, and that person dropped out. So, actually, I know who it was now. Nerdsner, did you want to pop in or no? I'm calling you out. I can do that. And if somebody wants to send, I thought the link to the Discord was in the description. I've got. Malachi, can you post that for him? I don't care if you put it. Oh, you probably can't put it in chat.
I'm looking for him on the Discord right now. I'm working on it.
If not, if you can just copy and put it in private chat, then I can copy it better. I just don't want to lose the link that I have here. So
yeah, give me a second.
We're going to be wrapping up the show here pretty soon. I really do appreciate folks, especially since you're still popping in, might be a little bad timing. I'll give people, I'll put the link out there one more time, give people a chance to pop in if you want to. Remember, this is about appreciating you folks, appreciating the folks that have taken their time to join the panel as well. I like the fact that you're coming on here telling me how awesome I am. It is stroking my ego a little bit. I'm going to sleep tonight. I'll cuddle in your aggrandizing of who I am. Trying to find a nice flowery word there, but no, it's just about you guys. It's thank you very much. It's a thank you to you. It's our end of year thank you to say you've made the show both stressful and exciting, successful and a pain in the butt on occasion. But all told, if it wasn't for you guys. It's not even about them. People are like, oh, you do it for the money. I don't do it for the money. It's just if I'm going to give you my time and you want to give me money, I'm going to let you. I do this because I absolutely do enjoy it. And the fact, the worst times of the year for me are when I'm no longer enjoying it. It's like, what do I got to do to enjoy this more? And these guys have heard me. They've intervened with me a couple times. It's like it's getting so frustrating. But all right, let me two things. I got somebody waiting, but before I do that, I want to make sure I get the link out to folks. Then I will copy the link. So this first link I'm putting in here is to join. If you want to sneak on in here, because otherwise we're going to end the stream soon. That's the link to join. And then I'm going to put the Discord link out there. Though that's to the GMI one, right, Malachi?
Yeah.
This is not to the Legion of Myth Discord. This is to the Game Master Insight Discord, which is what hosts where I schedule the panel shows and so forth. So if you're not really interested in joining the panel show, there's really no reason to be there unless you just want to see the upcoming schedule. But you're welcome to. I'm not going to stop you. And then we're going to bring in the one, the only. I have to be on my best behavior now. He's a moderator. Law Dog.
Oh wow! Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Loud and clear, sir.
All right. Yeah, I just wanted to say, I love the channel. I love what you're doing, and everybody there, Mage's Musings, Bear, Malachi. Like, I just
Malachi.
Yeah, Malachi.
Okay, Aaron.
But I'm just big fan of all of you guys, and keep up the good work. And
thank you.
I don't know, just love the content.
Well, hey, I owe you many, many, many thanks. Obviously, you've super chatted quite a bit. You handed out like 1 million memberships. I don't forget stuff like that. I don't always talk about it, but I don't forget stuff like that. That's awesome. No, I really do appreciate it. And honestly, I've seen you do that for Bear, and I've seen you do that for others as well. So it's not like I own you here. But no, that's awesome. I think people should support their content creators that they like. YouTube's a free venue. There's no requirement that anybody pays money. So that makes it even more appreciative when you do. Ask Bear or Mage's Musings how many times I've super chatted them. I think I've given Bear a couple, but memberships, I'm literally a member of 0 channels. Because unfortunately that's just where I am in life right now.
I'm a big believer in that. Like, give your money to the people that you think deserve it. Because the only way we're gonna get all the garbage out of everything is for people to just stop buying it. So that's my thing. I vote with my dollar. and obviously I vote for you guys. So I appreciate it. Keep up the good work.
Thank you, sir.
Don't ever stop.
Even on top of that, again, as somebody said in chat, you're base as fuck. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I made you a moderator. I don't even really know who you are, but you have your head on your shoulders. You're very good for this community. You've told me what you've thought a few times. I absolutely appreciate that stuff. You behind the scenes, you've said a few things, and they've been just so folks know he's never came to me fuck you, Max, like that. No, he's never done that. But no, there are things that I should consider, things that I should think about. And yeah, I absolutely considered and thought about them. And I think I either implemented or tried to find a way. The only one that I didn't that I remember is sorry you didn't get the One Ring.
Yeah, I'm a huge Tolkien fan. First book I ever read. I was a little kid and I read The Hobbit. So it's always got a special place in my heart. So
I'm really looking. That book is so hard to figure out how to do a read through though, because it is really so dry. It is so the chapters are just. Oh, it's almost like reading Tolkien's books, right?
Yeah. It's like they expect the love of Tolkien to just like carry you through the process of learning that game.
But I wish I could have a million members like Law Dog, or let me phrase it, subscribers. You don't have to pay like Law Dog, but he's been great for the channel. I respect the things that he pops in. It's kind of like a nerd's nerd. So there are a couple people on here that when they say something, you listen for whatever reason, and Law Dog is definitely one of them for me. So I appreciate you, man, and I'm happy you're with us, and all the best to you and your family. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas,
2025.
everybody. Yeah. All right, see you guys.
Yep,
Looking
have a
forward
good
to
night,
everything
Law
you guys do next. Bye.
Bye, Law Dog.
Yeah, Law Dog right here is an unspoken favorite. Boom, right there.
We don't cotton the law around here. Understand, Law Dog?
Yeah, but I get what he means about Tolkien. Dragonlance, that was the first really fantasy book I read, and that's why it holds such a special place for me. That it's what got me into the hobby.
You know what's really weird about Tolkien? So check this out. I'm in Lutheran school, right? Satanic Panic. It's a thing. Talk about Dungeons and Dragons, you get extra Bible verses. Hell, you talk about Doctor Who, and you got extra Bible verses. It was ridiculous, right? My 6th grade year, I don't know what happened to my actual teacher that year. I think he'd had to do some sort of like mission work or something. And Lutherans don't normally do that, but I can't remember what it was. But he was gone for half the year, and we got this new guy in. I'm gonna tell you that the new guy was a love-hate relationship. He was an emotional wreck. He needed God, I'll tell you that. But he's the one that said you should read The Hobbit. Do you know how afraid of that I was? Because again, it's beat into you. I'm a 6th grader, so I'm 11 years old. I like it's like, no, that's Dungeons and Dragons, that's fantasy. And he's like, what are you talking about? And I'm just thinking, I remember thinking this, like, oh, you're new here. They're not going to let you get by with this. They're not going to let you get by with this. I was so afraid, but I read it. I ended up loving it. I didn't understand it as well as I did Dragonlance. Dragonlance I read a couple years later though too, so I was older. I did struggle with some of the Tolkien-esque when I did that, and then the Lord of the Rings. But that was my first exposure as well. But my first love is still Dragonlance.
My 6th grade teacher, and I mean, I was in public school, but she was heavily religious. And it was funny because it's when I started playing D&D, and she was, "Oh, you shouldn't play that game. It's very bad. It's very bad." But that same teacher was encouraging me to read The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings.
I think it's because of the fact that there's a lot of Tolkien put a lot of Christianity into it.
Yeah, but don't you think they'd push more C.S. Lewis?
Oh, she did that too. But
we didn't even have C.S. Lewis pushed out. Like I didn't know about was it the something wardrobe? I forget the name of the C.S. Lewis
Lion,
book.
Witch, and the Wardrobe.
Yeah, Lion, Witch. Didn't even know about that until I was well out of school. You would think that that would have been what's promoted, but I think that the specific denomination of Lutheranism that I went to is very, very, very conservative. So I think like anything like that was wrong, which is why it really was. It concerned me when I was offered that book. But once I said that Mr. Tracy allowed me to, he suggested the book to me. My mom actually went out and got it. I was allowed to read it, and I loved it. Just weird. Satanic Panic was real, folks.
Yeah. We have a little bit up in Canada, but nothing too. Like I said, that teacher I had was the worst of it. So, you shouldn't play it. That was it. It was not I'm calling your parents.
Oh no, we had the grandma syndicate where they would, they'd sit on the porches basically. They'd get together at the restaurants. They'd have their little luncheons, and then they'd. It'd be like, oh, did you see what she was doing over there? Oh, what was the word? What a hussy she was. Read the super chat real quick because it's $20. I drink, therefore I am. That's a philosophical statement right there. $20. Thank you very much. You should give yourself a hearty pat on the back for keeping Kevin Simbita in the forefront and having an open mic when he wants one. I don't keep him in the forefront. I appreciate your thoughts on that, but he absolutely has as an open mic whenever he wants to come here. Absolutely, him and Sean. So and I even said, hey, what about Wayne? He's like, you probably don't want that. Okay, fine. So I don't know if Wayne's just not personable or whatever. I'm spreading a whole bunch of rumors right now, right? But no, they're welcome on whenever they want. And if you think Lord of the Rings here is hard to read, share.
Core rulebook.
Oh, Call of Cthulhu takes several stamina rolls to get through. We didn't have any issues with Call of Cthulhu. The One Ring, the thing about the One Ring that I was looking at is how we would read through it and keep it interesting for people because it's dry, especially since we don't really know the rules. It's not a typical Year Zero Engine game. That's what I was struggling with. It's not that we couldn't do it, but it was just dry and wordy and Tolkien-esque. But thank you for the $20. Really do appreciate that. And yeah, Kevin, I'm telling you, Kevin is a friend. Okay, maybe that's being a bit presumptuous, but Kevin and Sean, I can't separate those two at this point. So when I say Kevin, just know I'm saying Sean at the same time. The friends. That's how we get along, and I love it. And I hope they're friends with the Glitter Boys, and I hope they're friends with the other folks that they talk to. And again, people say, "Oh, you brought Palladium to the forefront." I've been doing some research on trying to find what other Palladium content creators are doing, and to be fair, none are recent. But there's one I came across. There's actually two I came across. I forget the name of the other one, but one of them was AJ. Was it Pickens or Pickens? Whatever. He did a ton of Palladium content, and he's got way more views on that stuff than I do. Like way more views. Like he's in the tens and even hundreds of thousands, I think. Or maybe not for the Palladium content, but yeah. So there are other channels out there, but I just think it's not current. But with that said, I'm happy to do it. I'm happy that you guys are enjoying it. You guys get the pat on the back for watching it. You guys are the ones that keep encouraging us to do it. So, and we like it. Encouragement plus we like it means it's going to get done. So. Yeah, AJ Pick. Yeah, I think that's the name of it. There's one other one too, and I feel bad for not remembering his name, but I just don't remember it off the top of my head. So, it's funny you say this because people like to joke about that shadow ban stuff, but when you look at your videos, you can tell like, okay, what's my click-through rate on this one? Wow, this one's doing really well. I got a 10% click-through rate. I don't know if these numbers are true anymore, but when I first started getting into this, they said between 2, you don't want any lower than 2. That's horrible to be lower than 2.
Yeah,
but we do 2
to 5 is good. Yeah.
Well, I heard 2 to 10.
Right.
So that's what for a click-through rate. When you see an 8% click-through rate on a video and it's got 150 views.
Yeah, well, we got to look at the impression count. That's what I've been struggling with my show is the impression count is extremely low. Yep. Yet my retention is high, my projected income is high. It's like YouTube should be pushing this content,
exactly.
They're not. Like my retention on average video is 60%, right? And apparently the YouTube average is 25 to 30%. The projected income from advertisers is high, but my impression count is low. So I have to wonder, okay, why is YouTube's algorithm not pushing me? And I think it's probably the same for you. It's like, you got a low impression count because YouTube isn't pushing your show.
Some of that might be the effect of all those people that tried to get me banned. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not blaming those folks. I think it's a dick move. I've never done that to any. I've never clicked ban a channel or. I think I reported one person. It's the person I got yelled at for being happy about his ultimate demise last week. We'll leave it at that. Go read the comment section from last week's video. You'll see what I'm talking about. I reported because it was absolutely a harassment campaign against me personally.
Mm-hmm.
Not because he made videos I didn't like, but he was absolutely a harassment campaign against me personally. in his videos.
Right.
So I was like, yeah, I'm reporting that, but I don't copyright claim people. I don't report people. I don't do any of that. You know, I'm of the mindset, you do your dumb stuff on here. If you steal my shit, that might be a different idea, but how do you steal somebody's YouTube stuff, you know? Like, so, but yeah, anywho, I think this is good enough for tonight. I actually didn't think this was going to go 4 hours. I really didn't. I thought we were going to have another 2 hour where I was struggling to keep things going. But again, chat, apparently you're way more positive than negative, because last week was was a little bit iffy to get through. But before we go here, I want to make sure that Bear, Malachi, and Sean have any final things that they want to say here. I know a couple of them stepped out for a moment. They'll be back. But so we'll start with Sean. Any final comments you want for the fine folks out there?
For the fine folks out there, keep watching. Fight the fight. Rawr. No, thanks for watching. If you watch my show, and you know, keeping people like Max going, things like that. It's what it's all about. We're the workaday YouTubers. We're not the Ginny D's who, you know, have all the advertising dollars and the legion of fans. So yeah, just I guess thanks and Merry Christmas.
Bear, anything you want to...
Yeah, to pick up on what he said, the reason I need so much money is I'm planning to get breast implants so I can start wearing corsets and get, you know, not be a workaday broadcaster and just, you know, get a legion of fans because tits sell.
Man, like 10 years ago, if you would have came out as trans, you'd have been the hottest channel out there.
Oh, baby, I'm still the hottest person on channel, though.
Yeah, but I said hottest channel.
I am sex. Anyway, no, it's just you know, like it's where we've come a long way from when I used to call this RPG Fox
RP.
Fox.
You know, you've come a long way, and I'm impressed with where you've gone. And I like that you're staying adaptable, and I like that you're staying flexible, and you're changing as you go, and that's a really great thing. You can't tip me enough money to see my tits, buddy. But yeah, keep it up. And all you guys watching, we bust our asses week in and week out to bring you guys content. Times are tough. I know. We're all struggling. But all the help you give us and all the views you give us really matter. They really matter. So please, stick around. We got more to show you.
Watch the whole videos. It adds to our advertising appeal to YouTube.
Click on the video suggested for the next video in our channel.
Yes.
So that way we get more of that. That's that click-through rate.
So one of the things I'll tell folks, we'll wait for Malachi to come back, is, I said at the beginning of the stream, is a lot of people out there act like they know, I know that any a thumbs down is just as good as a thumbs up. No, it's not, but it is still better than nothing. All right. Comments are great. It's still not as good as other things. The two best things you can do, and this doesn't have to be me, any content creator you like Sean, you like Maze's Music Channel, you like the Sock Puppet, do this for him. You like Barry, you like the content he's doing, do it for him. You like somebody else out there, you like Jenny D, since she got mentioned, you like it for hers, go do the same thing for her channel. She doesn't need it though, but watch the video like you said through, and then click on the next one. That's the biggest thing, at least right now, that's being promoted out there through these people who do the analytics side of stuff. Again, I use vidIQ now, is that you want people to watch your video and you want them to watch your next video, whatever shows up there. That is the number one thing you can do. Sharing is number two. Outside of that, if people are clicking from outside resources like Google, or you post it on your Facebook group or whatever one, guys, did you see this? Not just a random link. Like I got my shout out channel, it's just a random link to stuff that people ignore my shout out channel. But if somebody types in there, guys, did you see this thing that came out? Blah, people are clicking on that one. Add a little excitement to it. Again, doesn't have to be for me. It has to be for whomever you actually believe in. Do that for your small creator friends. And by small creators, pretty much say anybody under like 50K, do that for them. And that absolutely helps out when they get those clicks like that.
Or ultimately just keep supporting the people who hate you, don't talk to you personally, and just want your money and clickbait you with titles and just want to be negative and bring all this crap in your world. Some of the people that get mentioned of, this person's doing well, this person's doing well. Yeah, it's easy to do well when you just do angry content. Yeah. You draw all the angry people, all the eyes come in, they all want to see your garbage. But are you making the hobby better? Are you making the community better? No, you're making it worse. You're causing more divide and more divide and more divide. And as I am known for in this circle, I'm not about that. I want us to be open, accepting, and just one big, giant, happy community of freaks.
All right, Malachi, do you have any final, well, I wouldn't say words of wisdom, but
freaks.
anything final that you want to say to the fine folks out there?
Just thank you for the continued support on the channel. Max deserves it. He does a great job. And I am proud to be part of it.
All right. Well, first of all, thank you to Sean, Bear, Malachi. I really do appreciate you guys popping in tonight. I think it was a fun conversation. I know that for a lot of that people were aggrandizing me. That wasn't like directly the intent. I wasn't trying to do this some secret way like, oh please everybody pat my back. It was more just a chit chat with people, but I knew that some folks are going to want to come in. Thanks. I know you guys got a bunch of praise as well, as you deserve. I think Malachi, you got your Substack, but Sean and Bear for sure with your channels. I think you guys do some good stuff. I hope everybody here is subscribed to you as well. To the folks out there in chat, whether you popped in to say anything today or whether you're hanging out there, whether you're lurking, and the one guy out there on Twitch. No, I appreciate you all. I really do. I'm not going to promise that I'll never rant again. That's not a promise I will make. If it needs to be done and I feel I want to do it, I will. You're never going to get me to stop being stubborn about certain things. It's who I've always been, who I will always be, and no matter how many times somebody calls it out, it is going to be who I am. Deal with it, or keep calling it out, and I'll be like, okay, and then I'm going to do it again next week. Remember, there's also an entertainment factor here, and I don't care who you are. You could be the Jenny D's. You could be the Indestructible Boys. You could be the XP to level 3s. They don't know me from Adam, but I'm just saying you could be one of those different, more popular, formerly blue-haired, whatever weirdos. If you think you'd be good for a panel, I absolutely would let you on. You just got to respect the show. And what does that mean? You're here for the purpose of the show, not to find a way to cuss me out. Mm-hmm. That's really that's the only way I could think that you'd ruin the show would be you're gonna come here. I'm gonna go get Max now. Like, no, that's not what the show's about anymore. You can do that, behind the scenes. We can talk on it. But
attack again.
No, why? This had nothing.
I'm here to take you down.
Oh.
Like you don't understand, brother, but you've entered a world of hurt, and when I let loose on you, brother, what you gonna do?
I got four people watching. Thanks, you do. Keep doing it. But no, seriously, thank you to all you folks out there. Again, super chatters, Rumble ranters, lurkers, members, etc. You guys are awesome. I had a couple of rough patches this year. I don't know how well that showed or whatever, but we got through it. I'm amazingly happy right now. I'm looking forward to doing this in 2024, this break, 2025, whatever year we're going into. This break's been great. I hope each and every one of you has a Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, Happy New Year, and an excellent 2025. And I probably should have had my end stream stuff ready here. Here we go. And with that, I'm going to end. We're going to go. Pro streamer. See, that will always be a thing. But I appreciate you guys. And members only next week. And we're back with Mage's Musings, Doc Flamingo, and hopefully one more to talk about troop play in Dungeons & Dragons, or really any game, on the 3rd of January. Have a great week.